Hey. There we go. Oh. I'm looking at my thumbnail now and it's fucking bad. Oh, jeez. Alright, let me just type this out to Twitter so that. Okay. What was it? Yeah. Oh yeah. Guy. So, hello. It is I. I am here alone. I've also realized that I didn't make my new avatar thing for the just me section. So I will do that as we're talking, as I'm spitballing here, doing a little faffing about, if you will. Or if you don't. Either way, it is the way that it is it not? I have some orange juice, a little bit of water. I'm ready for my day, even though it's the night. So really, am I ready at all? That is a big fat no. I'm never ready. I'm never ever ready. uh yeah, I don't know if it's just gonna be me. I have no idea. Cause Boo didn't respond to me before, and that's all right. I'm just unsure. So we'll see what happens. Okay. Oh. Um. Isn't that bad of a. I have to do a little bit of like recentering and all this kind of shit, right? Because I don't have a perfect system here for my. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Whoops. New layer group. I didn't put a new layer. What the hell? Okay, there we go. So, anybody else a gamer? Anybody else know about Mario? I exist. Hello, Lux. You know, I haven't even introduced the podcast yet. What am I doing with my life? I'm so dumb. It's welcome back to the TableTalk discussion and discourse podcast. That's a different intro. I don't usually do that one. I'm your host, Alejo, aka Great on 95, and it's just me. So it's I mean, it's pretty cool being just me sometimes. Sometimes, not all the time. I think I've heard of Mario. Well, have I got a thing for you? I yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this I don't know what I think about this Mario trailer fully. I think that there's a few things that I feel like are kind of need to be said, right? Uh, First thing, Chris Pratt just sounds like Chris Pratt, right? Like the new Mario trailer dropped, for those of you out there who don't know, just dropped today, or at least I was just made aware of it. And it makes me understand that Chris Pratt just plays Chris Pratt in just about everything that I've seen him in. And yes, Lux, he was a bad choice. He was a very bad choice. I don't think Chris Pratt works as Mario. He just sounds like himself. The only times that I've recalled enjoying Chris Pratt was when he was Star-Lord. Every time he's been Star-Lord, I've been like, yeah, that's Star-Lord. And when I watched Parks and Rec, he was funny being a schlub, right? And I believe he got his start on Parks and Rec, right? If I'm remembering correctly, I believe that is the case. And he did really well on that and in Guardians. Other than that, I haven't cared for him in anything. And Mario is another example of this, because he just sounds like himself. And I swear to God, he says "Let's go" in the fucking trailer, and I immediately went, ooh, oh, eh. Because I didn't like it. It wasn't good. I didn't think so, at least. Now, if it doesn't bother you, that's great. I'm glad for you. I really am. There we go. That's me. Hello. I fixed it. So if it doesn't bother you, that's great. I'm glad for you. It bothers me quite a bit. Because I don't know. He sounds so quiet. I don't know if that makes any sense, but he doesn't sound like he's fitting the role, because he sounds so quiet. And maybe that's just because they gave him only the quietest fucking parts in the trailer, but you would think for the Mario movie that he would be a little bit more, I don't know, verbose, that they would probably give him like a few more things to just go, yeah, there you go, this is Chris Pratt, right? He's Mario. Look at the Mario. He's jumping around. He's doing the thing. Now, that's not to say Luigi sounded great. I think it's Charlie Day. Charlie Day sounds fantastic as Luigi because he sounds pathetic enough. If that makes any sense. Because it should. Because Luigi should sound pathetic. I love Luigi to bits. He's my favorite Mario. Well, he's my second favorite. Bowser is my favorite Mario character. If you want to go heroes, Luigi's my favorite hero, and Bowser is my favorite villain. But he sounded great. Jack Black also sounds great as Bowser. It's just the truth. Because he sounds like he's having fun. He's putting energy into it. And they're doing a little bit of pitch mixing with his voice or something. They're doing something to his voice that makes it so it works. And I like it. Toad sounded fine. The main Toad, at least, sounded fine. Princess Peach, I didn't like it. I didn't like the performance. I didn't like it. Her voice didn't sound great to me. But then again, it sounds fine to some people, and again, that's great. But it is not for me. I don't know. She sounds like she's gonna be I don't know. She sounds like she's going to be stereotypical in a way that seems like it's like how every person, I don't know. There's something wrong there. I can't exactly nail it right now, but it didn't seem right to me. But again, it could also be the trailer, right? The trailer could be like what what the problem is, because the trailer isn't necessarily representative of the movie. We all got to remember this. So I'm sorry, I'm signing into the watch together because it took me out. There we go. Okay, cool. It might be loud for a second, we'll see. But yeah, so I don't know, she doesn't seem like she fits, at least because of the trailer. We'll see when the actual movie comes out, when I listen to her more, but in the very beginning there, it was not great to me. I would say that I'm bothered, but it's not a deal breaker for me. I have no opinion on Peach's voice. That's fine. Yeah, if you're not bothered by Chris Pratt, that's good. That might just be a me thing. I don't know. I have a particular for voices. And like, it's not to say that I hear voices any better than the next guy. Voices are a thing for me. So it's one of those things where if the voice doesn't fit for me, it really bugs me. But yeah, the other stuff, I mean, what is there to say about the visuals? That all looks fine. Although Mario still looks really weird. I don't know why Mario looks like a baby. I don't like that. Luigi still looks good, but Mario looks like a fucking baby that has a mustache. And I'm like, what? Why? You know? And I was talking to some friends about this before, but like the Donkey Kong has like a mini fight with Mario for a sec, right? For a second. And it's fine. I don't care, you know? But then I remembered that Seth Rogen is going to be the voice of Donkey Kong, and I immediately just remembered Seth Rogen, and I was like, oh god. I'm not looking forward to it. I just want Donkey Kong to make gorilla noises. That's all I need. I need him to go, ooh! And that's it. I was playing Mario Party the other day, and he was making big gorilla noises. It was great. I loved it. I don't need him to talk. He hasn't talked since the fucking Donkey Kong show that failed. What was it called? Like the fucking Banana Slammers show. You know the one. Everybody knows about it when you talk about it. Nobody remembers it until you do, though. But I remember it always. Hold on, what was it called? It was like Donkey Kong Country or something. It was based off it, technically. Oops, I put shot show. What was it called? Yeah, it was Donkey Kong Country, wasn't it? Yeah. The TV series. Ugh. It was so weird. Anyway. So that's my opinions on the Mario movie trailer so far. I'm gonna watch it at some point, maybe. I'm more likely to watch the D&D movie on release than I am the Mario movie, even though I have interest in the Mario movie. I'm probably not gonna watch it right away. Yeah, it's I don't know. I saw maybe one episode of that show. Good. I'm sorry that you did see an episode of that show. To be fair, it's not great. It really isn't. It's so bad. Anyway, so I guess let's get to the topic today. And if I think about anything more, if somebody comes in and tells me more about Mario, then that'll be the way that it goes. Honestly, Charles Martinet is billed in that movie. I'm sorry, I'm back on it. Charles Martinet is billed in that movie. Like he's on the cast. I don't know who he's playing as. I don't want to check into it, but I assume it's Wario or someone like that, right? And I know, again, I get that you want to put somebody who's gonna, do the voice lines and shit, right? Like that's the way it's gonna go. And you're not necessarily going to put the actual voice actor of the game in the movie. Again, okay, sure. not necessarily something that I would say, okay, yeah, let's do it. No, I'm already like, but he does the voice. But if you're not going to do that, then you're probably going to give him a very small role, right? And what I assume is going to happen is like Wario's going to be in there for like a scene or two, and Charles Martinet is going to say "Wah," and like get out of here, and then like Mario's going to run away or something, right? Because I can't think of anything else that they'll do with him, because they're going to give him the least amount possible, just so that they don't overshadow Chris Pratt. Because it's just Chris Pratt. It's not Mario. It's just Chris Pratt in a cosplay. Really, I don't really think Charles Martinet should be Mario for 2 hours, but someone other than Chris Pratt would have been better. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, I don't like Charles Martinet can do the voice, but not necessarily like and again, even with like Luigi and Bowser, you have people that can do voices that fit, right? That's my biggest thing. You have voices that can fit. They can really actually capture and give a performance. Chris Pratt can't do a performance that is anything but himself anymore, it seems like. I don't know. Because in the other stuff that I've seen him as he's just been himself. Really? And to be fair, that might not be entirely true. I don't know. It just, all his characters seem to be very similar. Is all I'm saying. So I don't know. Get somebody who can give me some energy, because in that trailer, even when he was acting like scared and shit, I was like, oh no, he's just talking very quietly. He doesn't sound scared. It just doesn't work, man. It just doesn't. Anyway. Yeah, other than that, I guess we'll see what the story's like. I saw there's a Mario Kart in it for a second, so I'm like, oh, okay, we're gonna do that, are we? I just want to see Bowser going around and doing stuff, really. I want to see Jack Black as Bowser going around doing stuff, because I feel like that's going to be the most fun that I have. And Luigi. Both of them just going around doing stuff, maybe playing off each other. That'd be fun. Seems like that would work. I don't know. Howdy peeps, got you streaming while I'm on my walk tonight. Hey, Mug, how's it going? Well, we're gonna get to the topic soon, I promise. But welcome. I don't even think it's hard to do Mario voice, so I don't know what Chris Pratt's deal was. Dude, I don't know. Even so, like, nobody's doing anything but their voice, right? Nobody's doing anything but their voice, so they could have gotten somebody who was a little bit better. Chris Pratt was a name. Yes, exactly. Chris Pratt is a name. Have you seen? He's on literally everything. Ever since Guardians of the Galaxy, which, again, he was really good in. Like, Star-Lord is a good character, and he plays Star-Lord well. But ever since then, and, like, Parks and Rec before, and, like, all that stuff, you know, they just put him in front of everything, because he's so marketable. It's like, okay, like Bowser's VA. I honestly imagine Bowser's real voice is Jack Black. Yes. Oh, no, Jack Black fits. I was saying this before. Jack Black is great as Bowser. He gives the energy. He gives the energy that I need Bowser to have. It's not over the top. It's fun. It's good, you know? Hey, Timothy, how's it going? Yeah, no, like, Jack Black does a good job as Bowser. Like, so far, he is the thing that I'm looking forward to the most. Him and Luigi. Because, again, as I said before, what's his name? Charlie Day, right? Charlie Day, who's doing Luigi, I think. I think. You can correct me on that. But he sounds pathetic enough as Luigi, and it works. I'll give you 99 cents to sing Snake Eater. I don't even know Snake Eater, and I don't sing very well, so maybe some other time. Charlie Day works, yes. Anyway, hello August, by the way. I don't know if I said that. Yeah, no, and again, the person who's doing the main Toad seems like he's doing all right. I need to know more. Like, I guess it just needs to be not grading, right? I'm willing to listen to Toad for a long time. I like Toad. I like Toad's voice. In general, like from the games and stuff. And even the memes of like people going, ah, like it's good stuff. No one says hello to me evermore since I came out of the MRI machine this morning. Well, hello. But that's sad. Lou Albano reminds me of my favorite Mario voice, at least for the purpose of someone I would be listening to for an extended length of time. That's fair. The guy who plays Zim is one of my favorite VAs. Dude, yeah. Oh, he's great. I'm down for Princess Peach. Not offensive, but I think the voice will grow on people. I don't like Peach. I don't like her voice. But then again, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. It might be just the trailer. I don't like her voice in the trailer, at least. She just seems to, I don't know. She just doesn't fit in my brain. As long as I don't know. It's one of those things where we've had these voice actors do these characters for so long, right? And if you get somebody that's closer to them, then it works at least better for people. I think in general, just because of, the fact that people don't like change in general. It's just a thing that people don't like. But regardless of that, if you have something similar enough, people will go for it more easily. But even so, too much feminism in the princess. No, that's not my thing. I don't like any of that kind of shit. I don't care. It's just that the voice doesn't fit for me. Lou Albano died though, so that's off the table. I'll look into who that is later, because I don't know who that is, off the top of my head. But yeah, so it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know. I heard someone say that to me and also found it absurd. That's fair. You should, because that's not the issue. Peach has always been like a pretty yeah, she's been kidnapped a bunch, but she also has been like, I don't know, what's the words that I'm looking for? I guess not forward, not hardened, no, she's been kidnapped less lately. She's been less kidnapped lately. Yeah. Well, so in a way, yeah, a little bit. Independent, that works. Yeah, independent's a good word for it. Yeah, she's been very independent, regardless. So I don't care if she has more of a like a role or something, right? The guy who plays Kratos in God of War is also pretty good. Nice. Yeah. He's the VA from Super Mario Brothers Super Show. Also the actor that lived in the live action segments. Oh, Captain Lou. Sorry. Yeah. Oh. Where he's going around going, wait, oh goodness. I used to be able to do his voice a bit. Not really. Not great. But it was, oh man, I love Captain Lou. Yeah. Super Mario Brothers Super Show had the best Mario. He's going around and he actually sounds like he's from Brooklyn. It's great. Wow. He sounds like Captain Lou, and Captain Lou is great. Anyway, I've never watched the show. I just know clips because they're great. Put Angelina Jolie as Peach and Pratch, and everybody will forgive it. Dude, no. I just don't care if it's a big name actor, right? If it's somebody who can do a decent performance, that's all I care about, right? Even like Jack Black is a cool guy. Don't get me wrong, but I had reservations from the beginning because I was like, I don't know. It might be okay. I don't know. He's a cool guy, but I don't know. When I heard him, it works, right? And again, Charlie Day, same thing. I don't know, but then it works. Immediately, Chris Pratt, I thought, I don't know about that one. And I was right. But, like, just because they're a big name, man, I hate that being, like, the reason, The reason that these people are cast instead of, like, who fits the role best. Because they lucked out for Bowser and Luigi. At least. But again, I guess we'll see when the movie actually comes out. I don't know. But anyway, oh yeah, Peach found her inner Beyonce was the other thing that I wanted to comment a bit about. Yeah, so this is the thing. Again, she even had her own games and stuff. I know Super Princess Peach isn't great, but it's still like a thing that happened, and she took more active roles in like Super Mario 3D World and all that kind of stuff and fucking all that shit. It's fine. Hugh Jackman is Mario because Mario is a title killer. Oh, goodness. Tara Strong, she's all over the place too, but she actually has talent. Tara Strong. Okay. That might be. I know the name, and I think I know the person. Yeah. Okay, I know who she is. Maybe, actually, yeah. Yeah. It depends. I'd have to see, her do the thing. Oh, is a turtle killer. Oh, a turtle. Ah, I see. Hugh Jackman. I can get behind her. Fair enough. True, as long as a person does a good job in the role, that's all that matters. Yes, exactly. At the end of the day, it's all that matters, at least to me, is how how the story goes. Does it make sense? Is it coherent? Is it consistent? And is the performance good? Right? The visuals and stuff, they are a thing for after the fact, because anything can look good these days. Everything looks good these days. Like budget and stuff doesn't matter. How much the thing makes doesn't matter. It's just the performances and the story, really. The story is paramount. Anyway, we've talked a lot about the Mario movie. It's been about 30 minutes. And if we continue this on this path, I could talk about video game movies literally all night. Cuz I have watched quite a few. Oh, it immediately made me want to talk about the old Super Mario Brothers movie, cuz I watched that like a couple months ago, and damn was that bad. But it was kind of funny. But anyway, I could go into these things in depth because I even was going to watch a lot of them like as a side thing that I was going to do a long time ago, and I started doing it a long time ago. Watching all the video game movies and talking about them. And maybe we'll do that at some point, just on the show, not for the main show, but maybe a sideshow thing. A secondary show, if you will. But right now, we should get to the topic at hand. Because what are you here for? You're here for D&D stuff, maybe. Or you're here for us. Either way. It's just me this time. Let's go. The failure of video game cinema. The failure of video games into cinema could be a series. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The old movie was a public display of the director's cowardice, too afraid to make an actual Mario movie. Yes. For me, as long as the world and the characters are good, I will like it in some way. Well, so this is the thing. I can like a lot of things. Like, Boo and I can tell you, okay? We love Godzilla. Godzilla's great in the fact that it sucks. It's so bad. But the fights and stuff and the suits and like all the fun shit that goes on in those movies that doesn't make any sense. Like, those movies suck, but they're great. I love them. They're not good movies. I will never, ever claim that Godzilla movies are like well written, but man, they're great. And so I'm good with, I can like a lot of things, and some things I can like more so than others, even if they're bad, right? But like, it really, these days, it really depends on what it is and how it's done. I was talking about this before. Okay, I'm on the tangent again. Sorry, I try to get back to the topic, but I keep getting on tangents. Like, fucking, I watched, not too long ago, I watched The Velocipaster. It's a shitty movie. It's bad, but it's fun. It's really fun and I like it in a lot of ways, just because it's just bad. And I don't know, it seems like they made it seriously, but it also feels like they didn't in some points of it. Like, it feels like it's made half seriously in a lot of cases, which kind of grates on me a bit. So it's not like my favorite bad movie, but it's very fun and I like it. Just because it's the way that it is, right? So I can like something that's bad, I can like something that's good, I can like something that's mediocre. It doesn't matter, you know. Liking something is totally different from me considering good or bad, right? Anyway, maybe Bowser should have a two-handed weapon. That's right. Maybe he should. And that's not the first part of the topic today. But let's get into the topic. Okay. So, we are going to talk about homebrew and two-handed weapon fighting. That being said, we're going to start with homebrew ideas. Now, I was hoping to bounce these back and forth with the crew, but I'm going to bounce them back and forth with you guys exclusively. So, we're going to go into this thing that says 27 homebrew rule ideas for 5e. For D&D 5e, excuse me. Well, it's homebrew rule ideas for D&D 5e. But it's 27 of them. It's only an 11-minute video, and we can kind of go over what these rules are, how they would work, if they do work, you know, all that kind of stuff. Godzilla will always have a place in my heart. Oh yeah, me too. Always. I'll never say it's a great fucking series. I just like it a lot. It's great in that regard that I can like it despite its flaws. It's very, very obvious flaws. So let's move on to this. So this is brought to us by Guiding Bolt. And let's see about these 27 homebrew rule ideas for 5e. Oh, I forgot to put it. Oh my god, you can see the Discord in the background. There we go. Cool. Here we go.
What's up, Guiding Bolt fans? Just a
Who's a villain in Super Mario Brothers 2? Shit, I knew that. Yeah, Wart. There you go. Thank you, Lex.
here, and today I want to talk about homebrew rule ideas for incorporating into your 5e games. Now, our table doesn't use all 27 of these homebrew rules, but I thought it would be fun to gather up a whole bunch of ideas for you to consider at your table. Sometimes we may not like a rule as written, or we just want an alternative option. So Let's jump in.
Okay.
Number 1 is inspiration point buys. So players can have up to 5 points of inspiration instead of the normal single 1. They can spend 1 point of inspiration to allow them to roll with advantage, like normal, or they can spend 3 points of inspiration, which allows them to re-roll the dice. Unlike with advantage, this option allows the player to see the results of the die roll before choosing to roll again or not. Finally, spending 5 points of inspiration is an automatic success.
Okay. Let's talk about this. Homebrew, the thing I keep rambling about. Yeah, fair enough. King Boo. Oh, King Boo is great. He's a great enemy. I like him a lot. So, here's the thing about inspiration point buys. The problem that I can see, first off, is how inspiration is given in 5e. With the wishy-washy way that it is, right? The very, yes, it feels more loose way that it's given. Nothing that's very set unless we want to go by what it says in it. Boo's dad is pretty cool. That's right, yeah. I've never met him, but he seems sick. So if I go into the player's handbook again, and I go find inspiration, because it should be in here, I'm pretty sure. Inspiration, 125 in your 5e player's handbook. That's right. So, on page 125, we have gaining inspiration For a variety of reasons, typically DMs award it when you play out your personality traits given to the drawbacks presented by a flaw or bond, and otherwise portray your character in a compelling way. The DM will tell you how you can earn inspiration in the game. You either have inspiration or you don't. You can't stock multiple inspirations for later use, right? So again, it's one of those things of like, did you impress the DM enough that he went, that was pretty cool, I guess, have some inspiration, right? Already something that I don't think is hard set enough for us to make it into an easy, like, way to just give it out more, right? I don't like that inspiration homebrew for that's... I don't like that inspiration homebrew for that's just a micromanagement nightmare, especially for a lot of casual players that often forget that they've used it. Yeah. It's just inspiration is rarely given out. It's like hero points. You only really remember when you absolutely need it, then becomes an argument on if you have it. Yep, exactly. So both of those absolutely put in that other stipulation of, dude, it's just another thing that we got to keep track of. And to be fair, not saying that it's not impossible to keep track of another thing for it to be, easy, but what I am saying is that it seems unnecessary, right? And the problem is that these now become incredibly necessary in a lot of cases. Like, if you were to start using this rule, you would have to then account for inspiration a lot more. Especially if you can just re-roll after you see the result, and also spend 5 where you just get an automatic success. That shit seems just something that you really need to take into account in everything that you do. And I don't like auto success. I personally don't like that. This is just a personal thing, but like auto success always feels like, in the sense of like, I have to spend something to just auto succeed that's given to me in a that's like outside of the system in a way, right? Where this isn't technically outside of the system, but like, I don't know. A lot of the time, I don't like the idea of just it cheapens the success when it feels like an auto success to me. And there are some things where I'm like, you can auto succeed in certain things if you have like proficiency and stuff, right? Like, it's very simple things that if you're proficient, you've probably done this a million times. I might make you roll for it once in a blue moon just to see if you kept up, right? If you don't have one of those days of like, it all goes to shit. But it's one of those things where that makes more sense to me, and I'm okay with that. But with this kind of thing, it's like, oh, I just spend 5 points and I just auto succeed. So I guess 5 is the maximum points that we can have, and every time I have 5, well, I just use it to auto succeed in a very critical thing, just to make sure that it happens, and not to like play through what's happening, right? I don't know if that makes any sense. I like the new drawing for your character, by the way, Alejo. Thank you. That's me. That's just Void me. He's pretty cool. I like him a lot. I have an add-on in Foundry that reminds myself and players every hour about hero points. That's a good add-on. Yeah, that's fair. I never like auto successes, so it's weird when I play 5e games, and even a few Pathfinder 2e games, it just happens on nat 20s. So yeah, though, that's the thing. That shouldn't be the case in a lot of games. It depends on your DMs and such, right? But it's not a hard set rule of like, if you get a natural 20, you automatically succeed. A lot of people play it that way because it's some unofficial like understanding that we all have. But usually, at least in my case, when I'm gonna run things, I'm probably gonna not do that at all. I'm just gonna go with you got a critical, let's see what happens, right? And like with skills in 5e, at least, you're not supposed to crit succeed or crit fail on skills. With Pathfinder, you can like get higher than and lower than, and that's how you crit fail and succeed by a certain amount, and that's cool to me. but just getting a nat 20 doesn't mean anything. Unless it's an attack, right? But not a skill. Anyway.
Number 2. Alternatively to the inspiration point by alternative, inspiration is just a reroll rather than advantage.
No. So, because the reroll implies, at least with this, I don't know if this is the exact implication because it's just that one line, but the reroll implies that it's like that spending 3 points one, where you reroll and after you see the result of the die. I don't know. Yeah, the point of the advantage and disadvantage is to avoid that. Exactly. That's my immediate thought. It's like, why would we take away that advantage disadvantage thing at all? It doesn't. What? I guess it's reroll and you have to take the other result, right? Instead of roll 2 dice and you can take either, or you have to take the lower. But it takes that takes away from the roll, like the disadvantage rolls. Literally, it takes it away. Never mind. I mean, I guess you could be stuck with something lower, yes, but I don't know. It just, I don't think that works. Oh, reroll. God, everyone hates the rogue sneak attack. Yeah, that's the other thing. Oh, you could absolutely try to game that out more. There are abilities in Pathfinder to do that with reroll, but they're very restrictive. Yeah. Well, the problem with 5e even has the lucky feat, where you can just reroll shit, which is really, really annoying to deal with because you get 3 of them a day, I think, and then halflings get 1 if they're a certain subrace, I think, like Lightfoot or something. I don't remember what it is, but it's a straight up reroll that you can just use, which the feat itself is very broken. It just really can, like, if you only roll once or 3 times in a single run or single session, you might just completely be fine because of it, because of the feat. And like divination wizards can do a thing where they save these things up to use later, which is a different system entirely, but that one feels at least more fair because you have to do it like at the beginning of the day, and then over the course of the day you can only use those 2 numbers, and sometimes you get like a 1 and a 3, right? And you can't use them on other people until later, I think. Like you get that as your like 3rd level or 4th level feat or something. I don't remember. Some homebrew ideas for monster encounters would be nice, but I'm not sure if this video goes into it. We'll see. Divination school ability makes sense and fits that particular class. Yeah, no, absolutely. They're messing with time and space. Like, fuck it. Yeah, give them a little bit of stuff. But it's not just a straight reroll. It's a replacement, even, you know? Anyway.
Number 3. Nat 20s on initiative gives a player advantage on their first attack, while a Nat 1 on initiative gives a player disadvantage on their first attack.
Okay, it would actually make it so that your incentive when you're rolling initiative is a little bit better. It gives you an advantage if you are first, quote unquote. Though other things, I mean, obviously this would, so my thing would immediately be, I would put this on both sides, right? Both the players and the monsters, whatever their encounter is. If they get a nat 20, they get advantage. Nat 1, they get disadvantage. Which I think is fair if you do it for both. Overall, I don't think it's a bad thing. Again, it really makes it so that getting a nat 20 on initiative is actually something that matters, instead of it being like, oh, I go first, right? Because a lot of the time, it doesn't really do much, even if you go first. Still not a fan of this, but that further makes the Assassin Rogue redundant, which they don't need more of. Let's stop picking on the Assassin Rogue. Oh, we talked about the Assassin Rogue before, yeah. The Assassin Rogue it needs to be fixed. Nat 20 for advantage sounds alright, yeah. Well, nobody plays Assassin Rogue because it's so, like, underpowered in a lot of cases, I think. In a lot of their features, it kind of sucks. So, let's just fucking kill it. Let's just totally rework Assassin Rogue, which I hope they do for D&D 1D&D. If they actually give a shit, because the playtesting material seems like they haven't thought about it yet. They have Thief in there, but they don't have... By the way, something to make note of, we'll talk about it again when we cover 1D&D again, because I looked at the current playtest material. There was another thing that came out, and it was for classes. They are doing some 4E stuff, in the sense of grouping things like 4E did, and people are gonna be like, ooh, but I'm immediately like, that's fine. It's not a problem. This is a thing. So I hope they just make 4E again, and then people will like it because they won't call it 4E, and then I can laugh and go, you liked 4E all along, you just didn't give it a chance. You know.
Number 4. Everyone rolls an initiative check at the start of a session and after each long rest. So this way, everyone knows when it's their turn to go, and it doesn't break the flow of the story when combat starts.
I guess you could do that. If it works for you, it works for you, but at the right off the bat, I'm like, so the entire day, it doesn't matter how ready you were. You might have been more ready in certain instances than you were in others, right? Like, however you want to justify it. And I don't know, man. I guess so sometimes you might not even have a long rest in the middle of a game, you know? So I hear you like 4E D&D, but didn't like 4E. Might I interest you in some Pathfinder 2E? Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, so it's fine, I guess, but again, I don't know about this one. I like 4 only in specific situations like social or exploratory encounters. I guess not even in a day thing, just non-combat encounters. Well, so I don't see initiative ever being used outside of combat. I don't know why I would need to. I like with roleplay and stuff. I guess exploring could have a combat system or a initiative system if something is time sensitive, right? But yeah, I mean, I don't see this being something that's incredibly well used just in general. I don't know. It again, I feel like in each instance of something, it makes more sense to me that you would be more or less prepared, but depending on the circumstances. But that again also lets rise argument of like, well, I was kind of being prepared for another thing to happen, and it's like, I don't know. One day a person says I want something new. The next day a person says the new thing sucks. Fandoms be weird time to time. Yeah, that's true.
Number 5. Drinking a potion is allowed as a bonus action rather than the use a magic option action. And this is actually one of the homebrew rules that we use at our table right now.
Sure. 5 is fine. I have no problem with that whatsoever. It seems like it would be more useful. It makes it so that death is even less of a consequence, of course, but at that point you can just amp up like the challenge of all the monsters, right? My DM for 5e does it not just to keep us organized and under control in case things are hectic, but there can be multiple scenarios happening at once, particularly in time-sensitive social matters. Yeah, I just switch between scenes, like, as best I can. Like, while this is happening, what are you guys doing? While you guys are doing that, what are you guys doing? Like, I feel like that works better for me, at least, because I can kind of keep that in my brain a little bit. But if that works better for your DM, then that works, and I see no issue there. If 2 players want to do different things that can't both be done, I would resolve that with an initiative. Sure. I usually have, like, I guess in those kinds of cases, I've not encountered them. I would just say that we have to figure out who wants to do something first. Or I'd give them like a helpful little, you might not be able to do both. I have no issue with 5, but the thief rogue does. Right, cunning action or whatever. Or no, it's thief rogue. Thief rogue's specific. Wait, what does thief rogue specifically get? Hold on, I have my book right here. Thief rogue. Cunning action is for all rogues, not thieves. So to be fair, I barely play thief rogues. I barely play rogues in general, so I don't know off the top of my head. That's wizard. I'm going way past it every time. Sorcerer. Thief. Fast hands. That's the one. Make a dexterity. No. Oh yeah, use an object action. Yep. Bonus action. And maybe if you need to impose some structure on your table to keep everyone from talking over each other, having an initiative order to establish could be a solution. That's table dependent, though. Yeah, exactly. Again, the groups that I play with, it seems fine. We don't really need to worry about it that much. But if your table needs it, then your table needs it, and there's no issue with that. Anyway.
Number 6. Instead of number 5, you can have it where if you use your main action to use a healing potion, it does max healing, while using a healing potion as a bonus action results in the normal die roll.
Why? But why though? But actually, why though? Why does it become less effective? Like, the magic itself is less effective? When you do it as a quicker thing? How does that make any sense? I don't get it. Huh? Easy mode, I guess. Dude, super easy mode, yeah. I don't know, just keep 5, don't do 6. If you want to do 6, do it. I don't fucking, who cares? But for my personal opinion, it's already easy enough as is 5e, so whatever. Fuck your easy mode. Are paladins the strongest class? I forget at the moment, or at least it feels like the strongest. I would argue yes, they are the strongest in terms of martial and magical, just in the sense of how much damage they can do on a crit, because they can just pump into their divine smite, and if they readied another smite beforehand, then there's a shit ton of damage that they could do. So paladins are probably, if we want to talk numbers, the strongest.
While using a healing potion as a bonus action results in the normal die roll. Number 7. Players commit to an action as soon as they roll for it. The player should only roll when the DM tells them to, and they must accept the result even if they don't like it.
Is this not just how you play D&D usually? What? Wait. Oh, is this? I'm sorry. Okay, wait. Yeah, is it exactly? Isn't that just how you play D&D? Am I missing something? Like, sure, we've taken back things on occasion just because we didn't understand what each other was saying on occasion. And that's fine, just because you had no idea, like, exactly what people were saying. I don't see that as an issue. But, like, otherwise, we usually just go, ah, shit, well, here we go. Right? Because, like, if fundamentally everyone at the table completely does not understand what happened, then it's like, oh, yeah, okay. Let's bring it back a little bit. Sorry, I didn't realize I didn't explain it enough. Or I explained it poorly, right? I thought you understood what I understood. Let me get you there so that we can make a better decision. Because you should have all the information that I've given you. But if it's literally just like what I don't the only time I let time rewind on a roll is if it's a misunderstanding or invalid. Yeah, exactly. How is 7 a homebrew thing? Seriously, like, I get people are new to the game and need take backsies, and sometimes there's miscommunication of scenarios, but people are human. Rewinds are needed. Yeah. Do people roll without saying anything? Never heard that before. I've seen that when trying to cheat. Well, so I've seen people just, like, roll for things in the sense of rolling for something beforehand, because they jump the gun on occasion, right? And like some things are like a little bit some things we roll beforehand sometimes in the sense of like insight checks on occasion in one of my groups. We just go like insight check because we're talking to somebody and we're suspicious of them. But usually we know, like, it's known that we're suspicious of them because of how we talk to them, and we're looking at the DM and they understand that, right? So I don't know. I don't understand why anybody would just not do that. This is such a weird. Okay. Huh.
If nothing else, this homebrew rule makes players consider their actions a lot more seriously. Number 8. Instead of dealing double damage dice, critical hits are normal damage plus max dice value plus the modifier. So for example, if your hit normally does 2d4 points of damage plus 3 for your modifier, on a critical hit, you would still roll the 2d4, but you would add the max of the dice, which would be 8, plus your 3 modifier.
Yeah, no, that's something
Alternatively,
that's something that I've seen done, and I would probably do it myself on occasion. It depends on how I'm feeling. But yeah, it makes it so that your crit is always going to be something like better than it was, or better than a regular strike. And I see no issue with that whatsoever. It's totally fine. Again, I would also have it for the monsters. So, be careful. But yeah.
9 for critical hits. You roll double the damage dice and keep the highest half. So for example, a longsword critical hit would be 2d8. So you roll 4d8 and keep the 2 highest dice.
Huh. I don't know about 9. It's another way to do it, I guess, but at the same time, it seems like you're instead of doubling the damage, you're quadding it and then having it in a way, Like, not necessarily that. It just seems like we're doing extremely, like, we're going for as much as we can every time. Which, again, if I were to put this in my game, I would make it so everything does this too, so that it would be balanced out. So it's incredibly like deadly in that case. But yeah, I don't know about that one. I just won't accept a roll I didn't call for. Nat 20, too bad. That's fair enough. Now we're just doing unnecessary math with 9. Yeah, it really does feel that way. Like, again, it's a way to do it, I guess, but fuck it, I guess. I don't know. Do what you want in that case. It seems like we're putting things as like a harder game in general, like a hardcore game. Things are doing a lot more damage. And they should be doing a lot more damage in that case. And death should be more of a prominent thing, I guess.
Number 10. Crits on ability checks give you an additional +5 to the roll.
No. I don't know about that one. Like, critting is not a thing on skill checks. It isn't a thing, and if we're gonna add it in as a thing, we can. But if we're going to also put that it's a +5 just straight up, it's crazy, man. Now we're really in like super fucking territory of like, it's like superhuman territory. Holy fuck. Bigger damage numbers would speed up combat at least. So there could be an advantage there. That's fair. Yeah. No to that crit thing. Take Homebrew number 10 to the Jersey dump. Well, so yeah, this is the thing, right? I don't think it's necessary to do that. You just need to have these things be more, your DCs be more manageable in a sense. Like, critting doesn't automatically mean that you succeed. For a, like, it's not a crit, It's not a crit on a skill check. It just it isn't. Having the modifier there should really mean something. And again, especially with 5e, you can't really specialize into skills at all. Really? So like proficiency is there, and if you're a bard and a rogue, yeah, you can. Absolutely you can. But anything else, it's just like, we just do our thing. And it's fine to have some things that are better at skills than others, but everybody can do everything, with skills. You can roll anything. It might not make sense, and that's why I don't necessarily let people roll anything, because it's like, how the fuck would you know about some of this shit? But technically you can roll anything. So if you just crit on, like, I don't know, you're a let's go stereotypes. So you're like a low intelligence barbarian, right? A low intelligence barbarian who rolls a fucking nature check to identify what this plant is that's in the town square to see if it's poisonous or not. They're like, if they're trying to sell you poison or not. It's like, you got a 20. Cool. Also +5. It's like, wow, you super know. It's like, oh my god. They don't need it, especially the system which is auto success on crit, so adding to that number is redundant. Well, so the system itself isn't like that, right? D&D 5e isn't like that. That's not in the rules. So if you're going by rules as written, then this is just a +5 to your bonus on your skills, right? But people play it like that? Yeah, I don't care how people play it. It's not how it is. It's not the system. It's people. But regardless, if people are playing it like that in that case, then yes, it becomes redundant. But the system itself, it just makes it so that it is way the fuck more easy. And it's like, no. Don't think Nat 20's ever been an auto success for skills raw? No, it's never been. People just think that way because they saw crits for attacks, and then they were like, oh, let's just apply it to everything. It's like, that's not how it works. It even says in the rules, like, but nobody reads their player's handbook, so what am I, whatever.
Number 11. Only use DCs when it comes to spell saves or saving throws. Outside of combat, skill checks are yes, maybe, or no DCs. So a high roll would be a success, a low roll would be a failure, and a mid-range roll would, be a maybe. For example, if you were rolling for insight versus deception, a high roll would mean the person sees through the lie.
No.
A mid-range roll would mean they're suspicious, but not quite certain, while a low roll means maybe they believe the lie or they take it at face value.
So immediately for your example, you've already shown me an example where if both roll high, then it means that nothing happens. And if somebody rolls high and somebody else rolls high, potentially that means that somebody just sees through it regardless. Like, the numbers are there for a reason. Like, setting these DCs is there for a reason. And even if you fail, you can fail forward. It's something that we should do a lot more of, just because having consequences come about even if you succeed. You don't necessarily succeed entirely is something that I think is fun to do, because you can add more drama or something like that. Would be fucking cool. It can really add to your story. So I don't know, just make your DCs, like, make your DC range so that this is a success. Like, say 15 is a success, right? And then 15 is a success, 10 is a partial success in the sense of you only get like half the information you wanted or something. A 5 is you don't know, but there's something about this that you kind of believe or something, right? Lower than that is like, I don't fucking know. You have no idea. And then higher than that is maybe you get more information that you wanted, or, just have degrees of success. Excuse me. Alejo versus the people in a steel cage match on New Year's Eve. Book it, Triple H. Yeah. Casket match would be how I book that. It's fair. Homebrew 11 just made prior homebrew rules she come up with more pointless, because what's the point to the numbers for the skills? At that point, you might as well run something rules light. Yes, exactly. Tony Khan, give us a casket match between Alejo versus the people. Dude, I will go against the people any day. All right. A lot of the people, the populace, they're a little they need a little bit of a talking to. I'll do it. I might not be the best at it, but I'll fucking do it. Bluff is still a skill in 5e, isn't it? Or something like persuade at least. Yeah, there's deception. Deception is bluff, and your persuasion is diplomacy. The people need a humbling. That's right. Bluff is a deception, yes. Yeah, and then insight is your sense motive, and those are those main skills. Persuasion is persuasion in 5e. Yeah, diplomacy is what it was in 3.5, but persuasion is what it is now. Alejo will win that match, no problem. Thank you.
Number 12. Advantage on an HP roll when you gain a level.
Sure, I guess. Why not? I don't care. Like, if you get a 1 on your HP roll, it sucks. Usually sometimes I go, okay, well, how much health do you have? Oh, 5? And you're going to get 6 because you don't have you know what? You can reroll that, right? Alejo, bring the steel chair and the people's elbow. I'll do my best. But yeah, it's fine if you want to get advantage on an HP roll. That doesn't seem bad to me at all. I don't care.
Number 13. This is the luck roll. So this is used as a way of helping a DM decide on things that they hadn't considered beforehand. So the DM decides what they think the...
Oh, yeah, true. That's the other thing, right? If you don't want to do a reroll on 1s or anything like that, the average can definitely be taken. That's the thing. What I usually say is you can either take the average or roll for it. That's what I give at the beginning, right? And then if they take the average, they took the average, and then they get their Constitution modifier, right? But if you get a 1 when you roll for it and you have like shit HP and you're so low, then I'm like, all right, if you want to, yeah, reroll on that 1. You can maybe get a 2. And if they get a 2 or a 1 again, that's it. They get that. But, you know. Flaming table 2, Alejo. I'll do my best. I'll do it for you, the people. But not those people that I'm fighting, obviously. The people each come out with a metal spike hardcore rules. Well, I'm fucking dead. All right. Guess I'll haunt them to shit.
Likelihood of something succeeding is, 10%, 20%, and then they ask the players high or low. Then the DM rolls a d20, or they choose to have the player do so.
Oh.
So an example would be, the player says their large fighter and plate mail wants to jump from a 3rd-story window to the lower roof of the next door building. Okay. The DM decides, there's probably a 20% chance he's going to crash straight through that roof, and a few of the other PCs will have to make dex saving throws to not fall through with them.
Sure.
So he has his player call high, which would be the 16 to 20 range, 20%.
Okay.
Or low, 1 to 5. If the die roll comes up within the called range, then the fighter falls through the roof. Any other die roll would result in a success, though.
That's definitely a way to do a luck roll. Sure. Phyllis would fit better as a skill challenge. Sure. Well, so this is the thing. Because we play skill-based systems as well. We even in Devils and Dice, we do luck rolls on occasion. Like Boo will call for a luck roll, and we do D100s, right? And we just roll those out, and he's already set if it's likely or not, and so we go by that. And like, I don't see any issue there. I think it's totally fine if you want to do a luck roll in that kind of thing, because you have that in Call of Cthulhu, you have that in Delta Green. Like I've called for a luck roll in Vampire before. But regardless, like I think it's fine to have that as like there's a chance you could do it and a chance you couldn't. And if you really want to do that, there's no reason not to. If you want to use a D20 to do it instead of the D100s, that's just another way. It's just a lower die and a single die instead. So yeah, I mean, I like luck as a mechanic that you can use for a luck roll. Because sometimes things are just lucky or not. That's fine with me. it depends on the situation, of course. Sometimes it could be like, dude, I have this. But usually your DM, or at least my DM, and me, I would hope, have the sense to not do it in a place that it doesn't make any sense, right? Or do it in a situation that actually has like no consequence. That's just makes it so it's kind of fun, right? Hell yeah, hardcore is the only way. It's fair enough. Bring out Mr. Sacco. Oh. Hardcore D&D, players fight the DM for real to decide who wins the battle. There you go. We go LARPing. Don't forget the thumbtacks. Yeah.
14. If you take longer than 20 to 30 seconds to decide on what you're doing during combat, then your character was distracted and lost their turn. Or alternatively, they readied a dodge.
I get the reason for this as a thing, but at the same time, I personally don't care if it takes you a little while to fucking do your turn. Like, I know we're there for a certain amount of time, but yeah, there you go. God, my players would never act. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I'm fine with it. Some people have better mileage with this. Like, some people don't. It's whatever. I don't care at the end of the day. We don't need to do this. Bump it up to a couple of minutes. Sure, yeah, that's fine as well. You can do that. I don't know. I actually like 14, but that depends on the group. Don't do that on a huge group of new players, but vets, yes. Well, even the vets, I don't think you need to impose something like that, you know? I feel like at that point you don't need to worry about it at all. All right, Boo will be around soon. Anyway.
So this helps ensures that players are paying attention and the party is always thinking what to do next. I think a good exception here would be when the DM throws something thematic into the combat.
Thematic?
And sometimes that may cause the player's perfect plan to get turned upside down, and they may need a second to think about a new plan, and that's okay here.
The other thing that I would absolutely say is I don't know, man. Like, it doesn't matter. I've already said enough about this. My brain has lost the thought anyway. Boo enters the ring. Oh, he'll be here soon. Boo's returning from his filming of Super Mario Brothers 2 and as its big bad. That's right. Also, if you don't give them the option to pick another default action like attacking. Oh, if you do that, give them another. Yeah, you could absolutely do that. That's the thing. Like, in the moment, oh, that's what I was going to say. My brain returned. In the moment, somebody could have analysis paralysis and, like, completely fucking, like, freeze up during it, and you give them a couple of seconds to, like, actually get to that point and, like, become able to make a decision. Like, that's a thing that happens, and especially in a situation that might be a little more high pressure in like a combat where people are dying left and right, even like your mileage definitely will vary in this respect. Boo is running down the ring. What's this? He's bringing the money in the bank briefcase. Boo has slipped under the ring. New champion Boo did it. He'll be here soon, guys.
Number 15. Which bolt does its full damage every round you maintain concentration on it after the turn is cast? So I know this one is pretty specific to a spell, but there are lots of different homebrew rules you could have around spells.
Okay. Yeah, but I have to look at Witch Bolt again. I've used it like 3 times. Witch Bolt. Get past this appendix here. Okay. Witch Bolt. This is on page 289 of your player's handbook for 5e. Casting time 1 action, range 30 feet, components verbal somatic material, a twig from a tree that has been struck by lightning, concentration up to 1 minute. A beam of crackling blue energy lances out toward a creature within range, forming a sustained arc of lightning between you and the target. Make a ranged spell attack against that creature. On a hit, the target takes 1d12 lightning damage, and on each of your turns for the duration, you can use your action to deal 1d12 lightning damage to the target automatically. The spell ends if you use your action to do anything else. The spell also ends if the target is ever outside the spell's range or if it has total cover from you. At higher levels, it goes up by a d12 for every slot level above first. Okay. So you would have to use your action to enact the effect anyway. But why? I don't think that's necessary. Witch Bolt spell is that again? Nice. Good one. What the fuck is this Witch Bolt? Did using Witch Bolt slay you? No, to this because it's just a 2 times caster level each round on a single target. If you hit the first time, that's too much. Yes. Yes, that's the other thing, right? If you cast it at any level above first, you do the first 2d12 damage, let's say, if you only cast it at second level, and then you're doing 24 damage every fucking round. That seems awful. If your concentration is high, in the sense of your constitution modifier and your con save being high because of proficiency potentially or whatever, you're fucking fine. You get hit by a spell that does 2 damage and you're automatically passing on a 10. What are you doing? A witch bolt killed my family and destroyed my village, exactly. So now I want to empower it to such a degree. 12, 24, 36, 48, no. Bad OP, yes. Exactly. That seems incredibly. It's immediately from the moment you step off that hill, you're fucking snowballing all the way down it, right? It's immediately gonna fuck you over. As the DM, it's gonna fuck you over and all of your monsters. No. No.
16. The DM will repeat what players get for loot as many times as they need to when distributing it, but the moment the game moves on, if the players forgot to write it down and can't remember it, then that loot is lost to the void.
No, that's a dick move. What? Why? What? Why? Why can't we remind them what they got if they forget on occasion? What? I don't. So, let's at the end of the session, it might be that it's only been a couple of minutes since the last time that you started, since that moment that they got shit. So it doesn't make any sense that they would immediately forget everything. That's dumb. I don't like that. All right, give me a sec. I'm getting boo. Hello. How are you doing?
I was dead earlier, apparently. I went to bed at 4:30.
Nice. Oh, wow.
Yeah, no, that's not nice. I don't want to sleep that fucking long.
That's a long time.
Yep. Especially I'm off.
Yeah.
I want to do stuff.
Yeah, man. Jeez. Well, now you're here.
Yeah, and I have tomorrow off as well. So.
Oh, good.
I'm already in the watch together. Hello. I didn't, because now I notice that we're 6 minutes through the video, so we're about 2 hours in.
Yeah, hour and 19, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Timothy says hello. There you go.
Hello.
Oh, I would just open a big hole with lava in it and have the bad guy fall in. Oh, there you go. I want to empower it because I hated my family and village. Oh, there you go. Every caster would no longer picks up silvery barbs. What's silvery barbs? I don't know that one.
I want to say it's
a spell, I assume.
Yeah, it's spell. I don't remember what the hell it does though.
Silvery barbs 5e. You magically distract the triggering creature and turn its momentary uncertainty into encouragement for another creature. The triggering creature must re-roll the d20 and use the lower roll. Ah, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You can then choose a different creature you can see within range. You can choose yourself. The chosen creature has advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw it makes within 1 minute. Jesus. Creature can be empowered by only one use of this spell at a time. It's a reaction. First level. Jesus. Strixhaven, huh? Wow.
Holy hell.
Yeah, that's an auto take for every bard, sorcerer, and wizard.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, if we were talking about so this is 27 homebrew rules, right? And the last one we were just talking about is making it so Witch Bolt, every action like that you take to concentrate to use its effect, it just does max damage, which is fucked.
Yeah, no, that's fucked. What the hell?
Yeah, it's a D12 and then another D12 on top of that every level after first, so you're doing shit tons of damage just regardless, and it's like, oh Jesus,
yeah, just sitting there. What the no?
Yeah, so
Dear
then
God.
it would be an auto take, basically, is what they're saying.
Yeah.
Number 16 is a player-based thing to make sure they're paying attention, and often DMs who've dealt with less intentive or dickish players will enact rules like that. Well, at that point, you just get rid of the player. Like, fuck that. No, I'm not gonna do that as a thing.
Not gonna punish the people who do it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, fucking, I don't care if they're your only group. Like, the internet exists, first off.
Yeah.
Second off, like, I don't know. I feel like not having a game with shitty people is better than having a game with shitty people.
Yeah.
I never understand that of like bad D&D is better than no D&D. I'm like, no, it can be so much worse.
It's not.
Why the fuck, you know?
That'd be like saying bad movies are better than no movies.
Oh,
no.
Jesus Christ, no.
Yeah, no.
Speaking
or
of
bad
movies,
video, like just change
bad
the adjective or the noun to anything, and
exactly.
I guarantee you're gonna hear why that's dumb.
Yes. Boo, did you defeat Mario in the second movie?
No.
Oh.
No.
Damn.
He always fucking man, it's almost like he's got fucking plot armor or he's being controlled by somebody.
I know, right?
Bullshit.
It's crazy. Man. I don't envy you for fighting him on occasion.
Jumping on my head and shit. He's heavy.
Dude, he is. Yeah. He's a little chubby, that's why.
Little chunk.
Little chubby boy. Silvery Barbs is that busted spell? Yeah. It seems it. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. What's funny is that when you mentioned Silvery Barbs, for some reason my brain immediately went to a spell in the Trails video game series. That's basically, I think it's actually called Silvery Barbs, but it's just a damaging spell. It doesn't do anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, actually, no. Wait, it can cause like confusion, but that's about it.
Gotcha.
But it's like, wait, is it that? No, couldn't be.
Also, I will have the loot you found written down whether you do or not, because that's just inherent how I organize a session. Yeah, exactly.
Huh.
Boo already won. Mario just does not know yet. Plus he has the money in the bank case as backup. That's right. Yeah, apparently you're running into the ring with the money in the bank case, because apparently I'm in a casket match against the people. Yeah, I'm doing well.
Right.
People are praised.
Right.
You know, I've got backup from some people. It's all good.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah. I guess Mario's plot armor is that all of his deaths are non-canon. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and he just fucking respawns.
Yeah, and he's got.
When I died, I fucking became a ghost. What's his excuse?
Yeah, it's true. Why doesn't he just become a ghost?
I mean, hell, we've even got dry fucking Bowser.
True.
There's dry Peach and dry Luigi. Actually, that'd be pretty fucking sick.
It'd be pretty sick, yeah.
I would like that game a lot, actually.
Yeah, it'd be awesome.
If I played it, which I wouldn't.
That's fair. All right, let's see 17.
17. If a player fails to take notes, then their character doesn't remember. The DM will allow a straight intelligence check, especially if it's plot related, and will give hints on what it is, depending on the role and what they're trying to remember. And this can actually help greatly with all the members taking notes throughout the session. And if you're having problems with this at your game table, this is probably a good thing you just want to have an out-of-game conversation about. You know, players should be taking notes to help them remember what's going on, and it can be frustrating for the DM when players aren't doing their part of this, but it needs to be clear that that's an expectation. So talk to your table about it if this is a problem.
There you go. Okay. So
now the thing is,
mhm.
while I agree with the latter half,
Yes.
excuse me. While I agree with the latter half of that explanation, problem is that if you have a big story,
Mm-hmm.
why would you risk that on a die roll?
Yes, that's also
That's
true.
the problem for me.
I immediately think of the end of the session and the beginning of the next session might be only like a minute since they were in like the game the characters were in the game, right?
Or at most, like at least when we play, usually like a day, like
right,
you guys
exactly.
go to sleep, and it's
and
like okay,
I can remember something from yesterday sometimes, personally.
depending on how important it is.
Yeah, exactly.
And most
of the time, if it's important, I'll remember. So I'm not gonna do that shit to somebody if it's been an in-game day, even, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't. It's
hell.
it's
You know what? What's ironic is that this is actually something that's more helpful for the DM out of game
Yes.
than it is in game, because
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck, where were you guys? I don't even remember. Did anybody
Right.
take notes like that?
Yeah, and like I've said it before. It's not hard to just take a few notes. It really isn't too hard to just write down a few things if you're a player. It also is just something that just, again, it can be helpful for other people as well. Like it you don't have to, obviously. You don't have to. If you remember things well, you remember things well, and if you don't remember everything, that's fine too. But like at the same time, it does not take more than a couple of seconds to just write down like important things that your character might actually be interested in. I always, at least myself, again, this is all anecdotal, but myself, I will take notes as my character like cares. So things that my character listens to and would actually use, like my turtle for the hiatus Wednesday games that we were doing, he does not care about your personal shit unless it directly coincides with goals that he has, right?
Yes.
So literally one of the things that was happening before let me set the scene.
Yeah, you're good.
So one of the characters has a missing sister, who is the reason why she's a part of our group, and she's getting favors for the crown to from the crown for these jobs so that she can continue to try to find where her sister is. Now her sister, unbeknownst to everyone, also had attracted the interest of a minor god, a god that had been forgotten. So very minor, not even worshipped anymore, really, because she had found music notes on a wall that correlated to a song that she started to sing and use on her traveling as a bard. And because of that, it kind of became this little thing of worship towards this god. And so this god,
woke up.
Yeah, woke up and is like favoring her in a way, right? But it's minor, so it doesn't really get to do anything. It just, is
my
is
one
attached.
paladin.
Exactly, in a way.
Exactly.
So it's just attached and it's relevant in that respect. And my character found this out by finding this glass mirror that the minor god is kind of trapped in. And he was just interrogating this thing, and then eventually found this out just through this asking a bunch of questions, and like then like having my friend's character being in the room on occasion and like finding this stuff out, and then after that, then immediately went to them and started talking to them about their sister and everything they knew, and then I started writing down all of the stuff about the sister, because otherwise would not have given a shit. Now it applies
to you.
Would not have given a shit at all. So like you can do it in character so that it works, and you can leave stuff out that your character doesn't care about. And so in a way it works for you to not make notes in certain circumstances. But like important shit, take that down, man.
Yeah. And even if it's just like a fucking, all it has to be, it just has to be enough for you to remember. That's it.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be
just
like
be a shorthand thing.
Exactly. It doesn't have to be a full paragraph of like Shakespearean style writing.
No.
It can just be 2 words, like went shopping.
Bought and rod.
Bought magic sword.
Yeah. Exactly.
All it has to be. That's how I write my mid or between session notes in my campaign. Is
exactly.
Just very simple shit. just
found
enough to
thing.
jog my memory and put me back in the world, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Number 17 is going too far. I agree.
Yes.
Lich Princess Peach. Yes. Again, people are human. This woman wants to be robots, which, judging by the sound of her voice, I think she may be a robot. I have a pretty good memory for what happened in D&D. That's good, Lux.
Yeah.
D&D
I
comes
still
first.
remember where you guys are in my Call of Cthulhu campaign that's dead.
Yeah. D&D comes first in your memories over your job, family, friends, health, and all that has no place in the brain for your notes. That's right.
If real life happened, D&D wouldn't happen.
Exactly. Goodness.
Yeah.
Number 18. Shields can be splintered. A defender may choose to sacrifice or destroy their shield to make an attack miss. Magic shields are permanently reduced by a plus each time until they're destroyed.
Okay, so I'm okay with the idea of the first part.
Yeah, the magic shield, no.
No.
Like, the only way I'd be okay with that is if it deflected something very big. Like a lightning bolt and even then, it wouldn't deflect it. You would just take less damage.
Yeah, I feel like if we want to do something where a magic shield would be permanently reduced, there would have to be a way, in my eyes, that we could get it back up, right?
Yeah.
We would have to be able to
reinfused with something like that's part of the ability of the shield or something.
Yeah, exactly. It's made for that kind of like purpose. That's why it's a magic shield of, let's say, reflection in a way, right? Where every time you do so, it gets a little less strong, but every time it will reflect back whatever it is. Maybe to a lesser degree. So you'll take like half damage and they'll take like half damage or something. Or in the case of like a lightning bolt, you just take half damage.
Sorry, I dropped a supply plot on a Praetorian. It was funny.
Nice. But yeah, so that's the only kind of way that I would be okay with that magic shield thing. But other than that, I'm fine with a regular shield being destroyed if you really want like to have that be a thing.
Even then, I think like a shield should be it should kind of follow the same rules depending on the material of the shield and what is hitting it. If you have like a steel shield and you decide to fully deflect an attack from a wooden sword, your shield's not going to shatter.
Yeah. Well, isn't there in Pathfinder, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, isn't there a thing for shields? Yeah, like yeah. So like just put that in.
They kind of degrade.
Yeah. Put that in. That seems fine to me.
Yeah, no, it's a good rule. Like we'd have to ask Brogan, aka No Nat Ones. God damn it! Now you got me doing it. We'd have to ask Brogan, but there is an actual rule for it, and I remember it being good.
Yeah. I liked that system, as far as I remembered. To be fair, I also want to be a robot. That's fair, Lux. I also kind of do on occasion. Yes.
I just want to be cybernetically enhanced.
That's fair. Yeah. I want to be a mechanicum, which means I'm both. I'm a cyborg. I like the shield rolled up to the magic shield. Magic has enough. That's fair. Pathfinder 2e shields have hardness. Yeah.
That's it. Yes.
And each time a shield is hit, when you raise a shield to take damage for you, the hardness is reduced until it hits 0. Then the shield is unusable. That's right. Yes.
Yeah, and that's like it's not even broken at that point. It's just you can't use it.
Yes, that's right.
And it can still be repaired, which is fantastic.
I just have to have the shield take sundering damage every time the attack misses by less than the shield bonus if I wanted to deal with tracking that. That's fair. Yeah. Shields have HP hardness, excuse me, and reduce damage to you based on the hardness. Excuse me. Any leftover damage goes to you and the shield. Okay. There you go. Thank you, Mog. And thank you, August, for those about it.
Number 19. Taking max HP when leveling and not rolling at all.
I mean,
you could. I don't. Sure.
Yeah. It depends on the campaign.
Right. Exactly. I would immediately say, well, this seems to be something that I want you to be able to take a lot of hits in, so it's going to be a little more deadly, probably.
Yeah,
at least in my mind.
Essentially like Pulp Cthulhu versus regular Cthulhu.
Exactly. Or it's if you want to have your players have an easier time, I guess. Like it depends on how you want to do it.
Or it depends on the style of fights that you like to present. If you like to present fights that are like more dangerous or just have more enemies, but you don't want to constantly be killing them or having people legit worry about their HP.
Yeah. 19 is a choice. Yes.
Yes.
You and leveling and not rolling at all. Number 20. When a character drops to 0 hit points and they make at least one death saving throw before they are healed by whatever means, they will suffer 1 point of exhaustion until they can take a long rest, even if they were fully healed through magical means. This exhaustion can only be relieved by a long rest or whatever cleric spells apply. This effect will stack if this occurs more than once before the exhaustion can be relieved.
There we go. That's a good one.
This is basically the dying status.
Yeah, it does put you in the dying status like in Pathfinder. I like that. It reuses how exhaustion works. Because exhaustion is barely relevant. And yeah, literally, I see Mock says 20 just adopted the Pathfinder 2e dying and wounded status. Yes, exactly. Yep. So that's it. This is an easy way for you to not have to reach outside too far from D&D to do this. But regardless, I'd say like the way the Pathfinder does it, you can just slot in and it's just the same and it's better, honestly. But yeah, so
this is a fine attempt.
Absolutely. Fucking good stuff. So what you're saying is play Pathfinder 2e? Yeah. But yeah,
hey, that would also have the shield health.
it would. It has a lot of good stuff in there. A lot of good stuff.
Number 21. Sleeping enemies can be killed instantly with proper stealth. And I personally like this one because just because something isn't written into the rules doesn't mean it wouldn't make sense in a realistic sort of way in the world. So I'm all for number 21.
Okay.
Yeah, and I appreciate the addition of with proper stealth.
Yes.
That's important.
Yeah, absolutely. The idea where coup de grace existed before.
Yes.
And it made sense in a lot of cases if you put things to magical sleep, right? Where what are they gonna do?
They're in a coma.
Yeah, it's a jugular. It's right there. It's ripe for stabbing.
Yeah.
Like, why not?
Yeah, right.
So yeah, do it. Fucking, I don't see why not.
Fucking murder those sleeping people.
Yeah. Just your mileage may vary with doing it towards your players.
Yeah, well, and actually the thing that I think you and I had a different thought just then was, I think it'd be funny if you did that to like, your mileage will vary on 2 factors. One, how big is your target? Because now the jugular isn't exactly the size of a vein. Now it's the size of like a very woody vine.
Sure, yeah.
And it's probably tougher. And 2, good luck figuring out exactly how to fucking insta-kill a monster.
Yeah, there's a lot of things where I would say, like, do you know the physiology of this random creature that you've only encountered now?
Yeah,
are you
good
sure
luck
you
finding
can do that?
the jugular vein on a carrion crawler or some shit.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of instances where I would go, okay, we're gonna set some ground rules about this. You can do this to other fucking humanoid people that you know how that works. Like, they have a neck, you can see it, and you just go, and then they die.
And then the neck gone.
Yeah, but like, if there's a golem that's just sitting there, you're gonna have to fucking
look for the you're gonna have to look for the fucking words in its mouth or whatever.
Right, exactly. You're gonna have to figure out how a golem works first, and then like it's one of those things.
That's a classical Jewish golem reference people.
It is.
Oh, you knew that too. I didn't know.
Yeah, you put I think it's the sign on their forehead, I think it is. Or no, there is also the mouth thing, I think.
There is also the mouth.
Yeah.
It's both.
Yeah.
I think in the classic story, it was the forehead.
Yeah. I don't see a reason not to just go back to the 3.5 death rule, where you just die as soon as you're reduced below minus 10 HP. Yeah, I mean, you could do that.
It wouldn't really work in things like 4E or Pathfinder 2E.
Yeah.
But you just have to...
Huh? I said for 5e it would be fine.
Yeah, 5e would be fine. You would just need to increase that number for those versions of the game because your HP is so damn high and things are doing way more damage.
Oh yeah, true. Shamelessly steal everything you like for your game. Yes.
Yes.
Also bring back coup de grace. Yeah.
Yes. Coup de grace.
Yes. Coup de graces. Number 21 can be BS. It makes sense, but the only way I allow this is lowering the penalties to perception on those asleep. Okay. Unless the enemies don't sleep. Oh.
Okay.
Well, so that's Timothy put that up, and then August then says this campaign will have no elves or warforged. Okay, so there you go, understandable. This would have been horrible for my last game on Saturday. Enemies got the jump on the party at night during launches. Poor sorcerer didn't, or Sork, I guess. I don't know if that's a name or if it's the class. Didn't get to play and almost hit wounded and dying value 4. Oh Jesus!
Damn.
Makes the alarm spell more valuable. That is true.
Yeah.
Every time he got up, enemies knocked him back down, and because he cast one spell. Yep, that's fair.
Yeah.
Because they get attacks off of it. Yep. And things like cantrips, ball bearings, bear traps. True.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It would actually add a lot more versatility to that kind of stuff, which is very cool. Poison darts work nice. Yeah. Then you tip them with the sleeping poison. You go, and then they go, and then after a minute or 3.
Yeah, and then after they have raised the alarm and everybody else is all around them and shit, then they collapse and they're like, okay, now we can go stab him.
Yeah, exactly. Man, does it bug you as well in media when things just... Okay, good. It's like, I don't know if you understand how blood works.
Yeah, I don't think you understand how sleeping medications work. Because most of the time, they don't work very well.
No.
For the people that actually really need to fucking fall asleep and are exhausted, sometimes even that shit doesn't work.
I need to go buy melatonin at some point just for if it works sometimes. For 4E, it might be something like double the character's constitution score below 0. That feels like something I specifically remember. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember specifically for that, but yeah, I mean, whatever works. For 5E, they made it so that dying is very hard, but you could absolutely implement it where it's the same as it was before.
Yeah.
If you have the 2-weapon fighting style, the extra attack feature also affects your offhand attacks. However, in any round where you wield an offhand weapon and don't attack with it, you gain +1 to your AC until the start of your next turn.
What?
Okay.
Number 23.
But why?
I kind of like the additional AC.
But
I think it makes it a little too overpowered.
Yeah, I don't know if I would agree to it just because I have it in my hand doesn't mean that it can block as well. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you have the 2-handed weapon feat, that would mean that you're skilled enough to do that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That's at least the implication, anyway.
Yeah, I suppose I would be fine with it just giving you the +1 AC ish. The extra attack, I'm not sure about because that's like. The whole point of it is to get like one attack with your first hand and then another
and then a bonus with your second.
And then extra attack only affects your main hand and that's it. Which is like because that's the one that you're best at. Like just because you can do 2-weapon fighting and you've trained with it doesn't mean that you're ambidextrous.
Unless you take the ambidextrous feat.
Which doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Used to, I think, a long time ago.
It did.
Yeah. But yeah, so I don't know. It's one that I would have to do some thinking on a lot more because it feels off to me just in general.
It feels too OP. It feels OP to me.
That's fair. Rather with 22, instead of declaring an attack with the offhand, declare defense with it by 1 as a bonus action. And if you have the extra attack feature, you up the defense by another 1. Oh. I don't know about doing the extra attack one, but I'm fine with it where you declare a defense. That seems good to me. I like that.
Yeah, that seems fine. I like that.
Because then you are literally taking your action economy of your bonus attack, and instead of that, you're defending, right? Which seems like it makes sense in my brain, like a lot.
Yeah.
The extra attack one, I guess my issue is the ambidextrous nature of it, right? That's just, I don't know why that's stuck in my head. It just is.
Yeah. Well, you're a superhero in these games, so
That's,
I mean,
that's right. Yeah, I fucking love that fucking term.
I know you don't like that term.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, you're like a larger than life character. Maybe you can get an extra AC out of it.
Maybe. I'd have to be more convinced by it, I guess.
Yeah, that's fine. I understand.
3. When a player calls shots on an attack, let them do so, but adjust the AC accordingly.
Jesus.
If they call to hit a
That's
limb,
way too
whether
much.
a leg,
What the
arm,
fuck?
tentacle, then it's the AC plus 10. If they call to hit the head, it's AC plus 20. And if they're trying to shoot out the eye, it's AC plus 30.
Okay.
Are you talking about fucking 3.5 or is this 5e?
Right, yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because like
Holy hell.
your attack fucking like does not get up that high usually.
Yeah, it really does not.
So
even if you're like a perfect 20 and everything.
Yeah.
You need like bonuses on magic items on shit.
Yeah, you don't really get bonuses anymore, you just get advantage, so
yeah.
I don't
That's not additive.
I don't think so. I don't see, like, I think the -4 is always good to me, but
hell, fucking Boris still needs to roll at least a 2 to get that high.
Yeah, I know, right? Even in our game right now,
ridiculous.
Fucking hell. I gotta see, because August brought up call shot rules are in the DMG, so I'm gonna see what they are in there, to see if they're fucking. I mean, I assume they're more sensible.
Yeah, because like that's insane.
It seems
I
like
thought it was
way
just a +4.
I thought it was just a -4 to your hit.
Oh yeah, -4.
And then which is it's just a +4 to their AC, but
yeah.
It's not in the index, so maybe it's in combat. 247 through 252. 247. Combat. Hidden list. Visible list. Tracking monsters. Using tracking conditions.
Tracking monsters is in the combat section?
Yes.
I think that'd be like travel.
Ah! Broke a thing. Tactical maps. Handling mobs. Miniatures. Line of sight. Optional flanking. Optional rule facing. Diagonals. Does this not have... I thought it... Binding gain if a chase complicated. I love chasing. Chasing is good. Chase mechanics are fun. Well, I don't see it right now. So, I don't know if it's actually... if it even is in there. But well, somebody can find it, potentially. I didn't see it in the combat section, and it's not in the index, so I'm not going to search for it too hard right now. But regardless, I feel like this is the problem with called shots, right? That we would just have in general of like, okay, so you hit the called shot, what happens, right? Is it like, because if it's an eye, like I would one relegate it to limbs, extremities, right? In general, and your head and such, right? Weapons even. Armor specifically if you want to as well, just to like armor is a lot, probably you don't need a called shot for that, you probably just try to hit it, but like, you know, your head, your arms, your legs, your weapons, that's a called shot. And then depending on if you hit or not, potentially doing something to the enemy to that effect, right? Because unless you have enough damage with one swing to literally cut someone's head off, you're probably not going to do that. Even if you hit them in the head, you're probably just going to hit their helmet or whatever and give them a good shake in the head where they get like a -2 to their next attack, or maybe even disadvantage if you want to go that far, right? Just to give them a little, just give them a little dong on the head and then they go, ah. But I think making it so that it's a tactical gamble instead of it being fucking like almost impossible.
Yeah.
It seems better to me. For some reason, I don't know. I say the thing with the extra attack is because you are so practiced with having extra attacks. I feel someone fighting with 2 weapons should be more defensive. Fair enough. Maybe just find some pissed off goblins and kobolds that also like money to take out the enemies for you. That's a good idea. I do like that. I think the DMG has called shop. Yeah, that's right. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I don't remember it being in there, but again, it might be in there. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
Heading.
We
home
don't really
now.
know what's in the DMG.
That's
Nobody's
right.
ever
I
read
have
it
no
before.
idea. I've never read it ever.
Yeah, no one has.
That's right.
Nobody owns it.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist.
I don't know what this book is. Ah!
Nobody does.
It just
No one's ever seen this before.
just kind of disappears in my hands.
Like the Gospel of Judas.
Ah, yeah.
30. Number 24. Players may exchange their move action for a second attack action. But remember, as a rule, any rulings the players can use can also be used by the bad guys. But this homebrew rule allows for faster and more unique combat, especially when a mob with multi-attack stands in front of the players. Number
So they can get 2 multi-attacks?
Yeah, that's weird.
I'm not entirely
on
sure what that.
I don't understand that one.
Like, I get it for players, you just get to do another attack action, but then
Yeah.
like
But with multi-attack, what is that?
And
I
then-
guess multi-attack is an attack action?
it is an attack action.
So yeah, they would get fucking 2 multi-attacks.
Right, which can be really fucking devastating.
That can be deadly as hell.
Yeah, so you could absolutely run into a lot of problems there. Plus,
Mhm.
the fact that monsters can already, if they are high enough in like CR, they could be a legendary monster, and then they have their legendary actions on top of that, and
Yeah.
like it's
Now, granted, the legendary actions are usually fairly unique, aren't they?
well, they are
It's
in a
like-
sense, but what I'm saying is they have so much that they can do. It just adds to how much more they can do, right? And then the players also potentially could, but the problem then I can see. Okay, so an attack action also counts as casting a spell, and you can only get you can only cast one spell, like one spell slot, per turn. So you can't really cast another. It would have to be another cantrip, right? You can't do 2 spells raw. So unless you want to start playing with that, which then it's like, oh god, now he can cast 2 spells every turn. That's awful. No.
But then so can the bad guys. And
yes,
then,
exactly.
man,
It
you
just
got a whole
becomes.
other-
Oh, it just snowballs into no, please, no, God, no, please.
Yeah.
Your action economy is just becoming disgusting.
Yeah. Now it's becoming so fucking hard to. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even want to. I had trouble with the fucking 3.5 action economy, and I've never actually used the whole multi attacks through the whole basic attack bonus.
Right. Yeah.
Because most of the time, because I forget about it.
That's
but
fair.
I haven't done it once. Seriously.
Yeah. No, it's fair. Plus, if you're fighting an evil paladin, he can just heal himself. That's right. That's true.
Oh god, yeah.
No to 24. Why I say no to 24 is see Pathfinder 2e and why action economy matters. Yes. Yep. It does matter. It matters a whole hell of a lot. God damn.
Yes.
25. Turn inspiration into luck points. So this is a little bit different from our inspiration discussion a few slides
Okay, so this
back.
is literally the Call of
in
Cthulhu
this
block.
instance, luck points are acquired in the same way as inspiration normally is, but players can have up to 20 of them. Players can then spend their luck points to alter a die roll. So they can spend single points of luck to increase their own die roll by 1. So
No, it's worse than that because you can reacquire this like easily and it doesn't burn it.
You can reacquire luck in Call of Cthulhu too, except it's easier in Call of Cthulhu. You get luck in every investigator development cycle, whereas this is just when you get
That's true.
inspiration.
Yeah,
So.
I guess, but at the same time, luck in Call of Cthulhu like has more of more gravitas to it, honestly.
Yeah, it does.
Where this like single point of luck and spend increase. I just.
And here's the problem. I like that they took it down to the maximum being 20.
Sure.
But at least in Call of Cthulhu, you're spending on increasing a D100 roll. You may need to have a massive spend, whereas this, you might spend like a point or two.
Yeah, and the other issue, of course, is we were talking about this before when we were talking about the other inspiration thing that was in the beginning of this video, where inspiration, like, it's barely ever given, first off.
Yeah.
And second off, again, it's that whole, like, it being so nebulous as to how you give it, that it just, I don't know, man. It doesn't seem like a good, unless we come up with how we give inspiration definitively to make these things work. Like, this is, every time you do this, you will get inspiration. Like, and it makes it a hard and set rule, which already I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, the only time I think I would give out inspiration, like, I've wanted to give it out once for what Aiden did by, like, staring at a piece of paper and being like, is just Putter paying attention to what I'm doing?
Oh, yeah.
I really liked that. But, the only other time I could think about it was, like, imagine you're in this kind of like Helm's Deep situation where, you know, like your captain of the guard, your king, your whatever is giving a massive speech to the troops.
Oh, sure,
you're down in the troops, and then it's like, after the speech, everybody gets a point of inspiration.
Sure, yeah, that's fair. I guess
because they are actually inspired.
Yeah, it makes more sense that you would become inspired by somebody who is actually acting that way.
Yes,
but a lot of the time it's like, well, that's not a thing that's gonna be happening every moment. How are you gonna get up to 20? So you have to come up with something that's more not familiar, more prominent, I guess is the word.
Yeah, more definitive, more something that they can actually strive toward, as opposed to it's just being relatively random.
And then it turns into the problem, at least for me in my brain, going like, people are just going for inspiration. Like, that's what they're going for. More so than like it just
because it's advantage on anything.
And then, well, with this even, it's like, oh, I can just up my shit. I need to get inspiration as much as possible. How do I do that the most efficient way possible? And it's like, okay, I mean, that's a way that you can play it, sure, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know, man. It doesn't feel right to me, at least.
Yeah, no, I don't like it either.
Yeah.
Each one spent equals an increase on the die, and every 2 points they spend can decrease their own die roll by 1, or increase or decrease the value of another player's or the DM's die by 1.
The fuck does
players
that mean?
Can't.
So the first one I didn't understand, but the second one I did.
Well, the first one is literally just you increase yours.
Yeah, you pay for a 1-for-1.
Right. But the second one, every 2 points spent can decrease a die roll by 1. The player's or your own die. So
why would you decrease your own die roll?
Maybe if the DM calls for you to roll for something that might harm you, or if you're controlled by a spell.
That's way too.
But it's so specific, right?
Yeah, that's way too specific.
Or increase or decrease. Sorry, what? Every 2 points spent can decrease a die roll decrease a die roll by 1, which we got. The player's own die.
Increase or decrease the value of another player's die or of the DM's die.
Why did you
so
word
basically
it like that?
In that aspect, it would be like a fate point.
Yeah,
or at least the way I tried to use a fate point when I fucking died.
Yeah,
because I was like, can I spend a fate point to make you re-roll?
Yeah,
when I was getting eaten by the fucking gibbering mouther.
Oh, the hero point thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. That was my bad.
Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, it's just worded in a very. I don't like that. Okay. How do you ever get 20 luck points? Yeah, exactly. With the giving out of inspiration, I don't fucking know.
I imagine by starting out with it.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe. These homebrew rules are starting to hurt my head. It took 25 to do it, but it happened. Fair enough. Level 20 paladin with a level 20 Dracolish. How would you win? Oh.
Good luck.
I'd be a level 20. I'd be a level 20 cleric who can automatically call for aid from their god, and always be answered, and that's a thing. And yeah, that's a thing. And so because you're level 20, so fuck it, yeah. I think it's like level 15 where you can do that or something. I don't know. It's high level. And then I would have them give me aid via something that's of equal like CR basically to fight with me to try to beat them.
But then the problem is that you could have the Dracolich be effectively the same thing, but to a death god.
Yeah.
Because it's so powerful, it could be like, hey, he just called down his god's favor. Hey, death god.
Right.
Yeah, you want to fucking get in a fist fight with this dude?
It's
Hell
true.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, it's true, right? Like, I that's the only chance that I have, though, right? Like, I don't know.
Well, you can get a wish, and then just be like,
Could also get a wish.
Dead.
Could also have a wish just in general because I'm level 20.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just call them my god and be like, could you just get these guys out of here? I'll take the penalty. I don't give a fuck. Just get them dead.
Yeah, right.
And then he's like, yeah, okay, but you're going to be, like, really shitty for, like, 6 years. I'm like, all right.
That's fine.
Yeah, I just need to win this one thing, and then I'm just going to go sit with my parents forever. On the farm that I came from.
Yeah.
Retire with all my money.
Yeah. And then when I spend it all on fucking hookers, I'll fucking start adventuring.
Exactly. It'll be 6 years by that point, I'm sure.
Yeah, maybe, hopefully. Turns out, like 1 year. Fuck.
Yeah, fuck. Oh, I'm so weak and I can't even go into the fields and plow. Anyway.
I'll go to the other fields and plow. In quotation marks.
Yeah.
Spend their way into a critical hit, but they can turn a hit into a miss or a failed skill check into a pass.
Yeah, that would be fine of just like...
Yeah, that's effectively like a luck action.
Yeah.
I mean, legendary action.
Yeah, basically. Just say, oh, it's not going to actually be that bad. That's fine.
Yeah.
Talking about my character, Leroy, who does not give a shit, he would just teleport away. That's fair. Also another way to do it, yeah.
Number 26. Players don't roll death saves. The DM rolls, and players don't get to know the results.
Yeah, that's a popular homebrew one. It's very cool, because then you don't fucking know, and you fear, and then it's like death matters more. It's good stuff.
Mm-hmm. The player
Having
DM
a
doesn't
rule
have
like
shit
this
dice.
Yeah.
Gives combat a bigger sense of urgency, I think. Test it out, see what happens at your table. And number 27. If you miss with a spell that requires an attack roll, you can avoid wasting the spell slot by making it a concentration spell until it hits. If you lose concentration before your next turn, or don't immediately try the spell again on your next turn, then you lose the spell slot.
No, that's alright. Thanks, though.
No.
No, you can keep that one. That one's fine. Like, I think the spell slot like economy is it's something that should be maintained.
Already a little fucked.
It should be maintained the way that it is, especially with the way that you can get them as sorcerers, as wizards, as warlocks. You know, you get, especially for warlocks, fucking they get a short rest and they get them all back. And then fucking wizards can get their arcane recovery to just get a couple of spell slots back, depending on the level that they are and the level of the spell slot. And sorcerers can spend sorcery points to get spell slots back. Like, we have these things that are there for if these things happen. And I think just adding another way for us to mitigate the loss of them makes it just annoying. Because it's like, oh, okay. Yeah. Well, like, so
what's
I'm
the
trying
point
to
of this fucking economy. I never have to go out of this shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to make you. I'm trying to make you like use your spells so that you're a little less prepared for upcoming things, so I can challenge you more and see how creative you can get. But if we're gonna fucking like make it so that you don't lose a spell because fuck it, just use it the next turn. It's like what? Where did you get that energy from? How did you regain that same energy?
Concentrating. By squinting and like furrowing your brow.
Yes, you have such mastery over the weave that you can immediately, like, it's like, oh my god, you're a powerful spellcaster. Jesus.
Nah, man. I just fucking concentrated.
Yeah, exactly, right? Jeez.
Not that powerful.
I'm not powerful. I can just
really
think real
fucking
good.
greedy.
Spend a free action to automatically win the campaign, be elected president, and gain a succubus girlfriend. Hell yeah,
Ooh.
that's right.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, 26 is how it should be. It depends on your table. It's a good way to, if you want it to be really suspenseful. Absolutely. Oh,
Yeah.
super good.
But I think the thing is, this is something for me personally.
Mm-hmm.
I've admitted that I fudge dice, and I don't think I would want to be the one rolling the death saves, just in case.
Yeah, fair.
Just in case they're like, "Are you fudging this?" And I'm like, "No, I promise I'm not."
Yeah,
but I just let people roll their own death saves.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Because I know that you guys don't trust me within, like as far as you can throw me.
Yeah, that's right. That's why we don't let you DM ever.
Yeah, that's why you never let me DM. That's why you don't play with me. That's why you don't talk to me or play Deep Rock with me. Actually, that is why you haven't been able to play Deep Rock with me, you asshole.
No, I'm fucking tired.
I'm about to finish the fucking battle pass, my guy. I'm about to get the Plague Doctor mask.
Nice. Good shit.
Yeah. And then after that, I'm finally gonna take a big fucking break because I'm like, fuck, this has been exhausting and a pain in my ass.
That's part of the reason why I haven't played Deep Rock. It gets kind of exhausting.
Yeah. Especially with that mod, God, man.
Yeah.
That was fun.
It was really fun, but I wouldn't want to do that all the time.
Yeah, no.
No to 27. Casters have enough. Use it or lose it. Yeah. But being 20th level Leroy would probably have a few Dracoliches of his own, so that's an option. He feels like it. Yeah, there you go. Nice.
Alright guys, that does it for today's video. Thanks for stopping by to watch.
Sirac.
If you have homebrew rules that you use at your table, I'd love to hear them, so go ahead and share down below in the comments. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. And until next time, may the dice odds be in your favor.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I like that outro.
Yeah. Cool. Not a bad video, of course, because it's just homebrew stuff. It's suggestions. So
yeah. Suggestions and ideas.
Yeah, so do them if you want.
Not this is objectively my favorite thing.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's fine overall. That's Guiding Bolt again. For those of you who might want to check out more of their stuff. October 28, you can't bring me any more homebrew suggestions. Oh, come on. They can always bring suggestions. It's okay to turn it down. Okay video to me. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's again, it's if it's an opinion piece or just a general thing of like, oh yeah, these are things potentially you can do, then yeah, absolutely. If they're not egregious, a couple of those are absolutely things that I would never do. But like again, whatever.
Yeah.
It didn't make me go, fuck that, like to such a degree of like, not wanting to ever listen to the person ever again, as some things have definitely done. But it's a thing. So nothing too bad except Witch Bolt. Witch Bolt was pretty bad. Witch Bolt was pretty bad.
Which one was that?
The auto get the max amount every time you concentrate on the spell. The 24 or 12 to 24 to 36 to 48 to if you keep going higher. Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, hell no.
Yeah, it's bad. So we'll take a moment here to get to the midpoint, do our shouting out and our shilling, as we usually do, and then we'll get right back to the main event, the big chunk and boy, the big video that we'll get to about two-handed fighting and how to fix it. Excitement abounds.
So two-handed fighting as in fighting with a two-handed weapon or with two weapons?
I think it's two weapons, I think. Or sorry, no, big weapon. Big weapon.
Okay. Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
You guys will find out when we get there.
Yeah. So, that being said, as this is the midpoint, hey, you out there, and you right there, do you like dice?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I've got enough.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, I mean, if you ever want to give a good Christmas gift, maybe.
Okay.
Or give dice to those people that like dice, and maybe even people that like our show potentially. These are dice right here, custom dice. There's 99 sets of them left that you can go buy. $25. It's a thing. You can go buy them, and I'll ship them to you, and you'll have some dice. Pretty cool.
They roll well.
They do roll well. They're very nice. I have them literally out all the time on my desk now. It's just, they're nice. So go get them or not.
Seems like a bit of a conflict of interest to me, but whatever.
That's right. I am biased, I will say. I will fully admit that because these are our dice, that I will endorse them more than any other dice out there. But they also have served me very well, so.
I actually have.
But I will say that they might not serve you well. I won't say that they will every time. I will just say that they are very nice.
For example, the one in the D20 has a 1 in 20 chance of critting.
That is
unlike other
true.
dice that only have a 1 in 20.
That's right. That is true. And you can't deny that.
Can't beat those odds.
No, you can't beat those odds. That is true. Holy badass dice, Batman. That's right. So go over to our site. Link is in the description. It says like buy our dice or something. And I think. And you can go over to the support us page and go and buy some dice. And yeah, I'll get a notification and I will send them out as soon as I can. And I will send you a tracking code if I can. If you're in our Discord, or if I can somehow send you a thing somehow. I'll email it to you. What am I talking about? It gives an email, so I can do that. So do that, and then I can email you the tracking code, and just check your email. Anyway, other than that, of course, I have to talk about our patrons. Those of us who have given money. Not all of them are here, of course. Some people have given money,
died in the war.
That's right. Some others have just given us money in general. Those of you who've donated just directly to us, thank you for that as well. But of course, the patrons get those big shouts. So we'll start from the top. Draco Kraken at tier 4, thank you. Mog Zero at tier 4, thank you as well. Rick, aka Unit Rico, at tier 4, thank you. Slazer at tier 4, thank you. Steely at tier 4, thank you. Drake Cross at tier 3, thank you. Chris at tier 2, thank you. Frozen Spaghetti at tier 2, thank you. Lux Serpent Eye at tier 2, thank you. And of course, a thank you to our tier 1 contributor. Appreciate you all. And of course, appreciate all of you in the chat, and those of you who just subscribe and watch and all that kind of shit. Regardless of what you do, in any respect,
you.
Yeah, appreciate you.
You had a rhyme there, and I had to finish it.
I'm
for
sorry.
You.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm bad at this whole thing. So
that's what I'm here for. Don't worry.
I appreciate that. Other than that, of course,
rhyme occasionally.
That's why I keep you around. You give me some rhymes on occasion. Very, very rarely. So, other than that, you can go over to TeePublic and you can go and get our logo on some merchandise. I actually, literally today, just bought a hoodie with the logo on it, a mug with the logo on it, and a notebook with the logo on it. So I'm hoping to get those in a week, and then I can tell you exactly what I think about them. And you can see some stuff on how they are. So you won't just hear it as like, oh, you can go get this, and we've never bought anything from it or anything like that. No, I will tell you specifically what you should get.
We will be guinea pigs for our own
sorry,
products. It's
not a notebook. It was actually some wall art. That's what it was. Sorry, it's a poster. Because I just want our logo as on a poster behind me, because it'll be cool, or in front of me. I'm not sure actually where I want to put it yet, but regardless,
monitor.
I just put it over one of my monitors. Just I can't see.
Yes.
I made this. Yes. But yeah, so if If you want to go and get some of it, it's over there. And literally 26 minutes from now, it will be at full price. So little late on the sale kind of aspect, but it's not up to me. It's up to the site itself. And I will say, just from the sales that I did on that, it doesn't give us that much money, but that doesn't matter if the quality is good. So, and I have TeePublic shirts. I do, and they're pretty good. So, and they've lasted me like 3 years now. So they're good shirts. Oh yeah, Sexbot's back. Fuck yeah.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Maybe we should name it.
Well, that one was 69xxx.fun.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, that's a great name.
That's a great name. Thank you.
Next time I make a Warforged character.
Ah, yeah, good one. Yeah.
Or it.
Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, stuff there. Go for it if you want. Don't have to, of course. Last but not least, we also are partnered with Humble Bundle. So, go over there and using our link in the description, if you buy anything on the site, you support us as well as Tabletop Alliance charity, which is also in the description for you to learn more about. And yeah, they're doing a Cyber Monday sale. It's ending on December 2nd. So fucking go over there and get some stuff. Get some good games for lower prices. Literally Deep Rock right now, Deep Rock Galactic, a game that I would highly recommend, is $9.89. That's
nice.
Fucking cheap as hell. Go get it. It's a good game.
I think like 33%.
67, in fact.
Oh, 60. Yeah, that's my bad.
7% off. Yeah, 33% of everything. Yeah, what it was. Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, and then a lot of good bundles here. We've got some VR stuff. We got some writing bundle, even the NaNoWriMo. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's the National November Writing Month bundle.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like or is it national? It's where you write a novel in a month. It's very impressive. I can't do it. But it's very impressive. And it's something that's there. Then there's some Dark Horse comics. There's a painting bundle. That's pretty cool. Oh, Paint Shop Pro and such. Oh, photo editing, like good stuff, honestly. Image comics, some Blender stuff, some game dev stuff, like good shit.
Lots of stuff. Lots of varied and different stuff.
That's right. And their store itself is also good, and the Choice membership is also good. I've been a member of Choice for years now, and it's been great getting a bunch of games for very little monies every month that are like a year older, that are more popular, and some of them that aren't so much, but regardless, still appreciated. Adds to my library, my vast library. Anyway,
it's like the Duke's library from Dark Souls.
It really is.
Those games.
Yes.
Can never play them all. Can never read them all.
I will never finish all of them before I die, but I will do a damn good job.
The secret to immortality is in there somewhere.
It's in there, but I'll never get to it. One of those games, probably one of the ones that I probably won't play for fun. That's literally in my won't play for fun category.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I made a category for that.
Categorized?
I made that as a category because I've played some of them and I was like, ugh. So I was like, no.
Just hide that shit.
No. It's my shame.
Oh. Well, yeah, that's why you hide it.
No, I never hide my shame. So yeah, that's that. And other than that, of course, you can send us stuff to our P.O. box. That's a thing. It's on the screen right now. It's also in the description if you want to. It's there. You don't have to. Another option. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, yada yada yada.
Yeah. So that is that. When will King Boo's dad, drop some coin to the show? That's a good question. When will he?
I don't know.
Oh well. Grandpa Boo, does other Grandpa remember his name? He seems confused.
Everybody's fucking talking about my heritage and me tonight. It's fucking weird.
It's because we were talking about the Mario movie before.
Oh yeah, and the Peach reveal.
Yep. And Chris Pratt actually saying lines, and it's sounding so fucking stupid.
Oh, does it?
He sounds like himself, and that's it. And it doesn't sound
fucking
like
really. They just did a Chris Pratt voice.
He gives no energy to it. Like even when he was in his scared, like trying to hype himself up before doing the thing in the trailer, he doesn't sound like he's doing that at all. He just sounds like he's Chris Pratt talking very softly.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's bad. But
why?
But Bowser still sounds great.
Yeah,
Luigi
because
sounds
Jack
great.
Black actually gives a shit.
Yeah, he gives energy, and Luigi sounds great because Charlie Day sounds pathetic enough.
Good.
So it's good.
Is
Toad
Wario
sounds...
in the movie or no?
I don't know. They haven't revealed him yet, but I feel like that's going to be Charles Martinet for like a scene, and that's it.
That'd be pretty great if more Wario's in the movie.
Dude, Charles Martinet is going to be in it. I just don't know.
Ooh.
Like, I assume he's going to be the Wario for like a second. I really do. I feel like they're going to do
Wario.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's. But you know what I mean. Like, it's going to be the scene for like a second where it's just like, oh my god, and then he's going to like beat him away, and then they'll never see him again, and that's it.
Yep.
And I'll be like, oh, okay. Anyway, I already talked way too much about that in the beginning, like 30 minutes. So, Banhammer was quick. Yes, unfortunately, I'm sorry, everybody, but I won't let you go have fun with those sex bots.
Yeah, that's for us.
Yeah, that's right. They're personal, and also you can find your own. I believe in you.
Yeah. It's not that hard, clearly.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Gotta get me some sex bots. That's right. I see Ultimate Dating Sim Persona is at the store. Yes, that's true. It is there. I can write a novel in a month. Good for you.
Wait a minute, as in like a dating sim that's of the Persona characters?
No, it's just Persona's there.
Oh, that's just what it's called. Okay.
Yeah, it's just Persona 5 was on the screen for a second.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Because I was like, man, how'd they get that license for that?
It'd be great.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the Persona games kind of already
they already
have
yeah.
that.
They already are.
It's already just baked into the game.
Well, I guess King Boo's money already goes to Bowser, so that's probably how he didn't give to the show. That's true. Yep. I will shame you for how you treat Lord Dark Souls. That's fair. I'm bad at Dark Souls, but I like it a lot.
Mr. Dark Soul.
Mr. Soul of Dark. Yeah.
Joseph
Anyway.
Dark.
Joseph. No, it's. Oh God. Did you ever?
Oh, was
see...
it an? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Did you ever see the Doom Annihilation movie at all? That was the newer one that Bethesda was like, no, we have no part in this. If you remember that. Oh my god. Okay, so literally when that was coming out, the on Twitter, Bethesda went, yeah, we're not a part of this, don't worry about it, like it's their own thing. Which immediately everybody was like, oh. And the main character in that movie is named Joan Dark.
Really?
As an edgy name, and two, as a Joan of Arc reference for some reason.
Yeah, what the fuck?
It's so on the nose.
Yeah, but why?
I don't know.
Like, I can understand having, like, a fucking stupid name for that, like, Bob Investigator.
Right,
in Call of Cthulhu, but, like, for fuck's sake, man.
Yeah. It's just funny. I don't know, it just came in my mind.
No, it's good. I'd watch Doom Dark.
Yeah.
Fighting the Dooms.
It's bad. It's a bad movie.
Like any movies are good now.
Yeah, well, you know. The Yakuza games are awesome. Yes, they are. I literally, during the sale, I bought all the ones that I didn't have except for Like a Dragon, because I want to get that as well, but I didn't think about it.
Yep.
And it wasn't on sale, I think, actually, because the other ones were on sale for like $6, so it might not have just been in that price range, and I might not have gotten to that point.
Honestly, I'm really glad that you guys like the Yakuza games, because it's basically exactly what Gintama is. So I feel like through a fucking like third party, you got to see Gintama. I'm like, okay, you know
fair.
What? Yeah, because it's great. It's basically that. It's
I adore the Yakuza
absolute
games.
Ridiculousness.
I really do. Yeah. I started Kiwami, which is the remake of 1, and I got through to a bit of it. I need to get back to it. Like, I need to get back to a lot of games. But it's very... I played through all of 0 as soon as I got it, because it was great. Oh,
yeah.
It's fantastic.
Yep. Kiryu doesn't kill anybody.
No, never, no.
Never.
Never, ever. Those punches are non-lethal, I promise.
And those, like, neck snaps and, like, full-on drop kicks to the face and shit.
Picking up motorcycles and just fucking throwing them down on people. Yeah,
no,
they're fine. When you use a sword, it's non-lethal cuts. Non-lethal blood is spilling out. It's fine.
I love that shit.
It's so good.
It's such a great meme.
I fucking I love it when you drop kick a guy through a window like 3 floors up, and I'm like, that guy's dead. That guy has to be dead. You don't see him again, but
he's fine.
He's fine.
Just a stunt man. There's probably some guys waiting down there. With one of those big fucking nets.
The nets, yeah, exactly.
Oh fuck! I was gonna say something.
Fuck.
Oh, what was it? Shit. Oh, I'll tell you one thing though. I have seen there are some channels out there with like blank reacts to blank.
Sure, yeah.
Where it's like real martial artists reacting to Yakuza stuff. Right. And I don't remember who it is, but I think it might be Majima. Who, when you get in a fight with him, if you block with a particular, I think if you have a block with a pistol, he like, instead of blocking, he just hits the guy, like a guy's kicking him.
Yeah.
Instead of blocking, he just shoots the guy in the leg as it's coming forward for him. It's fucking sick, dude.
Yeah. Majima would totally do that. I can see that, absolutely. I never used guns in my playthrough, but like, yeah.
Well, don't worry, it's non-lethal.
No, of course, yeah. Well, no, Majima would kill people. That's the thing. Well, actually, in Zero, he wouldn't until later.
Oh, okay.
Technically, so like Zero, he's kind of it's a whole thing. Yeah.
But now I'm just remembering that mini game where you pick up the phone.
Oh, dude, yes, it's so good. Where you have to seduce the random woman on the line by just saying, "How are you?" Moshi Moshi, yeah. Moshi Moshi. It's so good.
And then if you do it wrong, he's like all fucking embarrassed. And, like, it's so good, dude. I need to play those games one day, man.
Yeah, man, they're great.
I would probably love them even more because, like, I know I have that energy already.
Absolutely, yeah. You would absolutely connect with them. Literally, fucking in Zero and in 1 after that too. There's one of the things is like pocket racing.
Oh yeah,
yeah. You know about that, where you get super into it, and it's so good. Dude. And then you have your friend who's the pocket racing champion, who's just like this 30-year-old guy who's going nowhere with his life, but he loves pocket racing, and it's his whole life. It's so good. And literally, when Brogan and I were playing Like a Dragon. It's just you meet him at one point, and I saw him, and I was like, "Oh my god, it's Pocket Racer." He's in that game. He's still there, but he's not doing Pocket Race. I won't give you much more, but he's not doing Pocket Racing anymore. But he is in the game, and I was like, "Oh my god, I know you." And I was literally having like this old man moment every time we were in like the cities, because I was like, oh my god, I know this place. Wait. And then I go, there used to be a thing here, and then there's not. And I'm like,
use it. Like, if you're in the mood for an anime right now, I really need you to watch Gintama, because there are so many moments like that.
That's fair. Yeah.
Where they'll be walking around the city and they're just like doing something, and then you'll see a character from like 30 episodes ago just walk by, like, hey, I know you. Because it all takes place in the same fucking city most of the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's fucking great. So actually, okay, you know what? I gotta fucking I gotta tell you about one thing, and that since we're talking about You Like a Dragon now.
Yeah.
So in Gintama, one of my favorite arcs of the show is there is a popularity contest where basically the mangaka actually released an issue that was like a popularity contest where it's like, oh, who's your favorite character? Yada yada yada.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Of course, main character number 1. Number 1, and some of the antagonists that are really fucking funny and likable are number 2 and number 3.
Yeah.
And what's funny is in the show, they have their numbers hovering above their head. So
Okay.
what happens is there are three main characters: Gintoki,
Mhm.
Shinpachi, and Kagura.
Okay.
And Shinpachi is ranked, I want to say, like number 16 or something. He's like, what the fuck? I'm like the fucking, I'm like the third most, you know, I come up in every episode. I'm only ranked 16. He's like, fuck it, who cares, you know? And so he goes with another character under a bridge to be like, hey, you want to go fucking hang out and like do some stuff? It's like, yeah, sure, let's do it. And they go there, and there's a guy there who has been like, they go under the bridge, and there's a guy who's been knocked out. And it is one of the other characters. Yeah. Okay, I remember. It's one of the other characters from the group of antagonists, and I forget his name at the moment. But he's really good at badminton. He plays badminton a lot in the show for some reason.
Hey, why not?
It doesn't really ever come up, but he plays badminton a lot. And he's like face down in the dirt. He's been pantsed. And it like his face, or no, like his ass is like all blurry, but what's happening is he's laying face down in the dirt, pantsed, and his number above his head is like skyrocketing. Because he's been pantsed.
Because he's been pantsed. Nice.
He's been pantsed, man.
Yeah.
And so then the two characters and then one other character are like, wait a minute. Okay, hang on.
Okay.
So if we go around pantsing people, their number will go down. And so they'll get less popular. So that means we'll be more popular. So they start forming gangs and going around finding the people with the highest numbers and trying to pants them just so they can make their fucking number go up. And they have this whole arc where they're like chasing each other around and like legit fighting over this number.
Wow.
And then at one point, one character's like, oh man, this number, is this like a big deal? She takes it and like rips it off, and then she starts like bleeding from her head. So it's like fully attached to them.
Oh my god.
It's fucking great. But the thing is, it's just a little white number that's just hovering above their head. But she starts like bleeding from her scalp after she like rips it off.
Oh my god.
It's really funny.
Okay. Yeah, at some point, I've said it before. I get it to it some. I know. You know.
Yeah.
Hey, Pizza Fug, I see you there. What's up? Good to see you.
Never talk about that show, so I love talking about it.
Good. Timothy says, I will see Gintama at some point, don't worry. There you go.
Thank you. I can talk about it with somebody.
It spills ketchup when you hit them. That's right, yes. They all have packets of ketchup just inside their suits. Tachibanda's death was a tearjerker. Yes. Excuse me. Majima is the best club host of all time. Also true. Yes.
Oh, I've seen that scene.
Yeah. I fucking love that minigame. I played the shit out of it.
Is that the one where you're dancing?
Oh, that one too. That one's also good. No, I'm talking about like the actual like doing the host clubs.
You do that in Utama as well.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love how you can play shogi, Japanese chess in the game. Says the chestnut. I can't do shogi. Shogi is one of the games that I can't fucking do it.
Can't figure it out.
No, I get it to a degree, but at the same time, like my brain
just escapes you.
Yeah. But yeah,
I would have to play it to learn it. But yeah.
Exactly. All right.
Anyway,
let's get to the big video. This one is by Dungeon Dudes. We haven't checked them out for a
Alan
while.
Rickman and Daniel Radcliffe.
That's right, Alan Rickman.
Snape and Harry.
This
episode of our show has been
and Daniel Radcliffe, as has been called by you.
Me.
And only you, really. So, this is our homebrew fixes for 2-weapon fighting in Dungeons and Dragons 5e. I guess it is 2-weapon and not two-handed. I thought it was two-handed. I'm going to change the title because I mistook what it was. So I apologize everybody out there who thought it was two-handed fighting. No, it's two-weapon. Weaponing. Let's do that. Weaponing. That's better. Okay. Anyway, it's the dudes. That's right. It's the dudes. It's the dungeon dudes. Now, 20-minute video. We'll see what they got on two-weapon fighting. One of the only 5e creators I watch. I think they avoided the cozy thing too. They did. Yep. They didn't give a shit. They do like.
It didn't affect them. They talk about D&D.
They talk D&D, but also they have their own like fan base that's total. Like it feels like they're divorced entirely from a lot of things because they do like tier lists and stuff, which I don't pay attention to. Usually for a lot of things, to be fair, unless it's food. I like food tier lists. Those are fun. But you know, let's see what they have to say.
This episode of our show has been sponsored by Eldermancy, who are about to put out their new Sunken Isles on Kickstarter, coming in February 2022.
Sunken Isles is a seafaring adventure for 5th edition that takes your adventure through a magical island chain with a mysterious deity. This book is also going to include lots of new rules for ships and naval combat.
Nice. This adventure has been headed up by Logan, one of our fellow YouTubers. His channel, RuneSmith. You should definitely check it out as well. And the Sunken Isles adventure really draws on some different and
that looks very pretty.
Inspiration from what we typically see in your average seafaring adventure. So this is definitely one to keep an eye on. You can follow the links in the description below to be notified when the Kickstarter goes live.
And now, on to this week's episode.
It's probably out by now because this was February 2022 that they said, so...
unless it's taking as long as my shit.
Well, usually when they announce the actual like Kickstarter, it's probably already good.
Oh,
Probably.
yeah, that's true.
So, you're good.
Because we learned that about Kickstarter with Rogan, I think.
Yeah.
Greetings! My name is Monty Martin.
And I'm Kelly McLaughlin.
And we are the Dungeon Dudes. Welcome to our channel where we cover everything D&D, including advice for players and guides for GMs.
We upload new videos on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so please subscribe to our channel so that you never miss
that sounds
an episode.
familiar.
Today, we are workshopping our homebrew fixes for two-weapon fighting in 5th edition D&D.
Two-weapon fighting is a great part of Dungeons & Dragons that a lot of people love the fantasy of, but in 5th edition, it hasn't quite lived up to what we expected that fantasy to be.
In fairness, two-weapon fighting is a pretty niche fighting style in real life, but it is all over our favorite fantasy media, from video games to novels to movies especially. And many of us are inspired by the heroes of fantasy that we see dual-wielding 2 axes or 2 swords or anything, or a pair of hammers or anything in between, and cutting down their foes like butter. It's a really great and fantastical archetype, but one that isn't as well supported mechanically in the rules of D&D 5e, especially in compared to its cousins in the forms of archery or crossbows, or certainly in the forms of two-handed weapons and polearms.
Yeah, as we were discussing before, the rules for it are you get your main attack, which gets the extra attack bonuses, I believe, and then your bonus attack is your second weapon, and that's it.
Very boring.
And you can only do the second attack if you have two-weapon fighting as like your feature that you take for your class, because otherwise anyone could do it.
Yep.
And I think it also has the restriction of some weapons should like need to be light or something, I think, to make it better.
Light.
Yeah. Or to actually make it work. Let me go to equipment real quick so I can see if that's what I remember correctly or not. Let's see. It would be over here as light. Yes. Yeah. Light weapon is small and easy to handle, making it ideal for use when fighting with two weapons. See rules for two-weapon fighting in Chapter 9. That is on page 147 of the player's handbook under the weapons properties. So like short swords and hammers, as said, or hand axes.
Yeah.
Yep. Those kinds of things are your two weapons ideals. Although I guess you could have just about anything in your main hand that is just a one-handed weapon, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
And then your second weapon usually is one that you want to be light.
Yes.
But disappointing, but to be fair, two-handed weapons seem kind of hard to get wrong. Yeah, that's why I was more interested in the two-handed thing, but, you know. Two-weapon fighting isn't required to be taken as a feature. Anyone can do it, you just won't get offhand strength to dex damage. There you go. Okay. So, yeah, it's better to do it if you have the two-weapon feat, but you can still do it if you don't have it. There you go. I say feature. A baseball bat in both hands would be awesome. Also, something I can see Majima doing. Yeah, absolutely.
God damn it!
What?
That sounds cool now.
Oh yeah. What is cozy? Oh, it's Cody from Taking 20. We had a whole thing that had a couple episodes that went pretty. At some point, we'll revisit that whole debacle in the sense of just like other people's responses to it.
That's gonna be fun.
That'll be fun at some point. And maybe a couple older Cody videos as well, because the newer stuff just does not. I don't care.
Oh, is it all shit now? Basically,
no. I don't know. I just don't care.
Yeah,
you know,
most people don't.
Yeah, some of the older stuff maybe, but call them cozy because we're buddies like that. That's right. Yeah, we're all friends.
So what we want to do today is look at the two-weapon fighting style, talk about some of the fixes that we might implement in order to bring this fantasy to life, but also look at the changes that this might have on the greater game as a whole and some of the other feats and abilities that we might need to shift in order to make two-weapon fighting relevant.
And of course, this is just an early draft. We're still workshopping these ideas, so we would love to hear your feedback in the comments below.
There's a lot to discuss today, so let's get rolling.
So let's kick things off by looking at what the rules for two-weapon fighting are right now, and maybe what some of the problems with that are that they cause.
Right now with two-weapon fighting, when you attack with a light melee weapon, you can use a bonus action to attack with another light melee weapon with your offhand, but you do not get your ability bonus to that attack.
You must take the attack action on your turn in order to benefit from two-weapon fighting. And while you do get one additional attack, you can't use anything other than a light melee weapon, although you can throw the weapons if they have the thrown property.
There you go. That's the actual thing. So I was mistaken on using any other weapon in your hand.
Yeah, they both have to be light. That sucks.
They both have to be light. So your damage potential is pretty low.
Well, okay.
Technically.
I believe there are some weapons out there that are like specifically built to be used for this that have a bit more damage, like scimitars, I believe.
Yeah, potential. Let me see what I got here in the.
It's been a long time since I looked at the 5e book, but I seem to remember something about scimitars being good for this.
Probably. Let me see. We've got martial melee weapons, scimitar, finesse light, d6. Yeah, short sword is also d6.
Okay.
Same
Never
thing.
mind then.
Yeah, that's the thing. Most everything that's light and probably in the category that you'd want is going to be from a D4 to a D6.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to be too much better than that. And the only way to get better than that would be to find better weapons or get +1s or all that kind of stuff. Things that are made specifically for you.
Yeah.
The Corey meme might be old, but I love using it. Oh, the Corey. Yeah, Corey was also one of those. That's right. Oh, okay. Cozy in the house. Yes, exactly.
Now, within the rules, there are several ways that we can augment two-weapon fighting. Fighters and rangers get the two-weapon fighting style that lets them add their ability modifier back into that offhand attack damage. And we can also take the dual-wielder feat so we can use non-light weapons with two-weapon fighting. So
okay, there you go. There it is. Two-weapon fighting, even when one-handed melee weapons you're wielding aren't light. Draw, stow two one-handed weapons when you'd normally be able to draw or stow only one. What? But you always can. It's 5e. What do you mean?
I don't know.
Okay. Because, they made it so that you could... Have I been mistaken this whole time? Hold on.
Maybe either we've been mistaken or we just never cared about doing that.
Well, so, from what I understood, you could always just take out as many weapons as you wanted, really.
And I mean, that's how we play, so.
Yeah, and that's how everyone played, I thought, so I don't see why that would be specific unless that isn't the case, which is just something that I now need to know.
Could just be like one of those optional rules that basically everybody uses.
Maybe? I guess.
Because there are rules like that.
Yeah, I guess, but at the same time, I thought I was accurate, and now I'm questioning my life.
I mean, we don't play a whole lot of 5e.
That's true. We don't play a whole lot of 5e.
Do your other games play 5e, or do they play 4e?
Yeah,
I mean, not 3.5.
They do 5e.
Oh, okay.
But I think you can draw one weapon as part of your attack action by raw, but most don't care. Really?
Yeah, because like the way I see it, like unless the weapon is extremely unwieldy, you just draw it. That's not that like that's barely an action.
Yeah, that's well. So my thing is like, oh, here we go. Use an object, such as draw a sword as part of an attack. There you go. Make when an object requires your action for your use, you can take the use an object action. This action is most useful when you want to interact with more than one object on your turn. Okay. So yeah. Okay. Can you dual wield two other fighters who also dual wield? Yeah, if they're small enough and you're strong enough. Yes.
Yeah, if you're like a giant or a Goliath and they're like hobbits, holy fuck.
Yeah.
I would love that.
Such as long swords and larger axes that usually give us an upgrade from a D6 damage to a D8 damage. And of course, there are some powers and abilities like Hunter's Mark, which add bonus damage to every single attack that we make. But that's where the problems start coming in.
Okay. So the problem with two-weapon fighting as it stands, again compared to archery or polearm master or these other great fighting styles, is that this fighting style eats up your bonus action, which for a lot of classes is something that you really want access to.
Yes.
With the feat choices that you're taking, even adding in something like Hunter's Mark, the damage just isn't going to scale as well as if you're a great weapon master polearm fighter or if you're a sharpshooter crossbow expert. The fact that these other options exist that allow another fighter who takes a different fighting style to really ramp up their abilities in combat, while somebody who's trying to live the fantasy of a two-weapon fighter gets left in the dust, is the main issue.
Yeah, I suppose so. 'Cause with great weapon master, your two-handed kind of stuff, you can get up to what is it? Like D12s, yeah? 2d6 is probably the better one than D12, right? Just mathematically, I think so. So like a maul or a greatsword, right? But I usually go glaive because it's a pretty long reach, and then you can get your even longer reach if you take like polearm master, I think it is, and it's fucked up how far you can reach with your fucking polearms.
I thought glaives were the ones that had two bladed ends.
No.
Was that a double saber?
Yeah, that would be something else.
Okay.
Glaive is just it's like a poleaxe, but like just the thing on the end that's just a sword.
Okay, so it's a bladed polearm.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Unless I've been wrong about that too my entire life.
I've heard that described many different ways.
I'm pretty sure that's the case, though. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, but that plus the feats that you can get for it, I think would be more, especially for a great sword, which, as I see in chat, August says 2d6 is greater than 1d12 because the minimum is higher. Yes. So, and if we go to fighter in our PHB, yes,
I think one of the best ways to run that two-weapon fighter is to increase your crit chance.
Yeah.
That way you've got double the chance to crit.
That's true. I don't remember if feats do that in 5e. That's my thing.
Oh.
Yeah. Remember, feats...
weapons that are like rapiers that can crit on a lower number?
No.
Oh, jeez. They completely removed that whole fucking play style.
Yeah, critting is
because that's how Brogan plays in Devils and Dice.
I know, yeah. Critting isn't
That's
really...
a cool fucking play style.
Yeah. So, but like, with Great Weapon Fighting as a fighting style, you get the ability to, if you roll a 1 or a 2 on your damage die, that you can re-roll them,
right?
and then take the new one. You have to take the new one, even if it's a 1 or a 2, but like, you can always do that to just like continuously do even more damage and such. So if we're going by pure damage stuff, then yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, they kind of got fucked on that.
Yeah, which is probably it's probably something that we should have be more comparable to the other styles, just to make it so that it's still as viable and something that people would take a lot more. Because the only thing that happens with the 2-weapon fighting is literally you just get to add your ability modifier and that's it.
You know, I think, like, I don't know if this would really work very well, but fucking mouse, Jesus. Because whenever I think 2-weapon fighter, you've played Tales of Symphonia.
I have.
You'll think, whenever I think 2-weapon fighter, I think Lloyd.
Mm-hmm.
I think Lloyd, and I think about some of his abilities, like Demon Fang, Tiger Blade, Tempest, things like that.
Yep.
And I think something that would be really neat for 2-weapon fighting would be to give them kind of like their own special maneuvers if they took enough of those feats. I think that'd be kind of cool, where it's like, you know, you get away, or not get away, you mitigate the fact that you're doing less damage overall by giving you more utility with some of your attacks. Like, for example, you could do like something similar to like Tiger Blade, if you remember what that is, where you jump up, slash, and slash on the way down.
Yep.
That could be kind of cool if you had like an ability that could hit an enemy that's higher up than normal or something.
Sure. Yeah, that's why I think using the archetype, the Battlemaster archetype, with that would be the way that you would go, because that gives you literal maneuvers that you can take to augment
do that stuff.
Yeah, augment your attacks. Like, you have your distracting strike, your disarming attacks, your parries, your precision attacks, you know, all these kinds of stuff that you can choose from, and then you continue to choose from as you level through. Like, that's the way that you can make it so that it's both this it might not be as damaging, but it is something that is more interesting. Focused. Yeah.
And maybe if you have like access to that feat, like you have if you have that feat, you have access to maneuvers that are like special maneuvers that are more damage oriented.
Sure, yeah. Well, so
that'd be kind of neat.
That's the thing with like how feats were before, where you could build in such ways that you could do that, right?
But now you can't.
We're speaking 3.5 and stuff, and it looks like for 1D&D at least, they are trying to bring feats back.
Thank God!
Because I looked at the most recent playtest material that came out, and it was saying taking feats at level 4 again, so it looks like they are literally implementing feats to be more of a mainstay than at least for the playtest stuff. So I don't know if they'll keep it, but I hope so.
Yeah, I hope that. I mean, hell, even if it's an optional rule, fuck, it'll be in there.
Yeah, exactly. So, but it looks like that would be a thing, which means that you have that customization again, which would be very nice.
That way you can make a group of fighters, and they won't all be the same fucking thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the subclasses and stuff will still be there, right? So
I know, but you know what I mean.
But yeah, I get you. You can
narrative.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
But like being able to be a crit focus instead of a you know, just pure damage dealer would be nice to have again, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I like
that. Sorry. Wait. Oh, there we go. Sounds like a plan. Tell the Giants of this idea. Yes. You should. Oh, imagine Giants putting handles on dwarves they captured in full plate, giving them flails, and the dwarves just flail as full attack actions as you duel dwarf fighting.
Well, see, now, like, Warhammer, Total War Warhammer 3.
Yeah.
Ogre Kingdoms. Why don't they do that with the fucking Noblars or whatever they're called?
Good idea, yeah.
That'd be fucking great. I mean, hell, they've already got fucking gobbo catapults where they just fire a flying goblin.
Shroomed up goblins, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, dude. It's so dumb.
It's great.
I know.
Crit fishing builds, very familiar with them in Pathfinder and 3.5. Yeah. You can still crit fish with Champion Fighter, but there's no point in doing that with 2-weapon fighting because the advantage they had was many attacks in older editions, and the crit number doesn't improve by much in 5e, so it's a letdown. Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's not... Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. Improve critical at 19 or 20, and then at 15th level, you get 18 to 20. Like, that's... it's nothing.
And then, I forget exactly how Brogan has built
He's at it 15 to 20.
Oh no, but I mean, like, I forget how he built it.
Oh yeah. He took a bunch of feats.
Just a number of improved crit feats. I think.
Yeah. I think weapon specializations in there and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that too.
Yep.
And I think he uses specific weapons that are yeah,
because specific weapons have better crit chance, and it's
it's
a whole thing that you can do. It was so cool. It's just another playstyle that's lost to time.
Yeah, just lost to fucking simplification.
That's right. But I am excited to see, because it does seem like, at least, that 1D&D is trying to go for more in general.
Yeah, and I love that thing where you posted the
where they're making it to 4E. Yes.
Yeah, it's like, they're rolls, but they're not.
Yeah, it's literally they're trying their hardest to avoid saying anything that's like 4E. When I look at it and I immediately went, 4E. Oh, that's 4E.
Yeah.
And anyone who knows it will go, oh yeah, that's 4E.
Yeah,
but
it's 4E.
That's the problem that they're going to have to go past, where they go, no, 4E was fine, and no one will believe them because there's a meme. And that's it.
Yeah, because it's a meme. Fucking memes, man.
Yeah, man.
Because people put legit stock into meme.
I know.
God, it's annoying.
Yeah.
Like Dogecoin.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't a meme for a second, and those people, I fucking wish I was them. Fuck, dude.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well,
now, of course, there's a lot of fighting styles, and there's a lot of weapons that are not well supported in 5th edition D&D.
Yeah.
And so rather than getting into the whataboutism of that, we just want to come out and say that in an ideal world, all the weapons in D&D 5e would be mechanically distinct, but all capable of dealing really, really good damage. Our friend Chris, who has a great YouTube channel over at Treant's Monk Temple, has actually done a great video where he breaks down in detail the problems of 2-weapon fighting. And so if you're interested in more of the why it doesn't work well, we really recommend you check out his video.
Sure.
Because he really, really goes into detail on the math behind it and why it doesn't work.
Okay.
I would also say that it's also just frankly disappointing that 2-weapon fighting isn't really well supported for monks, barbarians, or for paladins even, all of which feel like classes that should be able to benefit from 2-weapon fighting.
Paladins.
I honestly, I would absolutely argue that every martial class that's in the game should be able to do it. Honestly.
That's true, because I mean, you could have like rangers with hand crossbows and shit.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I feel like it's something that should be there, that is an option that anyone can use. And I feel like if anybody were to come up to me and go, hey, can I play a paladin who has the 2-weapon fighting feature? I'd be like, absolutely. Absolutely, why not?
That's the only one that comes across a little bit strange to me. I always see them as sword and board, but I mean, I guess you could.
Yeah, I mean, well, so it really depends, at least to me. The way that I rationalize it is different gods have different weapons. Right?
That's true.
And like the orders that they follow might not always like follow that specific weapon even. They might try to do their will in a different way, if you will, right? And so say I'll use like Pelennor even.
Okay.
Pelennor or Pelor. Sorry, I thought
there we go.
Pelennor is Pelennor Fields, as in the Battle of Pelennor Fields. I've got Lord of the Rings in my brain. Good stuff. Anyway, Pelor.
Those movies were pretty mid.
Oh God! Don't do that. Even as a joke,
I've been wanting to
hurts.
say that for the last while, just to see how you react to it.
It hurts me.
Yeah, and as expected, poorly.
Yeah. Anyway, So, but like, I'll take Paylor as an example. People could follow Paylor, but use, like, even though his teachings are like mostly good and all that kind of stuff, they could still do good in the name, like in his name, but like in a different way, in a more sneaky way, right? Like they're trying to take out, I guess we'll say underworld things by using underworld tactics, but literally just always do it in the name of Paylor, right?
Yeah.
Because not everybody is going to be the same in their way of
Ritual
worship.
murder, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh.
I agree that the Christian Knight doesn't have to be the only flavor of Paladin. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
it's just what comes to my mind.
Absolutely, and I totally understand that. And I don't fault anybody for thinking that right off and sticking with it and having a harder time, like thinking about it any other way. It makes total sense because it's drilled into your mind because of our own history.
It's kind of like the for those people who have played League, like the Olaf style of Berserker, you know, like Barbarian, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's fair. Absolutely fair. Which I think of the stories of the Berserkers who turned into bears on the battlefield, so that's where my mind goes, because that shit is awesome.
So Beorn? Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
He had like 2 scenes in the Hobbit movies.
I didn't watch after the first one.
So what's funny, I watched the pitch meetings recently. They're very funny.
I see.
And they're like, Beorn shows up and they stay at his house and he like turns into a bear to drive them off. Drive off some orcs. It's like, oh man, can we see that? No. Oh, okay. and then what's even worse is that like, oh man, and then Beorn shows up at the Battle of Five Armies. He gets dropped into the battle by an eagle, and then he fucking transforms into a bear and starts tearing shit up. It's like, oh, that's so cool. Can we see that? No.
Oh my god.
They drop him in, he transforms into a bear, and then you never see him.
Oh.
So you don't get to see a giant fucking bear tearing up orcs and dwarves and elves and shit.
They already stretched that shit out so much, and yet they don't even add in something that's really cool like that. Come on.
No, they'd rather have scenes with that unibrow guy, whatever his name was, Alan or something. I don't fucking know,
man. I don't know.
Sorry. Anyway, go on.
No, you're good. You're just making me think of how fucking stupid the Hobbit movies are.
I know, and I loved that book, man. It's such a good book.
The book is good.
I actually really loved the Down to Goblin Town song. Fuck, I love that song.
That's fair, yeah.
So good.
The Hobbit movie made bad decisions. Yes. The movies. Let's be fair.
It made monetary decisions.
That's a good way to put it. Dude, airdropping a bear into battle, that's awesome. Yeah,
I know.
That's sick as hell, but you don't get to see it. So
so watch the pitch meeting on it.
Yeah, you should. Pitch meetings are funny. They're really good.
Yes.
It seems like easily like that's on the Screen Rant channel itself, and like,
oh, he's got his own channel for those now.
Oh, does he? Oh, he got him off Screen Rant.
It's just called Pitch Meetings. So
thank God, because Screen Rant is like not great.
It's trash. No, Screen Rant is trash.
That was the only reason why I would go there ever.
Yeah, they're carried by Ryan George. So if you look up Pitch Meeting, there is a channel for it.
Oh, that's so good. Oh my God, I gotta go subscribe to that now.
Yep, and he's got compilations of the pitch meetings he did on Screen Rant, so you don't need to go there ever again.
Oh my God!
So what's funny is that Screen Rant, over the course of its whole time on YouTube, has like maybe 2 to 3 to maybe 4 million subscribers. Yeah. Pitch Meeting was made maybe a year ago, already has well over 1 million.
Awesome.
Because people know.
I mean, yeah. Oh my God, that's awesome. Okay, cool. I know. Good for him, really.
Yeah.
Got out of that shithole.
Yeah.
Anyway.
In ways that they can't always. For example, if paladins want to use their smite spells, well, that uses their bonus action, so it doesn't really help them to 2-weapon fight if they're using those spells. Barbarians often benefit way more from using a 2-handed weapon, and even activating your rage is a bonus action, so you can't activate your rage and start flailing away with your 2 weapons when you start raging. And monks already have their martial arts feature and so many other abilities that consume their bonus actions, and it really feels like these characters should be able to have some benefit to 2-weapon fighting as well.
One rule that tends to get ignored by DMs, but if we're going by the rules as written, creates a bit of a clunky mess here, is the drawing and stowing weapons rule.
There it is.
Now, in my opinion, most DMs should just set this aside, especially if you have somebody trying to live the fantasy of a two-weapon fighter. With all of that being said, let's talk about what we want to see from two-weapon fighting, starting with just the fantasy of being a two-weapon fighter.
Fundamentally speaking, we think that what makes two-weapon fighting feel like two-weapon fighting and not using a great weapon is making a lot of attacks. We feel that any sort of solution that looks at two-weapon fighting should immediately start with this as a core premise. We'll have to figure out the right balance, but we've seen a lot of folks that have proposed solutions to two-weapon fighting that give you a flat bonus to damage rolls, or even advantage on attack rolls. And I'm just going to come out and say, I don't think that these things feel like things that are associated with two-weapon fighting. These solutions feel like things that would actually make more sense if we were trying to capture the flavor of either a very accurate attack or a really heavy two-handed weapon.
I was actually going to say that, because like, when I think of a two-weapon fighter, I think of a whirling dervish.
Yes, exactly.
And so you got the guy fucking spinning like a top out in the battlefield. Like, he's not doing a lot of damage per se, but he is doing it a lot, right? Different enunciation there for you to really get you to know what I mean.
Yes,
but and
spelled out terribly.
Yeah. And if they like, it can do more damage, sure, that's fine, but I feel like having it be an inherent thing that happens because of the feature, the style itself would be weird, you know? Making it so that you maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll get to something like this, but making it so that the like extra attacks that you get, the problem, at least to me, that I'm seeing already is the fact that extra attack, if it were to be applied to both weapons, especially if you can take the feat that gives you the ability to have just better weapons that you can use that aren't just light, it can really lead to you doing a shit ton of attacks, a shit ton of damage.
Especially if you're playing as a character that's like large, like a Goliath. Imagine a fucking a two-weapon fighting dual wielder Goliath who's using fucking halberds or something.
Right, yeah.
That would be insane. Now, it would be fucking awesome.
Yeah. It would be cool, but at the same time, I'm like,
yeah.
You don't want to make everything a joke, right? With just the changes that you make to the two-weapon fighting. Because if you hit a lot more and you have the ability to make it so that you have D8s at the very least, let's say, you're doing what, minimum 1, maximum 8, and let's say if you add extra attacks to your secondary weapon as well, then you would potentially on your first extra attack, I don't know if this is how it would go, but first extra attack would give you 4 attacks total, and it's already like, holy shit.
Yeah, like that's not even taking into account like strength mods that just give you damage straight up.
Yeah. Or if you're using dex weapons, right? Yeah, for dex mods. Like it could go bad real fast. So I'm interested to see what they'll propose, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, I never really got into the pitch meeting videos personally. That's all right, Timothy. No worries.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Now that I'm at my computer, I will say that the fantasy of two-weapon fighting is different from the reality, so how to pursue it mechanically depends on which flavor you want to go for. Yes, also true. Yeah, it's one of those things where if we restrict it to light weapons, like we take away the feat that lets you get higher like damage weapons, it might be better to make it so that you can continue to do a shit ton of attacks and still have like good damage output, not better damage output than other styles, but like it also means that you restrict from getting to those other kinds of weapons, right?
Yeah. And then at that point, it's still now it's mathematically more worthwhile to use the other weapons.
Yeah.
Like the other fighting styles, I mean.
Yeah, exactly. So we gotta.
So it's a very delicate balance.
Yeah,
we have to strike.
So we want to give that little bit of mechanical dice feel that helps capture the fantasy.
One thing that we have to understand about Dungeons and Dragons is that you are using dice and rules to imply and bring to life a fantasy and imagination. So when you take that into account, we need to use the dice properly to really fulfill that imagination that we have. With two-weapon fighting, rolling more dice and making more attacks fills that fantasy.
And once again, to build off the genius of Chris over at Trinity Monk's Temple, he proposes a really great solution that I 100% agree with. Two-weapon fighting doesn't need to require a bonus action. It just lets you make one additional attack when you have two weapons in your hand as part of the same action. We only need to add the stipulation that it only works on your turn, and it only works once per turn. So a fighter that action surges can benefit from two-weapon fighting once, but not on the second round of action surge attacks. It just adds a full-on additional attack.
Once on your turn, when you take the action attack, and attack with a light melee weapon that you're holding in one hand, you can make one additional attack with a different light melee weapon that you're holding in the other hand as part of the same action. If either weapon has the thrown property, you can throw the weapon instead of making a melee attack with it. Okay. So, from what I understand, then, you take your attack action, you do both attacks, and then if you were to do your second attack action, you only get to do one attack. You still get your bonus action. So at the end of the day, I assume with extra attacks, at least from this, then you get to do 2 on the first, 1 on the second, 1 on the third, 1 on the fourth, if we're going with the fighter. Because they get up to 4. So then you get 5 attacks total, but only one of them will be your second weapon.
Only one of them can have the bonus double attack.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm immediately like, so I like balance-wise, sure, that works.
But this really doesn't feel like what you're trying to achieve here.
No, it doesn't. I like the whole time I'm like, so why do I have the second weapon?
Yeah, what the hell was the point here?
Like, I get another attack, sure.
I could get
first time.
Yeah.
Right. Unless I'm misunderstanding, but it says once on your turn. So when you take the attack action. So I don't think I am. So yeah, it feels like it again, it works balance wise, but it doesn't seem to capture that thing. It doesn't like make it so that you're doing the 1 to 2, the 1 2 1 2 that you would think, right?
Yeah.
Or like, spinning around one to one guy, doing a second one to a second guy, and then taking both into a third. Why not, right?
Yeah, now that would actually be kind of cool, where it's like you get an attack, or maybe like let's see here. Like, if you have like 2 enemies near you, you could attack both in addition to your like standard attack. But they have to be spent on like different ones.
Right. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay. So yeah.
So it's like you've got enemy A and enemy B.
Yes.
You can spend your normal attack action, and then you get a bonus attack against both enemy A and B, but they cannot double up on the same thing.
Okay.
That kind of feels a little bit more like what they would be trying to go for, but I'm not sure how that would work balance-wise.
I think, actually, I like where we're going with this, because like, it becomes more of a risk versus reward thing for this kind of style, which seems inherent to two-weapon fighting, right?
Yeah, because, I mean, two-weapon fighting is really a very aggressive style.
Yeah.
Like, by its own nature.
So, like, you rush into the group that you're going against to get as many of them around you as possible, so you can do as much damage to as many of them as you can.
And then that's how you can, excuse me, Jesus. Yeah. That's how you can work in the whole spinning like a top.
Yeah, exactly. So then you can, and like my brain now is starting to think of like, maybe there's something that we could put in that's like iterative, I guess is a word that works. I guess consecutive hits will do something for you, right? Where if you hit first with one of them, then you can hit again with another one, and then again with another one if you hit, right? Like you could have something where that could be one of your features later on in a later level.
And maybe you get like cumulative AC depending on how many enemies are around you.
Right, yeah, you get like
it's not much.
Right.
It's like 0.5 AC per enemy.
Something. Just to make it so that
it really it actually benefits you to be in the thick of it.
Yeah, so we could say every 2 that are around you
you get 1 AC.
You get 1 AC, and then that also means that I think 8 squares is the total that you can have around you, so you could have up to a +4 if you get totally surrounded.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And so your whole dual weapon fighting is this ability to effectively engage multiple enemies.
Yeah.
That I feel like would actually really work for this.
I think so,
at least
too.
for what they want it to be.
Yeah, and I think it would just be... It would be one of those things that really plays to that fantasy really well. And like, even with the mechanical benefits, it becomes that risk versus reward thing where it really incentivizes you to like get in there, right? Oh man, I'm having yeah.
See, now that one seems a lot better to me.
Yeah, I think that would be cool.
Once. But not on the second round of action surge attacks. It just adds a full-on additional attack. Amazingly, this solves so many things right off the bat.
This simple solution solves, in my opinion, the biggest issue with two-weapon fighting. By removing the bonus action element of it, you allow rangers to use their hunter's mark and still deliver the two-weapon fighting. Monks can still benefit from all of their bonus action maneuvers. Paladins can still smite. You still get all of your goodies because so many subclasses and classes have beautiful bonus action options that you don't really want them to interfere with your ability to fulfill your basic attacking fantasy.
Yeah, so even with our thought, like, I think it would work for what we're doing, because you still wouldn't be using the bonus action, but it would be part of your attack action, right? And then you can still do that other stuff. It does make it so we would have to figure out like a little bit of limits to this of like potential damage, right? Because it could get real bad depending on class. So, but it really does feel like more of what you want, though.
It really does, because like, oh boy, now we can use all our special class abilities, and that's fine. But the thing is, a lot of those special class abilities are very single target oriented.
Yes.
Smiting, I don't believe you can smite multiple things at once unless you have a very specific kind of thing going on. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. I haven't played a paladin in 5e before.
That's fair. I believe you can, as long as you have spell slots, continue to smite things if you hit them, though. I might be
So it is still a single target thing.
Yeah, it's still like whatever you hit first. So
yeah.
But I might be wrong on that. Let me double check on that, just because.
Yeah, because what I'm saying is kind of like a like a smite that could hit multiple targets in a single use
that's not a thing. I don't.
I don't believe that's a thing.
When you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can expend 1 spell slot to deal radiant damage to the target in addition to the weapon's damage, 2d8 for its first level, and 1d8 more for each spell level above, up to a max of 5d8, and then that's only if you hit.
Yes.
So yeah. I'm thinking about that guy with the boar head mask in Demon Slayer now.
Yeah, Inosuke.
There you go. Treat it like the rogue's aim ability. Reduce your movement to 0 for your turn, and you can't have moved beforehand. Yeah, sure.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you should be able to move beforehand, because once you get in there and you take an attack, it's unlike, well, I guess with that AC, maybe you'd be okay.
Maybe, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? It adds to that risk, I feel.
Yeah.
So
I think that's just a touch too much, though.
I don't know. We'd have to really like get into
because
it.
At the end of the day, even though this is more a flavor than an actual like good mechanic, because at the end of the day,
we don't know.
You still only are getting like one attack.
Yeah.
against all these different enemies, and hell, they might miss.
Right. It's also
they
true.
might miss, and with the way the weapons are for 2-weapon fighting, it's only like a D6 or a D8 at most.
Yeah. So, yeah, we'd have to figure it out, like, further in depth. But I like where we're going so far.
Yeah.
And that's what 2-weapon fighting is. It's meant to amplify your basic attack. So let's make it work that way.
Now, taking it a little bit further, and this is just something that I feel in the interest of simplicity, I actually don't like the fact that the offhand attack doesn't innately add your ability score modifier. It's a weird exception. I understand why it makes sense from a game balance perspective, but I think that players forget that. And it ends up being one of those confusing things that in the flurry of making a bunch of attacks, I would rather just scoop up all my dice and roll them and know that they all use the same modifiers and they all use the same stats.
Well, that's why you take the style. That way it does that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
What?
Uh-uh.
Okay. I'm trying to, like, is there more to that issue? like, in the sense of, like,
I guess they just don't want to take that feat.
Well, how did we? So it's the fighting style, right?
Yeah.
Which is the feature of the class. So that's what enables you to get the plus from your stats to the damage and such. I'm just trying to figure out how that isn't already apparent when you take the fighting style, because that's what the fighting style does. Is it?
Yeah.
Are we assuming that people just do 2-weapon fighting without looking at the fighting style at all? If that's the case, okay.
Possible.
I don't know.
Honestly,
right?
with the amount of times we seem to run into that shit, where it's like, did you not just read the book?
Yeah, well, that's
I'm
what
willing
that's
to
what
believe it at this
Well,
point.
so I don't believe that for these guys. That's the thing. So I'm trying to figure out. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what the issue really is. Maybe he'll go into it more, but like, I'm very confused, I guess, because it seems so simple that why would anybody, like, why would you suggest it? I guess is my initial question, right? But
use the same modifiers and they all use the same stats fundamentally. So I think we should just axe that as a requirement. And instead,
to the roll, that's the wrong roll that you want there. It's the wrong roll. No other ability score is needed.
I don't really. This is kind of ancillary to this. I don't really understand why they have a video of a workshopped and workshopping thing. You'd think that they would get everything ironed out before they make a video about it.
I'm okay with it to the degree of, like, maybe somebody else has a better idea that might help me, like, inspire me to get to the point that I need to get to, right? It's fine.
It's always a little bit strange to me.
That's fair. I think the hive minding it kind of in a way is something that can be useful, and your mileage may vary, right?
But you'd think if they have a like a big fan base, they could do it through like a Discord.
Also
that way
true.
They could just like make it and then bam, get the feedback.
It's true. It's also true. But then you couldn't just give it to them on Patreon after they figure it out.
Yeah, it's true. Fucking algorithm, man.
I don't know if that. I'm not saying that that's why they do it this way.
Yeah, no, but
I am saying that is a possibility, right?
Yeah, that is a business model.
It is a business model as well.
Not saying it is theirs.
No,
we're not even. We don't even dislike them.
No, I don't dislike these people at all, and I wouldn't spread slander for anybody that I know that we've talked about. I promise. I'm just saying,
unless it's Cody.
No. No, we haven't. I haven't said anything, but because he's everything that
himself.
I was gonna say everything I've said about him. He said, and I've just taken as is. That's all I've done, right? Regardless, it's just one of those things where I think it's it makes sense to me in my head that they would do it, for varying reasons, but that's the one that comes to mind the most.
Yeah.
Yeah, how come so many people forget what rule books are? Oh, dude. It's because a lot of people, even myself, I'll admit to it myself, that I think I remember what the rules are, and then I look back literally today, and I go, oh, that's not what the rule is.
Yeah, that wasn't it.
Yeah, so it's just the way you got to refresh yourself beforehand if you're gonna try to speak, matter of factly on something, and a lot of the times people don't. Their videos are designed to make it seem like you're part of the conversation to get engagement in the comments. There you go.
Yeah.
There's also that. Yeah.
That's true.
If they're going to do a workshop video, I think they should put out the final thing they came up with later. They probably did. That's the thing.
They probably do.
Yep.
Just on Patreon.
Yep. Exactly. Because a lot of people do that, and no fault to that at all.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine.
I mean, hell, when I finish my Call of Cthulhu thing, I'm gonna sell it.
Yeah, exactly. So
it's gonna be fucking full price because how fucking big it is.
Yeah. So there's nothing wrong with it. It's absolutely a thing that is done.
Yeah.
There's no problem though.
But we can still make a joke about it.
Yes.
That's the thing.
That's the best thing. You can make jokes about nearly anything.
Yes.
Anyway.
Let's look at the other two-weapon fighting style and the dual-wielder feat and change these to give them a little bit more love and maybe shuffle a few other things around too.
So the next thing we're going to do is change the two-weapon...
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I wanted to comment on this because fucking a character's ability score modifier is added to their roll. No other ability score is needed. Now, I don't know what the fuck... What other ability score is needed already?
Yeah, none.
Am I missing something? Like, I don't think so.
I don't believe so.
Let me go to fighter, I guess.
Ability score. Yeah, no, what?
Yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, two-weapon fighting, the only thing that it does is when you engage in two-weapon fighting, you can add your ability modifier to the damage of the second attack. Okay. Yeah, what it means is you add that to your secondary.
What they should have said is that no other
weapon.
feat is required.
Yeah, that would... Yeah.
That was what they meant to say, I imagine.
Maybe.
Because, it's that feat, dual wielder, that
allows
that.
That's a two-weapon fighting style that comes with a lot of classes. That's what you take at second level.
Dual wielder is that?
Yeah,
okay.
two-weapon fighting as the style is what it is. The dual wielder thing, the feat itself, let me go find it. That one's different. That one's to get the weapon
That's
higher.
to get the... Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been misunderstanding the whole time. I thought dual wielder did that in addition to giving you the whole
no.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, here it is. On 165 for your player's handbook says dual wielder. You master fighting with two weapons, gaining the following benefits. You gain a +1 bonus to AC while you're wielding a separate melee weapon in each hand. You can use two-weapon fighting even when the one-handed melee weapons you are wielding aren't light. And you can draw or stow two one-handed weapons when you would normally be able to draw or stow only one. So there you go. And also, that immediately takes away the issue that they were talking about as long as you take that feat. So
yeah.
Interesting.
And I mean, hell, there's not that many feats that you'd be taking on top of being a dual wielder. That's the number one feat that you take.
That is absolutely, defensive. Well, not defensive duelist. No, that's finesse weapons.
That's for one weapon. That's for one, I think.
No, it just says when you're wielding a finesse weapon with which you are proficient, and another creature hits you with a melee attack.
Ooh. You can be a fucking, rapier.
Potentially causing the attack to miss you. Yeah. The other thing that I actually want to point out is in the previous video we were talking about the +1 bonus to AC that was with dual wielding just from that homebrew thing that you could just get, which would then make dual wielder the feat more useless. Yeah, because it gives you that. So
yeah. Now there's nothing wrong with effectively obsolescing something.
Because especially since that's an optional thing. Feats are optional.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Feats are optional, so there's not really... If it's... Because the thing is, if you make that feat obsolete, it means that you can have more options in the long run.
Yeah, yep. It's true.
Yeah, so mileage may vary.
Yes,
but,
exactly.
Yeah.
As with most things. Roasting jokes rule. Yeah. I'll buy the Call of Cthulhu thing if it's Alejo approved. I appreciate that.
Fucking Alejo, you better... I swear to God, if that's all it takes...
Don't worry. With the amount
Don't
of
put
effort
that on him.
with
I've
the
already
amount of-
spent like 2.5 fucking years of my life writing.
That's what I'm saying. With the amount of effort and everything, and the amount of trust that I have in Boo's writing, I think I would approve it already. Like, don't worry.
Because I mean, hell, if you already, let me put it this way: if you legitimately approve of Devils and Dice,
Yeah.
the way how goofy and batshit that
Yeah.
is, I think you'll love this.
Yeah, it's gonna be even better.
Yeah.
I
mean, hell, if you liked my original Call of Cthulhu,
right,
you'll
exactly.
like this.
Yeah, exactly. How many Little Caesars pizzas will the book cost? That's a good question.
Little Caesars are they like $5?
I think so. Yeah, hot and ready.
10.
There you go. 10 Little Caesars.
It'll be a $50 purchase.
There you
because
go.
the thing is, I don't know if I've actually said this on air effectively.
I don't think so.
If I can make most of these modules / adventures around the same length, it's probably going to be somewhere in the range of 400 to 500 pages long.
There you go.
So
that seems fair to me. Fucking $10 for every fucking 100 pages. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's $2 a module.
Yeah.
That's it. So
I think they're $6.49 now. Oh, well.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Well, then a little less than 10. Anyway.
Something like that, I don't know.
Who cares?
I'll have to get to the end of it and know exactly how many they're going to be in to actually give you that figure.
Exactly. I wonder what a Gintama TTRPG would look like just thinking out loud.
God, it'd be a fucking nightmare to run. Although if you wanted like my best attempt at it, it would be Devils and Dice.
Yeah. From what I gather, yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway.
Ability score. No other ability score is needed. Very strange to say, but it seems wrong. Let's get the anime 5e books. Yeah.
Yes.
Them a little bit more love and maybe shuffle a few other things around too.
So the next thing we're going to do is change the 2-weapon fighting style so that it allows you to use weapons that aren't light. This is essentially the dual wielder feat.
Okay.
But now instead of taking a feat, you just get to do that by being a class that gets a fighting style. And because we're using the original 2-weapon fighting style and just baking it into the rule for wielding 2 weapons, this just means that by using 2 weapons and taking the fighting style, you're already well on your way to fulfilling this fantasy.
This does mean that dual wielders come out swinging out the gate, which is pretty powerful and is definitely something that merits a little bit of playtesting. Maybe we've gone a little bit too far.
Well, I mean, the thing is, that's how fighters have always been.
Yeah.
Even since the very beginning of the game.
Well, so the difference here, though, is with their proposition, you're doing 2d8 instead of 2d6, which is the highest that you can get as a single weapon fighter.
That's fair. But
it is a lot more technically.
Yeah, I mean, but the problem still is that increase is not going to that power level is not going to last long.
No, it will
unless the DM is going to be giving out like lots and lots of +1s, +2s, things like that.
No. We just have to go with just basic extra attack as our merit here. Plus the action surge that you get. It's all still the same, which means that you still get and then
you have the other thing is that you also have to compare it to how two-handed fighters currently are as it is.
Yeah, well, so I guess no, I had the wrong assumption. Sorry. I immediately thought if you could still do multiple attacks every attack, but no, that's not how it works in their scenario. You only get the one time. So they will be that for that until you get to your first extra attack, which is, I want to say, 5th level.
Something like that?
I think. I will check.
It'd be really helpful if we played 5e.
Yeah, probably. That's why I have. Yeah, it's 5th level. My brain sucks. So
does mine too.
It's 5th level, 11th level, and then 20th level. That's the ones. But even with the action surge before that at 2nd level, you get only 3 attacks total, whereas the regular fighter, let's say, just to compare, the two-handed fighter goes in with their 2d6, and they get 4d6 technically from that, while you get 3d8s, which is the same potential damage. So you're still fine at level 2. Level 1, you're a little bit of a powerhouse, which adds to that survivability of level 1, I guess. And if you are starting at level 1, then I guess then everybody like follows that guy into battle.
Well, I mean, hey, that is how fighters usually be.
Which, I mean, but and then if you're starting at level 3, everybody's pretty much balanced out at that point. At least damage wise, martially. So yeah, it's not too bad, I guess. Now that I'm thinking about it, not as bad as I initially thought. I just needed to work my way through it.
Yeah, because the way I always see it usually is like, yes, the fighters will start off like pretty strong.
Yes.
Usually, but that's even in the oldest editions of the game, it's always been that way. Yeah. So I'm just I'm usually willing to overlook it because of that. Because wizards are always going to outclass the shit out of them.
Yeah, Magic literally always will. Always.
Yeah, and so they always the fighters are effectively the baby. They're the babysitters.
Yeah. And like I understand to a degree why that can be frustrating for a lot of people that like to play martial classes, right?
Yeah.
It's absolutely a valid thing to feel, and I think that there should be something to be done that does kind of balance it out in the late game. I really do. But
I mean, what about your 8 fucking attacks?
Well, so you get
in the late game.
In the late game, you get like what, 2 action surges, I think?
Yeah, you get 2 action surges and then like 4 attacks, right?
Yes.
4 extra attacks. So then that's
12
attacks.
Yeah, but that's when you're max level, right?
I mean, that's late game. That's end game.
Well, so what I'm saying is you don't get to that point very often, first off. Second off, as you're building yourself up to that, you have to get to that point, and it might not, I don't know. It's one of those things where I think it's hard to do just raw. What you should do as a DM is make it so that mobility is more of a thing that you can give to your fighters, so that they can actually like do that shit to multiple things, whereas wizards can stay in place and do that to multiple things, right? Especially with how 5e works, where you can move around and attack and then move around and attack and all that kind of stuff, right? And then giving them equivalent magical items to get them to a point that they are on par, right? It's unfortunate that it has to be on the DM to do that.
To make them that way.
To make it balanced, right?
That's why you guys should play our Jungle Warrior Homebrew class.
Oh god, that thing.
Remember that?
Yeah, that was cool. I still I just remember I have that somewhere around here, and I never finished putting it up. But yeah,
because it's basically like a 4E class where it's like, oh man, you get to actually get kind of like spells as a fighter.
Yes, that's right.
Attacks.
That's right. I remember that. But
I remembered it because I'm the one that came up with that.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, so yeah, but what I am saying is that the system, I think, should at least make it so that it doesn't have to be all on the DM to do that.
Yeah.
I really think that should be a thing. But there is a way to do it as the DM to make it so it balances out. It is just work, right? That the DM has to do. Additional work that they shouldn't necessarily have to.
Yeah, they shouldn't have to. They can.
Yes. So that is I will always say that D&D is flawed. Like, that is a flaw of it. Just it is an inherent flaw that's always been there, and just because it's always been there doesn't mean that it's fine.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Right?
Just because it's been grandfathered in doesn't mean it should be.
Exactly. Right.
It's a flaw, so it
is
should
a flaw.
Be changed.
It should be fixed. It should, and like, I don't know how to fix it myself. I'm not great at doing this kind of stuff, but it is something that should be fixed.
My only idea was like, oh man, I have an idea how to fix this, and then as soon as you brought up the DM has to do it, I'm like, oh shit, yeah, no, that would be the same thing. Fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Because my only idea for making the fighters feel a little bit more special would be to have monsters and shit that actually require specific kind of weapons, like silvered weapons or cold iron weapons or, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And they're actually affordable and easy enough to find where it's like, oh man, you fight this monster, maybe you get your ass kicked, but you leave and you live. And it's like, oh shit, we need to learn about this thing. And then you kind of treat it like The Witcher.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be cool. Yo, if it's anime, I'm on board. Yeah. What's the Big Eye Small Mouth edition for 1D&D going to be called? one big eye, one big mouth.
Oh my god.
OBOEOBM. It's Obiom.
Obiom.
I like that.
Obiom.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Whips and wizards could work. Or one small mouth. Yes. All right. No, big mouth is good. One big eye, one big mouth is good. I like that. It's dumb. I like it. I just googled anime Cyclops and lost some sanity.
Monster Girl Doctor.
Yeah. There's a reason you shouldn't hold out on magical weapons and armor for high-level fighters. I'd say to let them use the gold they found to buy them, but I'm under the impression that 5e doesn't do a great job with magic items in the economy. No, it does not.
Nope.
No, it does not.
That's kind of like a legendarily bad thing that basically everybody has an issue with.
Yep. In 3.5 and Pathfinder 1e, I consider wealth to be a part of the build points that can be invested in a character's power. Yeah. As with the amount of material there is that 3.5 has, like, it took them a while to get all of that material out, so I would have the same issue with it, from the beginning, but once you have all the material out that they did put out officially, then and all the unofficial stuff too, so there's a lot of that shit that they let happen with the open license shit.
And
it's all there.
The problem with 5e is that they've had all this time and they still haven't addressed it. Not well enough, at least.
I don't think so, no. But yeah, it's one of those things. Especially the other thing about it is with 3.5, you can also build your character with feats to become that, like, a thing that's on par. Like, it might not be on par with magic, but it is specialized to the point of, like, you do this thing and you fucking do it well. All right. Yeah. Like, they have their magic and shit, but man, you're a tripping person, right? Like, you are a trip machine, or you're a crit
man.
Yeah. Or you're a crit getter. Like, there's, like, so many things that you could just do because of the feat trees that you had access to.
Yes. And so that alone made it so that, that at least not having access to all that other stuff stung less.
Yes, exactly. There was a lot more that you could do still. And then they added even more that you could do, and it was great.
Yeah.
Anyway. Reminiscing about simpler times. Or really more complicated times, actually.
Yeah.
Direction with making some of these changes. But I would like to try and see how this feels first, because it might be that by making these changes, we need to make changes to a few other things as well. Now, of course, as our characters level up, we would like to introduce a replacement for the dual wielder feat called Dual Flurry. This would be a feat that has a prerequisite that your character must have the extra attack feature or an equivalent feature. And all it lets you do is attack twice when you use two-weapon fighting instead of once.
The result of this is that if you are an 8th level fighter wielding 2 weapons and you take this feat, you can now make 4 attacks on your turn. Again, if you action surge, you're still only gaining 2 more. This is to prevent the imbalance of a fighter being able to ramp up to 8 attacks at level 6. The last thing we need to do is change the rules.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's something that you want to absolutely manage, and that's fine with me. If we have the inherent, you only get the 1 extra at the beginning, and then once you take the feat, but the thing is, you have to lock the feat, I think, behind at least
another
stat.
feat.
Well, or another feat, yeah, but so they are locking it behind. No, they aren't, because it's the feat, and the other thing is the style.
Oh, so, that's right. Yeah.
So I think you you do need to have, at least the way that 5e works with its feats, you need to have a I guess a stat limit to it of some sort, but the problem is you could go either strength or dex. So I guess you have to put then, if they're at such and such strength or dex, you can take this feat, because at first level for humans, you could just take a feat if you take variant human, unless you don't use that, right? But if we're already using feats, we're in optional rule territory, and the variant human is an optional rule anyway. So you know, it's one of those things of like, do you want to deny that as well? Which is fine if you do. There's no reason why you wouldn't be able to, but it's definitely
it just starts getting more and more.
Yes.
Yeah.
You kind of get to the point of saying no to a lot of things, and it's like, okay, well,
yeah, but like, you gotta have to really pick and choose, and then it just becomes a whole nother issue, really.
Yeah. Even what's in the 3.5 DMG is pretty good. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Playing as a party of bards using your wit's charm to get things done would be cool for a game. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That'd be great.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, we had that campaign or one shot, really.
The dandelions.
One shot. Yeah, when we were the dandelions and we were fucking circus performing cats. It was great.
Yeah.
Drawing and stowing weapons for all characters. We think that the change here is quite simple. As part of the same action that a character takes on their turn, as long as they have a free hand, they can draw whatever item is needed to perform that action.
This is a blanket rule that would affect all characters and all classes and all actions, and really reflects the way that we play it at the table.
Okay, well, let me read it entirely. You can draw weapons or handheld objects as part of the same action in which you use them, provided you have a free hand, or hands if more than one hand is needed, to hold the weapons or objects. Before taking the action, similarly, you can pick up a loose, unattended object within your reach and use it as part of the same action. Once per turn, you can stow any or all of the weapons or objects you're holding in your hands. No action required. You can drop any and or all objects you're holding as a reaction. As a reaction? Oh, Jesus.
Reaction? What?
Whoa, it's already free, I thought. Dropping shit. Well, it's part of your movement, I thought, actually.
Yeah.
Hold.
Yeah, there's no need to make that a reaction or any sort of action. You're letting go of something.
Yeah, I thought, I really
if saying a number, like a certain number of words, is a free action, that does not need to be a reaction.
Yeah, I don't think so. I really don't. Draw or sheath a sword. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's not in the movement and position. I would call it improvising an action, which when you describe an action not detailed elsewhere in the rules, the DM tells you whether the action is possible or not, basically. That's it, because in everything that I've played and everything that I understand, dropping has always been free, because you just let go and that's nothing.
You just open your fucking hand.
Yeah. So it would be something else if it was to like place something specifically, like as a you know, you want this to be like this way and not break or anything like that. But just dropping a sword or something, it's always been free, and
like if you open your hand, that probably took less than 2 blinks.
Yeah, exactly. It's the speed of thought, really, at that point, you know?
Yeah, right?
So, and yeah, I don't see anything that says that dropping is anything else specifically, so, unless I'm missing it somewhere, but I don't think so, because it's just not in this combat section, at least, which has movement and positioning and all the actions that you can take. So, I'm pretty sure that most people agree that it's free to just drop something, because that it fucks with so much shit if you don't, first off.
Yeah.
The other thing is just once per turn you can just put things away regardless, no action whatsoever. It's like, well, okay, so everything that you're holding in your hands, whatever it is, like you're holding 2 different things that go 2 different places, that doesn't require you to take a second and do it. Like,
or if you're like holding a large thing in both hands, like that requires both hands to hold it.
Right. At the most, I would say like, just fucking take some movement away.
Yeah.
At the most, or sorry, at the least. Sorry, that's what I meant. And at the most, make it take your action. It's really weird to not do that. I think free actions normally can only be done on your turn. Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. For dropping stuff as a free action, you can drop shit on your turn for free. That's what I meant. Because that's usually how that works. That would make sense. Why I like the idea. I really like natural characters. Oh, for the bards and such. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Just hope Asmodeus doesn't lay any traps for you to get you killed before you reach Bombay. Nobody's gonna get that reference. I don't know. But anyway, yeah. So this is a weird one. I'm fine with you pulling things out. I am. Because everybody does it, and it doesn't really change much of how 5e is if everybody can just draw everything for free.
Yeah. Because depending on its size, again.
That's true. Yeah. If it's something that's fucking huge, or you have to like search for in your bag, I guess.
Or if you're a guy who specifically uses like improvised weapons, if you're pulling out your fucking like dinner table to start a fight, you know.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Out of your bag of holding or your portable hole.
Or you just walk with it on your back.
Yeah.
That'd be sick, dude. The fucking table knight.
Yeah. So within reason, I'm fine with it being free because it just, I don't know. It makes it flow faster, at least. I know that's not a thing that I appeal to much, but it does actually help with everybody being able to do combat pretty quickly.
Yeah, because like slowing down the campaign to like role play or, you know, talk about something or whatever is fine.
Yeah.
But when combat is a drag, that's less fine.
Yeah, exactly. And like it's different than taking the time to really figure out something in the moment that needs to be figured out. It's just like, this is just a trivial thing that doesn't really affect anything.
Yeah.
I think having a reaction ability to just drop any action is nice. I think, or anything is nice. I think there's a spell where you are forced to take an object. Oh, is there really?
Oh,
I didn't know that.
That's weird.
Well, so the problem is that I think, I guess on your turn, or sorry, out of your turn, if you want to do dropping as a reaction, I think that's fine.
Yeah. I think that may have been what they were trying to communicate. Like, you can drop something as a reaction.
Yeah, you can drop all your shit as a reaction just because, like, that's fair enough.
Because that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. So if that's what they were trying to go for, I'm totally down for that. I thought it was just like, in general, if you drop things on your turn, it's a reaction. And it's like, oh god.
Yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I think that needs to be a stipulation in there that they would need to put in that makes more sense, because just on first reading, that immediately just makes me think everything that I drop is a reaction. And I'm like, oh god, no.
Yeah, no, why would I need to spend? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that was kind of dumb on our part.
Yeah, it might be.
But it was also dumb on their part, so.
Yeah.
Equal parts dumb.
Yeah. I would be the bard that plays the triangle in the party. Hell yeah. It's important. Dude, the triangle is used in the Lion King Circle of Life song. In the original, there's a triangle in there that you can hear.
Oh, it's not in the 3D version?
No, I was just about to say they took it away from the fucking.
What the fuck?
I don't know. I
was gonna make a joke because I'm like, oh man, well that means the fucking that means that the other version is better because it has a triangle.
But it is.
I know,
but not because of the triangle specifically.
By Jon Favreau yet again.
Jon Favreau has ruined many things.
Everything.
many things. He used to be so good.
He used to be good, and apparently his Jungle Book remake was good.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, because it's different enough.
It's essentially a different movie.
Yeah, it's a different enough thing where it's like, oh, okay, yeah. That's what I've heard, at least. I've not watched it myself, but, yeah, anyway. He made the first Iron Man, dude. The first Iron Man is so good.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
It is great. Like,
I don't know anything about this man's filmography other than the fact that he ruined The Lion King.
yeah, he's directed The Mandalorian. He directed the Book of Boba Fett. He's the creative mind behind a lot of Disney stuff now. And I don't
creative, quote unquote.
Yes,
mind.
I don't know why. Anyway,
Documentary,
dude.
I saw a little bit of that video and I'm like, fuck, man, I can't watch this. This is painful.
Dude.
I can't watch a video of someone being so disconnected from reality for so long before I'm like, okay, I'm checked out.
Like, oh my god, that's why I watched the YMS video where he like makes fun of it at the same time because it gives me that catharsis that I can keep going through it. But like, my fucking god.
Yeah,
every time
like,
he was talking,
that's painful.
He was talking about the sky and how people like they didn't want
pictures that they took.
He didn't want to make he didn't want to make it look good because that's unrealistic. And like, and as soon as Adam goes through it and he's like, what the fuck do you mean? You can go on Google Images and look at pictures. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. It happens in real life, John.
Yeah, like, the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh,
it's like you've never seen the sky before,
dude. Oh my god, I'm so glad I bought the original Lion King on 4K, and I'm so excited to get it and watch it because
I bet
it's
a good movie.
It is my favorite of the Renaissance period of Disney.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
It is a good fucking movie. And I'm so excited. Anyway,
I just can't wait to be
dude,
king.
Oh my god,
it's such a good song, dude.
It's so good. It's so good. They had to ruin it.
Yep.
Anyway, nepotism. Yes, it is nepotism. You're right.
Oh, is it?
I would assume it has to be. It has to be. Like, I don't know what the fuck it is, but they are so. It's because everybody eats it up and they just keep making money. That's why.
Yeah.
Nobody better insult the sky in Morrowind, dude. I know, right? Anyway, okay. Slight tangent. It's Adam of YMS is one of the best reviewers. In a lot of cases, I would say yes. Yes.
Whatever item is needed to perform that action.
This is a blanket rule that would affect all characters and all classes and all actions, and really reflects the way that we play it at the table. That basically, once per turn, you can take out whatever items that you need for what you're going to do on that turn, and you can put items away once per turn as well. So for example, if your character at the start of their turn has a longbow out, you can put that away and draw 2 swords. Or if you have a sword and a staff in your hand and you want to put those away so you can pull out your wand of fireballs and a scroll, that's fine.
And really, that does bring to life that fantasy. If we think of Legolas from Lord of the Rings, when he's sniping people with his bow, and then the orcs charge him into close combat, and he draws his 2 blades. We want to be able to live that fantasy, and it's...
I'm trying to remember if he dropped his bow or not.
Yeah, no, he never dropped it. The only time I ever remember him engaging in melee combat with the orcs and like doing something like that was when they first movie where the orcs run up and he fucking stabs one in the face with an arrow.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Which I don't think that would really work, but you know, it's fucking cool.
Well, he's an elf and they have supernatural fucking shit in that, so.
Oh no, I just mean like the arrow would break.
Oh yes. Yeah, it wouldn't wouldn't go through both. But well, it is also an elven arrow, so it might be a little stronger.
That's true. And maybe it could.
Maybe. I don't know.
I wish we went to Mirkwood. You know?
Oh, yeah.
And not in the Hobbit.
No.
Because I just wanted to see Mirkwood.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But yeah, so my initial feeling on this, at least from a very superficial standpoint, is I think that it's way cooler to go through a battle and like when you're that range kind of character and you're shooting your bow and such, and then somebody's coming right at you, you drop it to the ground and pull out your shit. Because it's like,
really?
Yeah, I think it's way cooler because like I know it's probably bad for, so you're not dropping your arrows first off, so if they don't have arrows, the bow is useless to them.
Yeah, that's true.
It is technically a big stick that you could hit people with, sure, but it's not going to be as effective as a fucking staff, even, right? But the idea of dropping it to the ground to whip out your knives, kill a guy, pick it back up, and then keep firing. Like, I don't know. That seems more fluid. It seems something that's a little more badass than like quickly stowing your bow away easily and perfectly so that you can access it again after you dispatch a guy, because the guy is coming right at you, and it's way easier to drop something and like get something else out of your hands than it is to put it on like your back or over your shoulder or something potentially, like, and like do it in a way that's wrong to make it so your arm can't move as well, and like I don't know, it's to me it makes more realistic sense as well as being cooler.
I think if I were to do something like that, like I wanted to have that range character, I think I would design their bow to be like, it functions like a regular bow, but at the front of the limbs and the ends of the limbs, there are blades, so that way you could use it as kind of like a very light, like slashing weapon.
Sure.
It'd be kind of neat. Or like cool. Spikes facing forward, and you kind of like,
Yeah, the whole thing is like balancing, right? That's all that it really needs.
It's an elven bow; they can balance it.
Well, so yeah, that's the thing. You could, I would be fine with like a homebrew bow of like, it also can be a weapon itself.
The bow of whacking people with spikes.
Yes, exactly.
At the end of the limbs.
Yeah, and as long as it's sturdy enough and all that shit, like it's totally
made
fine.
out of wood.
Wood's
pretty sturdy.
wood's all right. Yeah, I've never heard of wood breaking. Never.
Yeah, no. What? It's magic wood.
That's right. But okay, putting it like that, I consider that useful if they're saying put it away as opposed to dropping it on the ground. Yeah. Dropping it and retrieving it quickly is better. There you go. That's what I think, at least. I don't know. It makes more logical sense to me, right? And that's where my brain needs to go for me to enjoy it more. So
yeah.
But again, I can accept it the other way. It's just that it messes with reality in my brain.
And reality in your brain is very important.
It is. If I don't have reality in my brain, where do I have it?
Well, if you can't have reality in your brain or outside of your brain, what good is reality?
Unfortunately, I have to accept that everything is the way that it is and that it's working the same way for everybody else because it seems to be. So,
Yeah, because you can't prove it otherwise.
Exactly. So we have to just immediately move past that because it's like there's no point in discussing it otherwise.
Yeah.
Unless we want to be philosophical, in which case I don't care right now, right?
We're not philosophizers.
Well, I could do it. It's just at the moment it doesn't benefit anything. So anyway, I love Lord of the Rings, but when
never mind. I was gonna say next up on tabletop and discussion discourse, philosophy.
Right? Yeah.
Philosophy discussions. No, thank you.
It would be fun, but at the same time, I don't know about that. It would
be tiring.
Yeah. I love Lord of the Rings.
Wheelhouse.
I love Lord of the Rings, but when I see, that's the thing. I would say anybody can do it. It's just something that anyone can do because you can have a viewpoint on anything. So you could probably find. But love Lord of the Rings, but when I see Legolas from the movies, I only see Will Turner from Pirates of the Caribbean. Same as anything else with Orlando Bloom. It's a curse. Well, that's unfortunate.
That's fair. I mean, he was both characters.
He was, and it's fair enough to see that. I see him as Legolas because I accept and will always say Pirates of the Caribbean is the first one is good. I'm not into it.
Yeah, that's fair.
I like pirates. I really like pirates. I don't know why I can't really get into Pirates of the Caribbean.
That's fair.
It might be.
Some of them get absolutely batshit.
Well, so that's the thing. It might be the fact that I watched the first one. I know of the second and third, and I know the plots and stuff. And then I watched the fourth one in theaters when it came out. Yeah. I don't know why I did.
That was a wrong move.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I did. I didn't hear anything about it. I was just going to the movies one day, and I was like, I'll watch this. And then I watched it, and I went, oh.
That was fucking dumb. Yeah, no.
So it might be something to do with that, too. I don't know.
That's like watching Rings of Power and like getting all your information on Lord of the Rings that way.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was like one of those things where I'd seen the first one as a kid, and it was like kind of in my memory, and I was like, oh yeah, this is the same thing. It's fun. And then I went in, and I was like, what is happening?
This is not fun.
What is this? Why is this not a good time?
It's really bad.
It's pretty bad.
Watch the pitch meeting on it.
Because
there's one of them.
I bet. Okay. That said, when I make an archer character, they just have a one-handed weapon as their secondary weapon, so they don't actually have to drop their bow. They can just hold the bow in one hand. That's fair. Yeah. I mean, sure, you need two hands to shoot the bow, but I'm pretty sure you can hold it in one hand if you're not using it. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. The only thing that requires your strength is the draw.
I think there was actually a point where, I forget which episode it was a long time ago, where we were talking about, I forget exactly what we were talking about, but it was like dropping items and another one on two-weapon fighting of some kind. And I made the joke that there are technically no rules, or there was some sort of oversight in the rules where if you could, there was no rule for transferring an item from one hand to another or something like that. And I made the joke that it's like, oh man, if you want to do two-weapon fighting, just fight with one weapon, then as a free action, swap it to the other hand and make another attack. So you could do that with the bow, where it's like, oh man, you made the attack with your bow, and now you quickly swap it to your other hand, and then you just make the attack with whatever was in the other hand.
Yeah.
Kinda, sorta. That actually, hilariously, if I remember right, rules is written, it actually works.
Yeah, it might do. I don't remember specifically, but
yeah, I'd have to rewatch that whole video, and I'm too lazy to do that, so I'm just gonna say that it does.
Okay. The one with Davy Jones are my favorite. That's the third one. Yeah.
Third one and second one.
And the second one he's in there for very little time though, I thought.
No, he's in there for a good bit of it.
Yeah, wait. Okay.
The third one, he's
Dead
still
Man's
like the
Chest
main villain.
is the third one, right?
Yeah. No, yes.
Yes. Okay. And that's where they're trying to get his heart out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second one, he takes.
The second one,
Will.
Yeah, the second one was Will like joins the crew to save his dad.
Yeah. Okay, I'm getting there. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. It's been a while.
Yeah.
I saw those ones growing up too.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know movie characters by the names of their actors anyway. That's how I'm different from everyone else, apparently. Oh, dude, I used to not be that way. I used to be that way where I didn't know any actors at all. But now my brain has decided that now I retain that as well. So
we decided. I decided.
So I decided. Granted, nobody says Orlando Bloom in Lord of the Rings when they're talking about Legolas. That's true. They don't.
Yeah, they say Legolas.
That's true.
That was his first fucking movie role.
Was it actually?
Yep. That was his breakout role.
Really?
It was either that or Pirates of the Caribbean, and I believe Lord of the Rings came first.
Wow. If that's the case, that's awesome.
Yeah, no, like fucking
good
hell,
fucking
dude.
Start, Jesus.
Yeah.
Even if he's
he's a good actor. He's a decent enough actor.
Yeah. He does Legolas well when Legolas has something to say.
What do your elf eyes see? It works because some of the dialogue is a little bit on the nose.
Yeah,
but I mean, this is Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, there's my biggest complaint about Legolas is that he doesn't have enough like character moments, I guess, in the way.
Yeah,
like he does. He does have a lot of character moments, right? But like he's an elf. And there's only so much you can do with them in the sense of like giving them flaws because they're elves.
The thing is, what they should have done was he's the prince of Mirkwood. They could have made him snobby.
True.
And that way it would have been a little bit more of a
he was he was snobby towards Gimli in the beginning, to be fair. So
only a little bit though.
Yeah, it doesn't take very long. I mean, it's one of those things where you don't need a lot, but
you know what's really funny actually? They actually God damn it, I hate that I have to say this. They actually gave him a tiny bit of characterization in the Hobbit movies.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Where I think toward the end of the last movie, I think someone like Gandalf or Elrond was talking to him, or somebody was talking to him, and he's like, "Oh man, you need to seek out Strider." And they show him, or they tell him something, and he's like, "Oh, Strider's a human." And then when he is told you need to seek out Strider, he's very important. He like raises his eyebrow and is like, a human, that kind of thing.
Okay.
So they kind of did it in that.
I mean, yeah,
kind of. It's not much, but it's a little bit more than God Lord of the Rings.
Well, in that, I guess there's a lot of like him being friendly to Aragorn. Like you can tell there's a relationship there where he actually respects him and stuff. He
knows who he is, I think.
Yeah. Oh, they've hung out for a while. Yeah. I think it's implied at least that they know each other they've known each other for a while. So. I don't know how long
We've really
it would
gotten
be.
Fucking off topic.
I don't care at this point.
I know.
I'm talking about Lord of the Rings. This is good.
Yeah.
And like
good ones.
Yeah. And like he's very much respectful of Gandalf and Elrond and like all the people that deserve respect. He's very much like about that. He shows despair during the Helm's Deep when they're retreating into the no, not when they're retreating, before they're retreating, when they're setting up and stuff. He's trying to tell Aragorn, dude, we gotta go, you're important, you'll die here. And then
this is more important than that. We're more important than this.
And Aragorn has the best line of fucking, I will die as one of them. Like he's fucking there for them and everything. And God, Aragorn's great in that too. Fuck, every character is so good in that fucking trilogy.
Yeah, they were okay.
So I retract what I said about them not giving him enough character and not going with a lot of any flaws and stuff, because he does, and there's a lot of good to go there. So
yeah. It's such a good movie, man.
It's such good movies. Yeah, I should rewatch them all again.
Actually, you know what? I don't know why. I recently got into a channel called Nerd of the Rings, who studies a lot of the actual like history of the world and does some like what ifs, like what if Gandalf took the ring? What if Galadriel took the ring?
Yeah.
And because of that, I wound up just watching the scene where Gandalf comes back as Gandalf the White. Fuck, that's such a good scene,
dude. Yeah.
And like knowing actually who the Istari are and the Valar are and all that, like, man.
Yeah, there's a lot of good lore there. Oh, it's not really explained in the movies too well, and I feel like well, that's the thing. I wish there was a lot more of it, but there's only so much that you can put in, and like an adaptation isn't going to be 1-to-1 to the source, right? So I'm totally fine with it because they're still good. Like that's the best part. Like you don't have to be a sort like faithful to the adaptations.
You don't need to know the Silmarillion to enjoy the movie.
Don't need to know that. You don't need to read the Lord of the Rings. You just, if you watch the movies, you're fucking there. You get
enough.
Oh. Man,
super good.
Good movies.
And honestly,
good writing.
Watching Nerd of the Rings, and I watched some of his videos. The stuff that really fucking caught my interest in those movies were the Dead Marshes and the Army of the Dead.
Yeah.
And the Dunlendings, I think they are.
Yeah.
Fuck, that shit's so cool. It makes me want to have one of that, like, just basically straight up lift the Dead Marshes and put it into my next continent.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because it's just so fucking
That
cool.
is fair. That is absolutely fair.
And I feel bad, but at the same time, I mean, everybody fucking does that shit for their D&D world. They lift shit from Tolkien, whether they know it or not.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, elves and orcs are his fucking creation, so...
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We were looking at it, huh?
Yeah. We were looking at D&D.
Let me just read chat really quick here. Let's see. Well, Davy Jones. Second one's where Davy Jones comes in. Dead Man's Chest is 2. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well then, I think he only talked to Frodo like 10 times max in the movies. He basically acted like he didn't exist. Yes, that's true. He talks to Frodo very, very, very little, and at the end, when they get reunited, Frodo doesn't even say his name, and he's just kind of standing there. It's great, because they had so little interaction. It's so funny.
Yeah, it's
so funny.
Did you read the books?
I did, but it's been so long.
Oh, okay, I didn't know if you knew if they had more interaction in the books.
I can't remember. I would
Fair
have
enough.
to reread them, and that is a
I
task.
ain't doing that.
That is a task. It is a good task, but it is not a task that I'm willing to take at the moment.
Yeah, not right now. You're
Yeah.
a lot of other shit. You can barely do the shit that you want to do, let alone all the random shit that comes up.
Woo! Time!
Yeah, same with me.
Let's see. I wish they took the one-up man ship between him and Gimli further. Oh, the one-upmanship.
Yeah, the one-upsmanship. Yeah.
They did pretty good with it, and that is in the books as well, which is something that's interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, if they had done it a little bit more, it would have been more fun. But I think they did it enough for it to be, you know, that one.
Yeah,
fun
because
thing.
if they did it too much, it would have started to get annoying and then formulaic.
Yeah, even one more scene would have been all right, but I'm fine with what we got, you know.
Yeah, because a lot of the time, it was kind of like that friendly banter moment that could have wound up kind of removing some of the drama from the scenes.
It could. But
I mean, hell, they did it in the middle of the Battle of Minas Tirith, and like that little moment does kind of pull you out just a tad.
I don't know. I think it still adds to it because they did it. They've been doing it for a while at that point, so it works well. I think
that's why I'm saying a little too much more. I think it would have started to
headcanon, Legolas doesn't know Frodo exists. He's just kind of following the group around because he doesn't have anything better to do. No, he saw him. No.
I mean, Mirkwood is a bit of a shithole that they need to fix up, so.
That is true.
All those fucking spiders.
These poor mortals all have the same imaginary friend. Most of the actors in Lord of the Rings are amazing. Yes, God. All of them, honestly.
I can't really think of one that was bad, actually.
There was none that were bad. They all did phenomenally. I cannot think. Like, even Orc number 57 in the back, right?
The orcs were super good!
Dude, like, all of them. All of them.
Because I think a big part of why the orcs are so good in that is because of the fantastic makeup, you can't really be bad when you have makeup that phenomenal and you're like, and your direction is be evil.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah. It's they could have done it poorly had they been like weird about it in a way, I guess, but they didn't. They got good actors.
Did you know that in that scene where Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli finally catch up to the orcs and they find them all dead in that burned pile and and Aragorn's like,
oh, he kicks the helmet?
Yep.
Yeah. And he broke his toe. Yeah.
Yep.
Or was it his actual foot, or was his toe?
No, it was two toes.
Toes, yeah, okay. Yeah.
And that's the
and it's a real pain scream, and yeah. And everybody probably on set was like, man, that was really good. And he's like,
I broke my fucking... it's like, and he didn't call for cut because he's a fucking boss.
Because he's a fucking... Viggo Mortensen, I need to watch more stuff that he's in, because he's a good actor.
Yeah, and he's not in much.
No,
he's like Daniel Day-Lewis in that aspect.
Yeah.
Like a fantastic actor, but they don't do shit.
I know.
It sucks.
I know. The Christmas season feels like a good time to rewatch Lord of the Rings to me. Yeah. Oh, dude, honestly, I watched them all not too long ago. Again, like all in 4K, and I was like, oh my god, the extended editions, all back to back to back. It was fantastic. It was a day.
I bet.
It was so good. Nerd of the Rings is great. I've learned so much to be inspired to create cool lore from it. There you go. Hell yeah. The Lord of the Rings books are also good to listen to as audiobooks. That's true. That is true, actually. I should do that.
I should try to get into audiobooks because I can't fucking read my Lovecraft for the life of me.
That's fair, yeah. I used to read a lot, but these days audiobooks are the way to go for me.
Yeah.
I really do like channels to talk about its lore. It's very interesting. Instead of Rings of Power, Amazon should have done a spin-off series of the adventures of Legolas and Gimli after the story, since it turned into fan fiction anyway. Might as well have. It would have been better. Probably. No, they would have ruined them. No, they would have ruined them. I can't.
Wait, is that something that happened?
No, I don't think so.
Oh. No, I mean like Legolas and Gimli's adventures. Did they?
No. It was fan fiction stuff.
Yeah.
No,
well, I mean, so was fucking 50 Shades of Grey, so.
That's true, but what I'm saying is Amazon would have ruined it regardless. Like.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Because they put out Rings of Power, and that's itself a testament to how much they don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Maybe they met Hercules and Xena later. Oh man, that old show, Hercules and Xena, the Warrior Princess. Oh my god, those old shows. Fucking,
she had chakrams, which are fucking cool.
She did. And fucking Kevin Sorbo as Hercules.
Yeah, dude. Disappointed.
That's the popular meme that everybody knows. Yeah. Oh my god.
So do you know that meme? Do you know why it is?
Oh god, no, I don't off the top of my head.
Okay, so the whole thing was that I love that they kept it in.
Okay.
So basically what happened was Sorbo was directed to say the lines of that scene.
Yeah.
And basically the way that screenwriting is you write the sentence and then at the end of it you write the tone for how you should say it.
Yes.
So, if you say, damn, disappointed.
Right.
You're supposed to say damn in a disappointed voice.
Oh, I get it already. Okay.
Yeah.
Keep going,
so he did not realize that he was supposed to say what he said in a disappointed voice. He just screamed disappointed. It's fantastic, dude.
Oh.
It's super good. Give me 1 second. I'm going to turn my phone on.
Yeah, you're good. That's so funny. Oh, I love that. Oh, fuck.
I love that meme so much, dude, because the story behind it's also really funny.
That is great. I didn't know that, so
yeah.
That's
just
so
a little
good.
screenwriting. I don't know if that's still how they do it, but there's a little screenwriting factoid for you.
That's really fun. Audiobooks.
Hey,
nope.
Dark Tide's out.
Oh yeah, forgot about that.
Oh, so sorry, I don't mean to deflect.
No, you're good.
You can get a bolter in Dark Tide, and I don't know how I feel about that.
Bolters are something that anybody can get and use.
Bolter pistols are.
Oh, true.
You can get a full bolter, and it's as far as I know, it's not for the Ogren. Yeah.
No,
on the one hand, hell yeah, you can use a bolter. On the other hand, firing this thing would shatter your fucking arms.
Yeah, that's the thing. If we had access to power armor, which is something that you can get as anybody, like you're not as proficient in it, but you can get it.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, because the Sororitas use bolters.
But they
they also have power armor as well.
They have power armor and faith. That's all they really
That is
need.
also true.
I mean,
that is also true.
As funny as that sentence is, that's true.
No, it is true. You're right. Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, right? Because I'm like, I want to use a bolter, but this doesn't... Because I'm pretty sure it's for the sharpshooter.
Probably. It has to be just a bolt pistol. You can't...
I know! It has to be a bolt pistol, but they're holding it with two hands. It's a full bolter. Now, unless bolt pistols are small, are still massive enough to where you need to use it with both hands.
But
I'm pretty sure that like the commissars get bolt pistols.
Yeah, they do get bolt pistols. Yes, and it is a pistol. And then like you've got heavy bolt pistols, but like.
But it's still a pistol.
Yeah.
This is a two-handed thing. I know.
That's.
I know. I'm so torn. I'm so torn. We get a flamer, which is cool.
That's
and
good.
that can work for anybody.
Yeah, anybody can get a flamer. Absolutely.
But yeah, bolters.
Okay. Not great.
Makes me because like
it was
tried
doing good.
Yeah, they're doing good, and then it's like, we gotta have a bolter.
Yeah, it's lore. You got. That's the one thing you got to pay attention to with 40K. Lore is important.
Lore is extremely important.
It's what
the
it's
thing
built
is,
on.
they've been good with it up to now.
Exactly.
They've been getting all the terms from like from the game and all that, which is fucking cool. It's completely unnecessary, but it's cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, you get a bolter and not a fan.
Anyway. Audiobooks are badass, yes. They are. Saruman was the best character when Christopher Lee tells the director that what a man sounds like when they're stabbed, insinuating he has done it before. Priceless, yes. He told Peter Jackson exactly what they sounded like, and he does it. He does the sound. If you're in the extended editions, which is the only editions you should be watching, first off, and second off, if you watch that scene when he gets stabbed, he does and it's good.
Yeah, it's good. It's realistic.
Yes. Now that I think about it, what other movies did Orlando Bloom do? Oh, so many.
Yeah.
I couldn't give you a filmography.
I don't really keep up with people's filmographies, so I couldn't tell you. Just look it up on IMDb.
Yeah, there's times where I do for some people because they're good actors and I want to see them in more stuff. Like with Christopher Lee, I know a lot of things that he was in.
Yeah, it's because he's been in so much.
He's great.
Yeah,
he's so good.
And Tim Curry, of course.
Tim Curry as well. Yep. Charles Dance is one that I'm starting to keep up more with because back when he was in the good section of Game of Thrones, he was fantastic. Like he died thankfully before it got shit. But now he's in a lot.
Funny sentence, but like I fully agree.
Exactly, right. And now unfortunately I've seen him in a lot of shit, but he's like the best part of it because he's a good actor. Like
Christoph Waltz, man. I don't know if you know who Christoph Waltz is. Did you see Inglourious Bastards?
I still haven't watched that.
Okay, he's
still
the
on
Nazi.
my list. Okay.
He is,
the one from the one
hunter.
scene that
the opening scene, the scene.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What's funny is that if you look into that movie a little bit, basically when they were doing rehearsals for those scenes, Christoph Waltz was so good as that Nazi Jew hunter that Tarantino was like, "Hey, I need you to give me like 70 to 60% during these rehearsals. Then for the real scene, 100%.
Holy shit!
So that way the actors' reactions would be more in line.
That's awesome. Dude,
it's good shit.
That's awesome. That's so
I know.
Good. Huh? Okay. Cool. Anyway, we've been on the tangent for long enough. Let us continue with the video.
Yeah, it was like almost a full hour.
Yeah, we've gone for 4.5 hours total, so we'll finish.
I guess I just wanted to shoot the shit about random stuff.
Dude, I love talking about shit, you know?
Yeah, that's fun. And we haven't really gotten together in a while. You've been busy, Brogan's been busy.
That's true.
Aiden's been keyboardless.
Without keyboard, yeah. Yeah.
So much easier for you to be using your bow, and then as soon as enemies are getting close to you on your turn, out come the blades.
So in essence, our changes boil down to 5 main things. Characters make their offhand attack as part of the same attack action when they're using 2 weapons.
Which I'm fine with.
They get to add their ability modifier to the damage of the offhand attack.
Also fine with.
And we've changed the 2-weapon fighting style to use the original text of the dual wielder feat in allowing non-light melee weapons to be.
I think what we should do instead of potentially what we should do is maybe make it so that it ramps up to being better weapons just inherently instead of just being right off the bat. But
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe not. It depends, right?
Because at least then you'd have something to build up to.
Yeah, it's true.
As opposed to getting full power right from the get-go.
Maybe we start with we would have to just start with light weapons in general and then go to the other ones. So yeah.
Used in this way.
And we've added a new feat for dual flurry, which allows you to make an additional attack if you are dual wielding. And we've changed the rules for drawing and stowing weapons to make it easier to pull out both of your weapons. We're actually really excited about these changes, and we think that this unlocks a lot of new archetypes and play styles at the table that I don't really think pushes the power of the game that far. We already have sharpshooter crossbow experts and polearm master great weapon masters. So really, just by adding these few elements in, I don't think that dual wielding actually raises higher than these existing features. But that being said, let's talk about some of these other features and feats and how we might change them to further balance the game.
Now, one thing that we might want to do is look at heavy weapons specifically. So our greatswords are...
Oh, hey! I was still kind of right about the original title. Hey!
Hey! Unless they're talking about dual-wielding greatswords.
No, that's not...
Well, now, see, here's the thing. You laugh. But I actually had a character concept that could do it realistically.
Oh.
There is this is a very niche thing, but it is a thing.
Oh.
remember when we were prepping for that Underdark campaign that never wound up happening?
Yes. Yep.
I wanted to play as a Kitine, which or a Kitine, I don't know how it's pronounced. But basically, they're spider people that were enslaved by the Drow, and notably, they have 4 arms.
Oh yeah, I remember this now.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the whole deal would be that he would dual wield great weapons because he would, have a great sword in his 2 left
2
arms.
hands, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's possible with something like that.
Yeah.
But that was back with possibilities were a thing.
That was when possibilities existed. They don't anymore. But with 1D&D, they might still not be.
There might be more possible, maybe. Potentially. I don't know.
It's still fucking niche as all hell.
We'll see. Did Orlando Bloom do a Robin Hood movie? He would fit. Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know.
Sword chucks.
Sword chucks?
Yeah, sword chucks. Swords on your nunchucks.
Oh,
what a horrible idea, but yes.
Yeah, because when you said sword chucks, I'm like, are you talking about a guy who throws swords for his entire fighting style?
Yes, that's Chuck the Sword. Yes.
Oh, okay.
His name is Chuck the Sword because he chucks swords. He's a sword chucker. Maybe you could do that.
I'm a chuckster.
I'm a chuckster. Yeah.
Everybody has issues with that level, and I never had any difficulty with it. I don't get it.
Yeah, once you actually just look at it and you understand it, it's fine.
Yeah.
Maybe you could do that with a Thrycreen from Dark Sun. Oh, yeah, true.
Ooh, yeah. Well, Thrycreen is actually...
They have 3 only, right? 3 arms?
No, I think they have 4.
Oh, maybe.
I think they do. And Thrycreen aren't just in Dark Sun. They're in regular D&D as well.
That's also true. They did bring them over.
Yeah.
Thrycreen. Thank you.
Yeah, I think they have 4 arms.
Oh, no, they do. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so you totally could.
Yeah, good luck getting a DM to let you play as a Thrycreen because they're like incredibly hostile, like slavers and shit. So
That's true.
You'd have to be the gariest of stews to do that.
I'm not like other Thrycreen.
That's why I don't like one. That's why I wouldn't want to play in a fucking... I want to play a Skaven, but I can't. It just doesn't work.
No. Well, maybe 1D&D will do something with Dark Sun. I can hope. Yeah, well, with the track record that they did with, what was the space one? What the fuck was that one called?
Spelljammer.
With the track record that they did with Spelljammer, I don't know about that. I don't know if you want that.
Dude, so speaking of other settings, I really want to look into the Kryn shit from Dragonlance. I really want to look into that.
Yeah, I know you do.
Because they have the whole continent now, and Anselom, and I read those books when I was a kid, and they're fucking good.
That's how they're getting you.
I know.
And it's working.
And I'm okay with it, because it's cool.
Fine. Yeah. They have 4. Yeah. They were a playable race in Dark Sun. Well, because Dark Sun itself, the setting, that makes sense.
I see. Yeah, I didn't really understand that. That was my bad.
Okay.
Pole arms and all sorts of other things. And if it turns out that 2-weapon fighting by these changes pulls ahead of the heavy weapon fighting style, we could inject this new rule. When you hit with a melee attack using a heavy weapon, your character gets to add twice their strength modifier to the damage roll instead of just their strength modifier.
But why?
No, why? If we're more powerful than this,
we'll make this one even more powerful.
Why?
But why though?
I could understand that being a thing that they could do, but not because some other class is now a little bit stronger than them.
Yeah, it seems like an overcompensation.
That would be kind of cool to have it be where it's like, oh man, I want to make this attack and put everything into it. Okay,
well, that's what the thing is with like taking the penalty to get +10 to your damage.
Exactly, that's what that already is.
Yeah, so that's already a thing. So why would I want this?
Yeah,
I take both of them because it's an auto take at that point, right? Like wow. It was 1.5 times your strength modifier and 3.5. Well, yeah. By default. Isn't that... Well,
Huh?
Was it?
Uh,
I don't know.
yeah, I don't know either.
You'd have to give me a citation so that I can look into it.
Citation needed.
I do need I like citations. I'm starting to like fade a bit, and it's 2, so that's probably why.
Yeah, probably.
It's okay. I've had a day of work. So.
And I've had a day of sleep. That's why I'm still pretty active.
That's true. Yeah, you've been lucky with that.
Fucking frustrating.
You've lost most of the day, but
yeah, I've got the night.
Yeah. Have fun with that.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna be doing some writing, maybe.
There you go. Nice. Off on that mission now. Thank you, Lux.
Oh wait, no, I gotta finish this fucking battle pass. I'm almost there. I'm level 95.
Oh well, there you go. Nice.
The only thing I care about is at level 99. It's the Plague Doctor mask. Once I get that, I'm taking a fucking break from playing this constantly.
Absolutely.
Thing we're not sure of is whether this is just a base rule for heavy weapons, a fighting style that you can choose, or a feat that you can take. We're still workshopping that, but we do think that this further feeds the fantasy of hitting really hard with a big weapon.
But you already have that as a
we already have that.
Like if you're debating on making it a spell, even it's like, oh my god.
No.
Like. Whatever. I've already expressed what
As part of the consideration of this, we might even look at the possibility of removing the Great Weapon Master feat.
See, why?
There we go.
But why?
Yeah, but why?
It's the thing. You realize what it is you're sacrificing accuracy for power. That's the entire point that you are doing here. Not just, I just want power and all accuracy. You realize that's not how it works. Like, even with the fantasy shit, the Berserker isn't accurate, but he's powerful, right? Like, that's the trope. That's the thing.
That's always been the thing.
Don't appeal to the fantasy aspect of it when you literally take away the fantasy aspect of it. Right? Like, it's the trope.
Yeah, why are we wanting to move away from the thing that's already, like, well-established, well-liked, and nobody has an issue with it?
Yeah. Now, please, explain.
Not the sharpshooter feat. To add a little bit of mechanical distinction between the differences of these styles. Again, we'd have to run the numbers a little bit more detailed to find the right balance, but the ideal point is that all of these fighting styles, 2 weapons, ranged, heavy weapons, all land in roughly the same spot.
There are
Okay, but you said not to do it to sharpshooter, and sharpshooter does very much the
same thing.
Because what you're doing is it's not that you are sacrificing your own accuracy for damage. What you're doing is trying to hit something very specific. You're making a called shot, basically, to do more damage. Like, it's a different context. It's the same mechanically, but it is a different context. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't either. This is a weird one.
Page 113 of the 3.5 PHB under the heading of light one-handed and two-handed melee weapons, subheading two-handed. Oh, okay.
Okay. Citation received.
I have my player's handbook right here for 3.5.
You have a player's handbook for 3.5?
Yeah, man. I've got a special edition player's handbook in DMG that my friend got me back in college.
Oh, lucky.
Yeah. Dude. It's nice.
I bet it's nice, man.
It's like leather bound. And, like it's got its little bookmark thing here.
The ribbon.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't want to brag too much about it because it's it is what it is, but it is really nice.
It's pretty sick.
It is really fucking nice. Okay. Two-handed. 2 hands are required to use a two-handed melee weapon efficiently. Apply 1 and 1/2 times the character's strength bonus to damage rolls for melee attacks with such a weapon.
Okay.
There you go. And then a one-handed melee weapon wielded with 2 hands during a melee combat, add 1 to 1 and 1/2 as well.
Okay.
So if you two-handed one hand, you can do that. Very cool. Good to know.
That's with it's got to be with versatile weapons, I think. Bastard swords and shit. Unless
I would imagine so, because
that was their whole deal.
Believe so, yes. So yeah, thank you, Lux. Good citation. All right. I honestly never played with that rule. I will remember it in future.
Yeah, because you tend to play support. That's why.
That is true. I don't usually have big weapon.
Couple feats, though, that we think that we could pull back on to help balance the game a little more, and that is Polearm Master and Crossbow Expert. In the case of Polearm Master, we're going to remove the additional attack option. Instead, Polearm Master now adds +1 to your strength or con, and you still get to make a opportunity attack as a reaction against a creature who enters your reach.
Wait, and con? Isn't it just
strength or con by 1?
Oh, or con.
But why con?
Yeah, wait, why did you get better constitution when you took Polearm Master? What is it originally? Hold on. I'm so confused.
Yeah, no, that's a weird one.
Why are we doing this? What are you doing to me?
Why are we here? Just to suffer?
So what it does, it doesn't give you shit, let me tell you, in terms of stats, yeah. It gives you, when you take the attack action and attack with only a glaive, halberd, or quarterstaff, you can use a bonus action to make a melee attack with the opposite end of the weapon. This attack uses the same ability modifier as the primary attack. The weapon's damage die for the attack is a d4, and it deals bludgeoning damage. While you're wielding a glaive, halberd, pike, or quarterstaff, other creatures provoke an opportunity attack from you when they enter the reach you have with that weapon. It's a very good one. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
And
Mark that up with Sentinel, and then you're bullshit.
Yes, absolutely. This is why I don't use Sentinel.
Sentinel's fucking stupid.
It sucks. That and Lucky are things that I'm like, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
So, the additional attack option that it gives you really does, at least to me, make me think that you are a Polearm Master, because you're mastering the ability of balancing it to hit with one end and then bring it around to hit with the other end as well, to actually do that damage, which is very cool. And now we just do the provoke the thing and we get more strength or constitution.
Yeah. So we don't get that extra attack,
which is weird. So instead of an attack, I just become stronger or more durable. Which is interesting because I guess I don't understand what
the addition of con has to do with this.
I guess I practiced with it enough that I got real buff, and also. But
that's strength.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Or also, I guess I am able to hold it for longer, so that my stamina is longer with it, so my constitution is up. That's the only way that I can justify it in my head.
Yeah, that's really weird.
I also am just like, why do we take this away? Oh, it's because we're trying to make it so that it's less like two-weapon fighting, so that two-weapon fighting can be more unique. That's why this is happening.
I guess.
So it's the only reason that it would make sense. In which case I go, but this only allows you to do it as a bonus action once. Because you only get a bonus action around. So your changes that you are making to two-weapon fighting have already made it so that you don't even have to waste that bonus action. You're literally just doing better.
Yeah, you're just doing it now.
So this doesn't go into that area and take away anything, really. It just means that somebody can get 5 attacks instead of 4 on occasion if they use their bonus action. And if they don't, because like you said, a lot of the time we use their bonus actions for other features. Not necessarily this one is going to be the priority every time. This is literally a d4 of damage from your polearm that already does a d10 or something. Because it's a fucking pike or whatever. Or glaive even. And I don't I'm just trying to understand your logic here, and it's nothing more than we already have two-weapon fighting that has this, really. So we're just going to
want it to be in anything else.
Yeah, and that's weird that you would do that. I don't understand.
Yeah, because it's such a small little thing that just doesn't really. I don't feel the need, and I don't feel like it needs to be removed?
Yeah, it doesn't
changed.
It doesn't change anything except for make it just, I guess, a
little
better.
bit worse.
Well, no, this makes it a better feat. Sorry, because it's one that you take to just get your strength or constitution up, as well as get the opportunity attack from when they enter your reach. Like, it makes it inherently just better, because like a stat up is much better than a D4 attack that you get with a bonus action, because again, you waste your bonus action, which most of the classes have features that use a bonus action that is really useful.
Difference between a feat and a feature.
Yeah,
one has 3 less letters.
That's right. Remember that light weapons are distinguished from one-handed weapons, so using a one-handed weapon with 2 hands does also apply 1.5 times the strength modifier, but not with a light weapon. Yes.
Oh, okay. For a second there, I was a little confused.
Yeah. Which is also coming from that same page. Yes. Sorry. Yeah. That's why I said one-handed specifically. I didn't think about it. Quick sidebar for Boo. I watched all of Hinomaru Sumo.
Oh, nice, dude.
My favorite character is Odenta. Just remembered.
Odenta. He is the guy who's like initially in the sumo club, right? You'll have to. I'm not in the chat.
I will let you know.
Yeah.
In this case, this is really just pulling it back so that Polar Master gets to be unique and distinct.
But it was.
It was already.
What do you mean? Just because it had the additional bonus attack action that is an optional thing, it's really that provoking the attack of opportunity thing that is the unique thing.
Yeah.
The addition of the strength up is just a buff. Like a big buff. It could literally get somebody from a middle number to a better number.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What's special about a bastard sword is that you can wield it one-handed if you have the exotic weapon proficiency feat for it. Without that feat, it's treated as a two-handed martial weapon, page 121. I didn't know that. Very cool.
Without taking it into the overboard territory. In addition, we're going to look at the
It is overboard. You gave it a fucking stat up.
Crossbow expert. And in the specific case of crossbow expert, we're going to change the bonus action attack to a line of text that allows a hand crossbow to be used in place of a light melee weapon when a character is using 2-weapon fighting, so long as the other weapon is a melee weapon. This basically means that you can't kind of hammer fire the hand crossbow anymore, while still enabling what we think is probably the original design intent of Crossbow Expert, that being the rapier in one hand, crossbow in the other sort of style that is iconic for many swashbucklers, dark elves, and others.
Okay, let me read what you did, because I didn't follow entirely.
Yeah, I didn't follow that either, actually.
Odenta was the brother of an Ozaki arrival.
I don't remember the name.
Ozeki?
I'd have to watch it again.
Ozeki. I don't know.
Sorry. It's been a long time since I watched it. But I'm glad that you liked it, because I do remember loving the shit out of that show. It's really good.
Yeah, that's one that I also need to watch.
Yes, it's only 20 episodes. You can make it through in like a day.
Oh, hell yeah. I love short things
or maybe
that
two.
are good. Yeah. Okay, so Crossbow Expert. Let me tell you what we got originally first. Thanks to extensive practice with the crossbow, you gain the following benefits. You ignore the loading property of crossbows with which you are proficient. Oh yeah, that way you can make extra attacks, which is really nice. Being within 5 feet of a hostile creature doesn't impose disadvantage on your ranged attack rolls. Also very good.
Yes.
When you use the attack action and attack with a one-handed weapon, you can use a bonus action to attack with a hand crossbow you are holding. Okay, so the same like 2-weapon fighting thing.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So, you changed it to, you ignore the loading property of crossbows with which you are proficient. Mm-hmm. You don't need a free hand to reload a one-handed crossbow. Wait. Okay. What a weird stipulation.
Well, I mean, I see.
Yeah,
I thought that was in the original.
No. I thought that was just like a thing that you could just okay, because like, whatever. It's just weird to just see that. Okay. Being within 5 feet of a hostile creature doesn't impose disadvantage on your ranged attack rolls. Yep.
Yeah.
You can use 2-weapon fighting when one of the weapons is a melee weapon and the other weapon is a hand crossbow. Okay.
Okay.
So instead of the bonus attack, you get the ability to do your 2 attacks still with your 2 weapons. I would assume with their version of 2-weapon fighting.
Yeah.
So because of this all hinges on the fact that because of their other rule that you could just put something away, I guess. Although this doesn't imply that this is its own thing. So without even, no, I guess that is what it is. So because that is inherently a part of the 2-weapon fighting thing. So you just are able to... Why would you need to make the feat say that then? Because you can already do that with your 2-weapon fighting.
Maybe they didn't know that.
Well, because like the way that they wrote their 2-weapon fighting, they said on your turn you can literally just put stuff away as a free action, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So you could just pull out what you need as if you're going to make it as a part of the attack action. So you then put away your crossbow to then go into your 2-weapon fighting for free anyway. But this one just says you can use 2-weapon fighting when one of the weapons is a melee weapon and the other is a hand crossbow. Where I already go, well, yeah, you can still do that anyway.
Yeah.
It's just that now I need to, my next turn I can take out my crossbow again, just like it would have happened anyway. So like, I don't know.
Yeah.
That seems redundant. It seems like you took away the thing that it could do with the bonus action to then, like, because if you kept the bonus action thing, it wouldn't be, it would take away your bonus action if you used it, but you could still do your 2-weapon fighting thing because of the way that it's worded.
Yeah.
Which makes it broken, don't get me wrong, a little bit.
Yeah.
So I guess good job in that respect, but now you've just made something redundant.
Which
is
not really the end of the world.
Weird.
But it's just weird.
Yeah. Anyway, okay. Well, now that I understand, you need to just don't have that other thing there. Because you're basically just taking something away, and that's it. That's all you've done to the feat. Which is like, oh, well, what if somebody else wants to use that feat in that way? But okay.
No.
Don't worry about it. We're making everything for 2-weapon fighting. It's fine. If it helps, they also call him Tenma.
Ah, jeez. I would need to look him up. Hang on. Let me...
Okay. You do that.
Yeah.
Basically means that you can't kind of hammer fire the hand crossbow anymore, while still enabling what we think is probably the original design intent of crossbow.
Oh, yeah.
That being the
You got him?
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, he's cool.
There you go.
He's fucking like a bastard, too. If I remember right. Yeah, no, I remember him. He was a bit of a bastard. Good character, though. Good fights with him. I forget his name. I love the very small character, effectively the Krillin character. I don't remember his name. I think he personally has the best fight in the whole show.
Oh.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Okay.
In one hand, crossbow in the other, sort of style that is iconic for many swashbucklers, dark elves, and others.
The main reason...
Oh, I guess the other thing that they did is made it so that you can't do that thing that he was just talking about, where you can't reload while you have it in your hand with the sword in the other hand because of the way they worded the new thing. Because you need to have a hand free now.
No. I think in the new one, you don't need a free hand to.
No. I'll drag it back. No, not that one. This one.
You don't need a free hand to reload a one-hand
Jesus!
crossbow.
Wait, no. You've just enabled. You just said. Wait. Did you just say? Hold on.
Dark elves and other. Rapier in one hand, the hand crossbow anymore, while still enabling what we think is probably the original design.
No. Okay, wait. He said doesn't. Hold on.
Yeah, you're good.
And a character is using 2-weapon fighting, so long as the other weapon is a melee weapon. This basically means that you can't kind of hammer fire the hand crossbow anymore, while still enabling what we think is probably the original design intent of Crossbow Expert, that being the rapier in one hand.
Maybe he misspoke. I could have sworn he said you can't hammer fire the crossbow anymore.
No, that's what he did just say. That you don't really need to hammer fire it anymore.
Well, he said you can't, which his feet... Let me bring it back one more time.
Yeah, sorry.
Melee weapon when a character is using two-weapon fighting, so long as the other weapon is a melee weapon. This basically means that you can't kind of hammer fire the hand crossbow anymore.
But you can, because you've made it so now they can just reload without having an open hand.
Yeah.
So you've specifically made it so they can do that.
They can hammer fire. Yeah.
So what you've done is just made it so that they can do that, and then on their, I guess, next turn, because they would be using all of their actions to do that, maybe? Because the proficiency for a hand crossbow is for rangers and rogues. Specifically, I believe. Let me check ranger, but I believe it's just them because oh wait, no. What am I talking about?
I imagine
Martial
fighters
weapons
can do it too.
Yeah, fighters can do every weapon. What am I talking about? So literally all of them. The only one that would not affect is the fighter, because they would have more attacks. Potentially, but regardless, you could still just use all your attacks to shoot the crossbow to infinity, until all your attacks are gone, and then still do the same thing. So I'm very confused as to I assume you mean you can do it.
This is what I'm saying with the whole, I don't understand the idea of workshopping a thing.
Well, so
in
this
the
is
video.
This is just,
you know what I mean?
I think this is just a fucking misspeak. That's it.
You think?
I hope so, because otherwise it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So
that's why I would want to iron this shit out a little bit more before I fucking...
I mean, why would you want to iron that shit out? I'm not going to say that, actually. Never mind.
What was that? What?
I was just going to... Why would you... This isn't necessarily what they're doing, but what I'm saying is, why would you do it personally when you could have hundreds of thousands of people do it for you? Because they're watching the video and you're actively encouraging them to comment on things that they find.
Yeah, and give suggestions. Yeah.
I'm not saying that's what they're doing.
I know.
What I'm saying is that it's a thing that can happen.
It's a business model.
But it is something. It's work smarter, not harder. To be fair.
No, I know.
But again, not saying that's what they're doing. I'm just saying if that isn't a misspeak, that's something that somebody had to have pointed out.
Yeah.
And they had to have at least gone over, right? But anyway, yeah. So.
Still enabling what we think is probably the original design intent of Crossbow Expert, that being the rapier in one hand, crossbow in the other sort of style that is iconic for many swashbucklers, dark elves, and others.
The main reason
I would also cite that it's not just for that style, it's also for people that just want to have a two-handed crossbow. That just get extra attacks, right? Like a fighter could have a fucking heavy crossbow, take Crossbow Expert, and then can just keep shooting.
Ironically, if you go back to what they if you go back to the wording of the their new version of Crossbow Expert, I'm pretty sure it enables a lot of other shit that doesn't have anything to do with what they're trying to achieve. I would have to look at it again to...
Okay, we're at 1623. We keep going. It's... Where is it? There it is.
But you were proficient. Oh, maybe I was wrong, because the being within 5 feet of a hostile creature doesn't impose disadvantage on your range attack rolls.
That was still a thing,
Yeah, that was always a thing.
Yeah, that was always a thing. That's just to help it so that you can shoot into, melee, basically.
Yeah, because that always, for me, it's like, can you get this as a mage? And And have no penalty on your ranged spell attack rolls?
No, because I don't.
Right?
Well, no, that's a ranged spell attack. That's different.
Okay, so never
yeah,
mind
I believe that is different.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay, then I retracted. I was wrong.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Let me just make a single check at a firebolt, because that's what'll give me just a ranged spell that'll give me the wording that I need, just to make sure that I'm correct in my citation. Firebolt. Make a ranged spell attack. Yes, that's different.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So, yeah, I'm not. Yeah.
This one seems pointless.
It's weird. It's weird to me.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to enable something that's already enabled, even without their change. So I don't know. They're just taking away a thing, and then adding a redundancy, as I said. So
yeah.
I'm spacing out a bit now. Don't worry, me too. Actually.
Yeah. Same.
The small
I'm
one,
a little distracted, to be fair, but
that's fair. Yeah. The small one is K, if I remember correctly, says Timothy.
Yes. He has the best fight.
There you go.
In that final tournament.
Cool.
Fucking fantastic shit.
Summon a familiar and have it iron at your feets out for you. Yeah, well, you know. It is, I mean, I'm not going to say it's not a useful thing to do. It is.
Yeah, no, it's very useful.
It's good to have a bunch of people out there to proofread your work, but I would also, I mean, I'm with Boo on this. I would also have something that I'm at least pretty confident in before I did that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'm not going to put out something that is like, hey, fix this for me.
Yeah,
that's not my style.
Yeah.
If something needs to be fixed after the fact, that's fine.
Yes.
But not like, hey, this is broken, fix it for me.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, we didn't really do too much on this, so, you know.
Can you, like, fill in the blanks thing?
Right. And to be fair, we didn't playtest our sorcerer. But
not much anyway.
We did do as much as we could conceptually to try to account for everything, and we would go over how mechanically things worked to other things and all that kind of stuff, depending on classes, to try to make it so that none of them felt overshadowed.
Nothing felt overshadowed, nothing felt useless.
Right. Before we
nothing felt overpowered.
Put it out there to everybody, and as far as I'm aware, nobody has gone like, this is shit. That's shit. Right, like this needs fixing, and it's like, okay. There's a couple of things.
I'm like, okay, great, that's good to know.
Oh, absolutely. But what I'm saying is, we didn't just go, this might not be, you know.
We half-assed this. Fix it for us.
Right.
Figure out what's wrong, and we'll fix it.
And again,
maybe.
Not saying that's what they're doing.
Me neither.
I don't want to give that impression. I'm just saying that's something that is a thing that does happen. Anyway.
Yeah.
The main reason why I think pulling back on Crossbow Expert is so important is the way that Crossbow Expert and Sharpshooter work right now really defeats the fantasy of being a bow-wielding character, because you can always be more powerful by wielding a crossbow. And I think that actually takes a lot away from a lot of people's great fantasy of the Legolas, Hawkeye, Green Arrow style characters.
But you haven't done anything to take that away, because you've literally, you didn't do anything.
You effectively changed nothing.
You took away a bonus action for if they use one weapon and a hand crossbow or something, or a crossbow. You didn't do anything. Yeah. You said you weren't going to change sharpshooter at all. What?
But then you did.
But no, they didn't. They just didn't. They said, no, we'll change Great Weapon Master, but we won't change Sharpshooter. That was what was said in the video. And I made a note of it in my brain. I was like, that's weird, but you haven't done that. And if they want to do that kind of style, they still can. With Sharpshooter itself, that's something that applies to that as well. But what about Crossbow Expert? You have to like, you can inherently do what Crossbow Expert gives you the ability to do, except for the 5 feet, I think. Yeah, the 5 feet thing, I don't think you can do that. You still get disadvantage when you shoot into, like, a guy that's right next to you. But
okay, so here's what they should have done then.
Yeah.
If they were trying to make it so that bow fighters and bow shooters, bow twangers are fucking better, why didn't you improve or make a feat for them instead of making a feat for crossbowers worse?
Yeah,
crossbowers.
I don't want to blow out someone else's candle to make mine burn brighter, you know? Like that isn't really the way that I think that it should go.
Yeah.
Again,
you're doing the wrong thing here.
You did literally nothing to do that, first off. But second off,
we want to make the bow a bit better by doing nothing for it and hampering somebody else.
Yeah. I'm very confused, I guess.
It's very strange.
So, okay. I personally welcome crossbows having something up on standard bows. Usually, I've always found it to be the other way around. That's fair.
And I mean, hell,
they are better. That's the thing.
In the real world, that was the point of the crossbow.
Yes.
It was better than a bow.
Exactly. That's the other thing. It was
more usable by more people.
Why? Like, I get that you want your fantasy shit, but again, you can still have it there. You can still do that. Like, bows and arrows still, like, can be really good because of the fact that you can get better ones, and, like, somebody could just not use a crossbow, I guess, and and you could use spells to enhance your arrows and such, or bolts too, as well, I guess. But, like, what I'm saying is, just because the technology is there, doesn't mean that the bow is useless.
I mean, hell, there are fucking futuristic games that still have bows.
Yeah.
But crossbows usually fall by the wayside, actually.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, it's very ironic, because fucking in Traveler, which is a, spacefaring game where you've got laser guns and spaceships and faster than light travel, bows are still a thing.
Yeah.
But there's no crossbows.
Yeah.
Because at some point, here's the thing. A bow will always be useful in its own way, but a crossbow is a step towards a gun.
Yes.
But once you have a gun, then the crossbow, ironically, becomes obsolete.
Yes. Exactly.
Which is a very weird dichotomy. Because a bow serves a very, very specific purpose, whereas a crossbow, again, like I just said, is an evolution towards a gun.
Yeah. Is this...
I don't know, man.
I'm so confused. I don't know why... Okay.
So yeah, you just need to improve the bow. Then.
Yeah, just do that. Don't... Like, and
I mean, hell,
let's
even put it this way. This is a very common house rule, or at least it feels like it's common. A lot of people love the idea of a strength-based bow. Because
compound
makes sense. Yeah, compound bows, or a bow that's like the size of a fucking, you're firing fucking brooms at people.
Oh, the fucking English longbow, dude. Fucking
that thing. And so you need a ton
of
strength to pull it, and it's a bonus. You get bonuses from strength, like the orcish or ogreish bow.
Yeah.
Crossbows don't get that.
No,
because all you're doing is you're loading a thing, and then you're just pulling a trigger. It has nothing to do with dexterity or strength, realistically.
Yeah, exactly. They do mechanically get dex, but that's just because mechanical.
Yeah, exactly. So, bows are even more versatile than that.
Mm-hmm.
So, very strange. Very strange.
I don't...
Yeah, I don't know. This is a weird one.
It's very strange, because, like, your reasoning doesn't match up with what you've done, so I'm very confused in why you think that this... It doesn't mesh. It's not coherent.
It does not. Not at all.
Now I'm wondering who would win in an archery contest between Hawkeye and Legolas. Hawkeye. Legolas. No, Legolas every day.
No, Hawkeye.
No,
if you look at the comics, it's Hawkeye. Sorry.
Fucking elves literally are...
Like, trust me. Like, fucking Hawkeye is insane.
Yeah, but...
Because he's a comic book character.
Yeah, that's
Don't
true.
get me wrong. I love Legolas, but Hawkeye.
Well, I'm just kind of... My thought is, like, because elves are basically demigods in a way...
Yeah, but they can still die from a sword or getting shot.
Well, so can Hawkeye.
Oh yeah, but The problem, well, let me put it to you this way. There is, I think there are 2 channels that have done stuff on, Hawkeye. One of them is Death Battle, and I think one of them was, not atop the fourth wall, Imaginary Access. I think he did a video on him. And basically, Hawkeye, God, he has some ridiculous shit, man. And I think one of his more impressive feats was that, so you know those carnival rides that are like, you get in a thing and it like spins you all around, kind of like those like teacups that spin around.
Yes.
Imagine being on one of those and it's spinning at 40 miles an hour. And it's spinning in a more 3D motion, so it like lifts you up and spins you all over the fucking place. Like you're grabbed by a tentacle and just like whipped around. Imagine that.
Okay.
He was in that and would hit bullseyes every time from 60 feet back while being swung around at 40 miles an hour.
Okay. Well,
he is stupid.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Legolas is cool. Don't get me wrong. I love Legolas, but he's not a comic book character. Book character's fucking stupid.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm sorry.
Guess. No.
Not to mention, at that point, he is able to shoot the bowstring and the arrow of another archer out of midair.
Sure.
So he shoots through an archer's in-flight arrow and his bowstring with one arrow.
Sure. Well, that seems a little less impressive to me, actually.
Oh, okay.
But that seems like something that a bunch of high-skilled archers in a lot of different like comic books / properties could do potentially.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, I guess I would have to know exactly what like Legolas had as things that he could do to really take the position better. But
because I don't know much about him, his actual feats and skills either.
I would have to go to the source, I guess.
And like knowing what elf archers can do.
Yeah, exactly.
What can their elf arrows pierce?
That's right. Exactly. So I guess I'll give it to you tentatively at the moment until I hear contradictory evidence.
Same. Because honestly, fucking comic book characters are just exhausting.
Sometimes, yeah. Anyway, crossbows were in most fantasy. Yes.
Yeah.
IRL bows have a higher rate of fire, and crossbows are more powerful per individual shot. Yes.
Yes. That too.
Hawkeye versus Green Arrow. Archery contest, not battle.
Oh, Archer. Oh.
Hawkeye, I think.
That I don't know.
I don't know Green Arrow's like I guess power set, quote unquote, like how accurate he is and everything. I don't know. Yeah. It's another thing of like I off the bat I think it's Hawkeye because preternatural in a way. And Green Arrow seems a little bit more grounded to me.
Yeah, although Green Arrow does have the superior boxing glove arrow.
That is true.
Which is awesome.
He would break that fucking target with a boxing glove and win forever.
Fuck yeah, dude. You know they had those in the show, I think, or they had a reference to them.
He had them. I remember seeing them in the Justice League Unlimited, I think.
Yeah, he did have them in that. I meant the Arrow show.
Oh, Arrow. I have no idea.
I think they made a reference to them, which is
That's
funny.
Great. That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess actually what I would say is that Hawkeye seems to have an inherent like his brain or something's wrong with him. To get him to do that, while Green Arrow is more about technology, I think is the thing. So
they both have a wide selection of trick arrows, but
but I think it's Hawkeye could literally just like shoot like a noodle from like a shitty like child bow and it would pierce through something, right? Like that's
it's like
that's what I think. Unless again somebody could correct me on that, but that's what I think is going on.
Yeah, if you want to get all those details, you should just watch the death battle of Green Arrow versus Hawkeye because they go into the details of both of them.
Yeah.
And I mean they're using the comics as a source.
Yeah. So you got that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So by pulling this back a little bit, you get to be your swashbuckler with the rapier and the crossbow, or there's still a very great case to be made for being a longbow-wielding character.
Now, we
By
can't
not
leave the
improving them at all.
Yeah, exactly. Just leaving them as is. It's
Yeah.
like, okay.
So what you're saying is that there's no problem with bows.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, they seem to think there is, but I'm not sure if they know that there isn't.
The only problem with bows is that crossbows are better.
But only in certain circumstances and when you take a feat specifically.
Yeah. That's funny. Oh, man.
The Elf Kingdom is old enough to have invented the bow, I think. Yeah, fair.
And board style in the dust, and we still think maybe there's more work to be done in this classic fighting style as well to really make it feel mechanically distinct compared to the others. But we're going to start with the Shield Master feat and kind of apply the same rationale to Shield Master as we have to two-weapon fighting.
For the most part, we
By
like the
changing-
Shield Master feat, and most of it can stay the same, with a few subtle changes.
Alright, before you fucking read it, I need to go find Shield Master, because I don't know anymore.
Yeah.
I'm you know, my eyebrow raises every time now, and I'm like, what's going on here?
What are we changing? What are we not changing?
Why are we changing something, I guess, is my question. So, original Shield Master says, you use shields not just for protection, but also for offense. You gain the following benefits when you are wielding a shield. If you take the attack action on your turn, you can use a bonus action to try to shove a creature within 5 feet of you with your shield, which I assume is going to be taken out from their version.
Yeah.
If you aren't incapacitated, you can add your shield's AC bonus to any dexterity saving throw you make against a spell or other harmful effect that targets you, only you.
Okay.
If you are it's actually pretty good.
Why would a shield be able to prevent a spell, though?
It's just more like of an armor kind of thing, I guess.
I guess.
Like being something else that's just in the way. If you are subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw to take only half damage, you can use your reaction to take no damage if you succeed on the saving throw, interposing your shield between yourself and the source of the effect.
Okay.
There you go. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
This still doesn't really have anything to do with using your shield in combat, other than the shove.
Well, so it's there to just make a shield more useful.
More useful.
Right. Which is fine. So what do? Before they read it, when you take the attack action on your turn and hit an enemy within 5 feet of you with a melee attack, you can try to shove the creature with your shield as part of the same action. Oh, they kept it. Wow.
Okay.
If you aren't incapacitated, you can add your shield's AC bonus to any dexterity saving throw you make against a spell or other harmful effect. So now it's not just if it's only on you, it's anything.
Oh.
Huh.
That's...
Okay. So
that doesn't really make any sense.
How would a single shield, I guess, stop, I guess, a all-encompassing cloud?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking before. It's like,
right?
How is that gonna fucking, what? How's this gonna stop cloud kill?
That's why I think I don't know if cloud kill has a dexterity saving throw, but what I mean is, like, anything that is just, like, an amorphous form that is thrown at you to do, like, an area damage, I guess.
Bad.
Yeah. And it's something that can be, like, that's why I'm fine with it being if it only targets you. Because then it's like, okay, well, then you can see it coming at you. So
presumably.
I would assume. So then you can have that dexterity saving throw against it. Like, even if you don't see it necessarily immediately, it can still be there as something that you can whip without you, like, seeing it fully, right? Mm-hmm. And then with the last one, let's see if they changed it. If you're subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw to take only half damage, you can use your reaction to take no damage if you succeed on the saving throw interposing your shield. Yes, okay, so that's the same.
Oh, that's the only change. It's not just targeting
the change
you.
is just to make it so that it's anything and not just you. Now, I'm interested to see the reasoning because I don't understand why.
Yeah, me neither.
It seemed fine. It seemed like it made sense to me that something could go over your shield if it was an area of effect thing. Like, why wouldn't that be the case, you know? Looks like 5e still has the strength enhancement mechanic for composite bows, which tended to give composite longbows a leg up on crossbows in 3.5. Strength enhancement mechanic for composite bows. I don't think composite bows exist in 5e.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of.
I don't think so. So,
A
I only have the
composite or a
D&D
compound.
I only have the D&D wiki to go off for 5e though. No, don't look at that. The D&D wiki, the D&D wiki that you can sometimes, like, if that's the first result that came up, usually it's a homebrew thing. Usually. So be careful. Try what is it? Oh fuck. There was one that I was just using that was pretty good. I can't remember what it is right now, but it's not that. It's like DND something.
TableTalk, discussion and discourse.
That's right.
DND.
Yes, DND. That's us.
We're a pretty good resource.
Use us.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Only sometimes.
Yeah, only sometimes. Not with 5e.
He uses the shield as a fan. Ah, yes. That's right. Thank you. Lightning bolt. Oops, you're using a steel shield. Yeah.
Welp.
Yeah, well, you know.
Yeah.
The dungeon dudes seem to have lost a bit of the plot. Yeah, a little bit. I don't know what's going on at this point. Here we go.
Like the rules we've implemented for two-weapon fighting, with Shieldmaster we're now going to allow the shove action of the Shieldmaster feat to be part of the same action as...
Oh, that's the other thing they changed. It was a bonus action before, and now it's just part of the same action.
Oh, okay.
Sure. I don't know if it's exactly worth it, but yeah. I guess I don't care enough about that one, at least. It's
the thing that I don't like is that this shield master, the thing that's like, oh man, you can use your shield more in combat. To me, that always says, I want to be able to make an attack with my shield. I don't want to just push people.
Right.
I want to have the option to push.
Right.
But I would like to be able to smack them upside the head with my fucking hard ass shield.
Yeah.
Or if I've got a shield spike.
Yeah, that's the thing. If shield spikes existed, like they used to, right? But yeah, that's another thing that they don't have as a raw thing.
Yeah, it's very weird.
Yeah, I know. I guess the thing that's very obvious that everybody has noticed at this point is that they don't like things taking away your bonus action. They want you to use your bonus action for everything else, which I'm like, okay, so you can still...
It's not the end of the world if you don't get to fucking bonus action, man.
Yeah, so this is the thing. The point of a lot of things having a bonus action, at least in my mind, is that there's like a evaluation of what is the most effective use in every situation. And I don't think that being able to just do more things helps with that. I feel like it dilutes it a bit. Yeah. Because it's like, oh, so if we get rid of so many things that just take that bonus action away, it makes it so that there are clear things that we should do instead.
Yes,
right?
There are definitive meta things to do.
Right, exactly. So I feel like having these options where it's like sometimes maybe it's a better idea to use your bonus action to push this creature away from you, because that 5 feet of distance might help your
an ally move away full speed without provoking an attack of opportunity.
Sure, yeah, that or somebody else shoot into combat and not actually take the penalty, right? There's a couple of different things for that so that you can do that. But this just makes it for free. So it's like, oh, so you're just continuously doing the damage and still doing that with no need to worry about anything tactically. You just are able to do that.
Yeah.
And again, either do I use my fucking, what's it called? Whatever. It's one of the bonus action smites that you get as a paladin. Let's go with that. There's several of them, but we'll go with just any one generic one that's like the one that sets people on fire, I guess. Branding smite. There you go. Branding smite. And
smite.
and do I want to use that for my bonus action to do more damage to this creature in front of me potentially if I hit it, or is it going to be something that I might miss, or and that'll be a waste of my bonus action this turn, or am I going to use my bonus action for something else, like a healing word to somebody else to get them to be okay a little bit more, or it's just I guess the counter to that would be, well, you're talking about spells only, and in which case I would then say, well, there's a bunch of instead of using my bonus action to shove to get this thing farther away from me so that it doesn't attack me as easily, or attack me when I'm trying to move away after my attack, right? Like, instead of that, I could do an additional attack with my second weapon or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, I don't know. We're removing tactical options that seem like they are there to make you think about it.
And just making it so you don't have to.
You don't have
streamlining
to. Streamlining
it. 5e is already streamlined enough.
Yes. I think taking the time, like, sure, we want to have combat not take forever. I get that, but there is a point where I think that some tactical thought is still okay.
No, like, if anything, for me, tactical thought is what keeps combat from being this nebulous, annoying nothing.
I mean, me too, because, like, weighing up my options on certain things is something that's good to me, but in general, I just think that it's fine if we present these as options that people can take, and if they think about it or not, like, that's up to them.
They don't have to, but it's an option. It's there.
Exactly.
How do what?
There's D&D Beyond. Not seeing any composite bows there. Yeah, there you go. Just carry. Yeah, that'll also tell you what is Homebrew on it as well, because it does have Homebrew apparently. So, anyway,
the attack.
This means you could be a smiting paladin using your bonus action to smite and shove someone with Shield Master as part of the same.
That was my exact fucking.
Yeah, that's the exact oh my god.
Okay, so you've already So now we're just it's just like, and this is something that I remember now that we've covered many a time on their things, is that they really care about doing as much damage as possible.
Yeah.
That is something that is very consistent with how they view these things. So I guess it's
on brand.
It is literally consistent with their character. So I guess it's fair enough. I can't be mad at them.
Correctly.
I can't be mad at them for being consistent. What I can be is a little questioning of their methods of it.
Yeah.
Feels pretty good to me. Now, a few other bonuses that
it's
we
just
would consider
numbers.
Shield Master to really bring it up is Shield Master has this provision that you get to add your shield bonus to your dexterity saving throws.
Oh, please. Yeah, here we go.
When you're the only target. Let's just remove that line requiring you to be the only target. I think you should be able to raise your shield when you're getting fireballed, even while the cleric beside you is getting...
So that makes a little bit more sense to me.
But the fire goes around you. Like, magic fireball literally says that it goes around corners and shit.
Oh.
Your shield doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, that's okay. Never mind.
That's my thing, right?
Yeah, I guess because I was thinking about it just as a
point
just
that it
as
comes
an explosion,
from.
You know?
Yeah, but
obviously a shield wouldn't be able to just stop that, but you could at least mitigate some of it.
Yeah,
like the main force of it. But yeah, if it goes around corners, fuck. No.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. That's why it works that way. Like, if you see anybody cast a fireball in any D&D game, if they cast it into a room, like between two rooms, it'll go into both rooms and like go onto
both rooms.
Yeah, it'll kill every room. But it will go around corners and like become.
So basically, you just can't take cover against it.
Not really. No, that's why the dexterity saving throw is there for you to try to get out of the way of it in some way. Where if you do succeed, then you take half the damage because you're at least mitigating the amount of damage to yourself as much as you can with something. Right.
Yeah.
It's a little weird to think about because again, but that's just the way that it works because it's magic, and there's not much else that I can say except that it is magic, right?
Yeah, with a K, clearly.
Magic.
Magic.
That's right. Yeah. I wanna. Yeah, here we go. Literally on page 242 as the next part of the fireball spell, it says the fire spreads around corners. Like that is specifically a thing. So like
it's like directly worded.
Yes.
So yeah, if you raise your shield, it's just gonna whoop.
It will make that sphere as much as possible, but it is going to work. Like it has to do that so that it's not just like, oh, you can take cover behind this wall. No, the magic is fucked.
Yeah.
It hates you.
It really does. It's living fire. A Godslayer Inferno.
It is. It's one of those things that doesn't make sense, but you have to kind of handwave it as it's how the magic works.
Yeah.
Because
there's not really anything else you can do about it.
No, that's just I literally go, look at the weave. Do you understand that shit? I don't. Right?
Wizards do, kinda.
It's there. And the people they put their hands in it, and they put their hands in it a lot, and then it comes out, and sometimes it's bad when it comes out. Okay.
Yeah, and you ever heard of a wild magic sorcerer?
And they put their hands in it, and they can't get their hands out.
Yeah, and they don't like it most of the time.
Not really. Never been sure how the rogue's evasion ability is supposed to work with fireballs. Dude, I don't think about it. Okay.
They just yeet themselves really far.
Right, exactly. They somehow like do the Spider-Man 1 scene where he's dodging every shuriken from Green Goblin, right? Where he's just dodging it all, and I don't get it. I don't get it at all. But it's how it works.
I never knew the Green Goblin was a weeb.
He's a weeb, yeah. I don't
I could see it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
All of this, these are a lot of rule changes that we're talking about here. Not only are we taking a look at how to make two-weapon fighting stand out more, but we've also looked at the way that can impact other feats and fighting styles in the game, and trying to balance all of them out equally. Now, again, this is our first...
that's the thing. So we're working off the assumption that this is going to break things to the point that we need to fix other things, right?
Yeah.
We're already working off that assumption, whereas I'd rather, like, have the assumption that this will work, and then we can figure out, like, if it does break. Right?
Yeah.
We have to figure out if it breaks things first. We can't just go off the assumption and then change things.
That it will break. That's not a good idea. You don't prepare for failure.
Exactly.
You plan for the best.
Yes.
Or whatever that saying is.
You plan for you put in contingencies for if something were to fail, sure, but you don't automatically assume failure.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Like, you're automatically assuming that this is going to be better than other things so that the other things will be worse, and then you're going to start taking other things and making them worse so that this is better, or other things are better,
less overshadowing, I guess.
And but
I don't I've never really understood some of that, because at the end of the day, I don't really give a shit if something else, like if I play a fighter,
sure,
I don't really give a shit if two-weapon fighting is like objectively a great way to play if I just want to play a character that does this.
Yeah, that's we're covering
We're looking at this purely from a status or a numbers game.
Yes, this is their viewpoint, is the numbers game. And like, sure, it's a way to look at it, and it's not an invalid way to look at it. That's fine. But like, again, if we're going to look at it in this way, we have a lot of things that we can't just assume, and we have to do a lot more work to make happen. And like, it's one of those things where, at least for this one, I'm more in your camp of like, why put this out in this state? For this one. But again, I've already put the reasons for it.
I get the business model,
right? Yeah,
but still,
I know. It irks me because it's one of those things of like, I wouldn't do that. I don't know why. Anyone would do that.
I wouldn't put out something that's like half baked.
Yeah. So, but I don't know. It is what it is at this point, right?
If it isn't Saucy Jack. Fucking cave leeches.
Draft of this. We are really happy with the rules that we're implementing for two-weapon fighting, but some of the other ideas that we've come up with, let us know your thoughts on.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so now they're at the point of, we're really happy with what we did with two-weapon fighting specifically, because we spent the majority of the show, or the video on that. Yeah. But this other stuff, tell us if we're a little off base.
Tell us if we're like on or off base, or if this is fuck. Why even bother then?
It's funny. It's just funny.
Man.
It's like we front-loaded with all the stuff that they thought that there was like, oh yeah, they'll agree with this stuff, right? But this other stuff,
here, let's just put this shit in here too.
Yeah, this stuff, we've had some ideas at the end, so like, tell us about those ones though.
I don't like it.
I don't either.
I'm so jaded now because of early access games and just games launching as shit.
That's fair.
So I'm like, can we just put out the fucking finished product already? I'm so sick.
It's just funny.
On them, and really the goal here is that we want to balance it all out to the 2-weapon fighting changes that we're making, so that all different fighting styles that you can implement feel powerful and useful on the battlefield.
There is a Google Doc in the description below that has the precise wording that we're proposing for each of these attributes. So take a look through that if you want to see if there's not any loopholes left in this whole thing, because we really do want to tighten it up and make sure that it works nicely across a wider range of classes than it currently does.
So this has been a look at our homebrew fixes for 2-weapon fighting in Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. If you've made any rules changes at your table for 2-weapon fighting, let us know how they went in the comments below.
The videos that we create on our channel are made possible thanks to the incredible generosity of our Patreon supporters. If you enjoy the work that we do here on YouTube, please consider joining our community by following the links in the description below.
And don't forget to check out our live play in the Worlds of Drakenheim, which airs Tuesday nights at 6 p.m. Eastern on Twitch. You can find all the previous episodes right up over here.
And we've got plenty
Odd
more
that they're streaming it
topics
on Twitch and not
for
just
D&D
YouTube.
5e right up over here.
Please subscribe to our channel so that you never miss an episode.
Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you next time
In the dungeon.
Yeah, I don't know. If this was before the big changes to Twitch, it was still like the popular thing to do.
Okay. That's hilarious. You see in the the suggested videos how to play an archer. Like, pick up a bow and shoot people, man. This isn't hard. How to play a fighter.
Well, you know, it's
I know.
It's more the how to do the most damage possible because that's what these videos are.
I know.
Really.
Then take the sniper feat.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's sharpshooter, fucking yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's just funny to me.
I know. It's just, the video gets a C- for me. That's fair, yeah. I think there's some good conversation that can be brought about because of it, but man, I don't know about the composition of it.
Yeah.
Right. Publishers want their customers to fund the last stage of development. No. They want to just have you fund them in general because
the whole thing.
They haven't given you a product most times. And then they give you a half-finished product, and then they say, "Give me money." And only sometimes is it okay, because
sometimes it works. Sometimes it does actually work out where they actually will finish that shit
and actually make
or
it
it'll
good.
just keep getting updated.
Yeah, like fucking Project Zomboid is still in early access, and that shit is being kept up still. It's great.
Yeah,
like it's a good game. 7 Days to Die, same thing. Like
yes, God, I love 7 Days to Die, man.
It's a good game.
It's very fun.
Seems pretty consistent that these videos where people talk about their homebrew ideas don't turn out very good.
Yikes.
I mean, you know.
Yeah, no.
We've covered, I think, like 7 or so episodes worth. I don't know how many videos in total, but
of like homebrew shit?
Of homebrew stuff, like specifically at least. As far as my titling has gone that I looked at.
Yeah. And some of them have turned out okay.
Yeah. The symbiote one, remember that?
Oh jeez,
that was a while ago. That was
a long time ago, but I do remember enjoying it.
Yeah, it seemed very good to me. And I still have the PDF actually here somewhere so that I can
nice.
So that I can look into it at some point and maybe propose it as a character in a 5e game someday.
Yeah,
because it seems really fun, and I really like how it seemed very well put together.
So, you know that, I remember how I said I wanted to pitch a character to you?
Yeah.
What I want to play, I think I've finally decided what I want to play in Cyberpunk Red.
Okay.
I would love to play a rocker boy and be like a bank robber.
Oh, okay.
And the whole thing that I do is like I have my own goals and shit, but it's not just like, oh, I just want to rob banks for no reason. Right. I have my own thing, and I'm robbing banks to get capital. But I'm also like the getaway driver and shit. And
Oh.
so while we're escaping and while we're like doing the bank robbery shit, I'm playing fucking rock music in everybody's like cyber audio suite. So I'm playing like fucking classic rock while people are like running down the street. We're playing Payday in Cyberpunk.
Yeah, okay.
And playing like Are You Gonna Be My Girl as we're driving away. It's fucking great, dude.
That's awesome. Hell yeah. That sounds great.
Yeah.
I love it.
I don't know how that would mesh with the other characters, but man, I would love to do that.
Sure, yeah. We obviously we can have a conversation at some point.
Yeah, because I know I don't know why, I really want to play Rocker Boy.
Yeah, oh yeah, go for it. Absolutely.
They're super cool.
Yeah. Well, not consistent, but common. Yeah, common is probably a better word for it. It is more common. Anyway, I don't know, but we've got to stop buying things before we know whether they're good or not. Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
It's
man.
Well, so to a degree, that is what happens when you buy a game at the on release. To a degree, right?
Yeah,
but
it still fucking happens.
It's still one of those things where you got to be careful with it, but like you can still refund it after that fact, right? It's not
as long as it's not Fallout 76,
right? As long as it's not in a shitty business model of some sort. Usually you can refund things. But like that's why trusting reviews and stuff like finding reviewers that you can trust is a better way to put it. Because there are obviously games journalists which don't hold any credence whatsoever anymore.
Yeah, no, they have no fucking credibility at all.
So, and the few that do probably aren't seen at all anymore.
Yeah.
And so that's why you go and find people on YouTube, because they're more honest most of the time. Most of the time. So you just gotta be careful and figure out that stuff. Yeah, like us.
We're never dishonest. By the way, thanks for all your money.
God damn it. What's the longest episode of TableTalk?
I think one was like 6 hours.
Yeah, we went 6 hours and some, I think. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I can check.
God damn it, that was a long fucking episode.
Yeah.
I remember that.
I remember that, yeah.
I don't remember what the actual episode was about, but I remember going for 6 fucking hours.
Yeah, it was long. Well, you weren't here for the first half an hour, but we're at 5 hours and 40 minutes, in fact.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, so I'm
You want to go for another hour and just fucking round it out?
Well, we're gonna read comments.
Okay, that should take.
It's only a couple of comments. So.
Yeah, that should take an hour. So
let me see if I can sort by length. No, I don't think so. Oh wait, I have to go to the channel itself to do that, I think. Yeah. Videos. Popular. Oh, what's our most popular? Oh, the first one? That makes sense. It's
our
the first one
episode?
Yeah, because it's the first one on the
Yeah, and then after that it's the one D&D one, I imagine.
No. It's looking at quitting Pathfinder 2e video by taking 20. That
of
has
course it is.
554 views? Holy fuck. That makes sense.
That does make sense.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I can't sort by length, unfortunately, on my end.
Our punching bag. Or a high visibility punching bag.
That was a holiday-ish episode too. Wow.
Yeah.
Weird. Anyway, so let's move on to comments. Got me a long comment this time. I'm not too sure how I feel about it now either. Don't worry, Lux. I'm sure it'll be something that we can talk about.
Yeah, for an hour.
Yeah, for an hour. So
I can just talk about Lord of the Rings again.
We could just talk about Lord of the Rings again. Okay. So first off, we have Timothy Martin on last week's episode saying, "Hello, everyone. On the topic of starting level,
Hello, Mario.
Hello, Mario. Like what I said during the show, I will start at whatever level the table wants. And for travel, I personally would work on world building. Maybe pay close attention to how your favorite book here talks about what happens to the characters when traveling, and hopefully get some ideas for your game, or at least find a dictionary to get some cool words for your descriptions."
You mean a thesaurus?
Yeah. That's just off the top of my head, so there might be something better out there. I would now like to give an idea for a topic on the show. How about talking about your favorite mystery/detective TV shows and movies? Ooh. And maybe watch a video talking about mystery writing. Ooh.
Hey, I mean, the guy that I never bring up has one, and it's fantastic. Because, you know.
Yeah. I would love to find the Garibay of detective show discussions.
Oh, God.
That would be so funny if there's somebody out there with that bad opinions about detective shows. Also, there is a D&D channel that's been popping up on my sidebar that I have never seen before called Pointy Hat. So I thought I would bring it forth to talk about with the table. Pointy Hat, that sounds familiar.
I feel like
it's
I think it is like a wizard hat with a single eye.
Yeah.
I think
we definitely covered one of
their
their videos, actually.
Yeah. They're fine.
Yeah.
I've
there's
seen
a couple.
Yeah,
that's Pointy Hat. I remember seeing a few things on like how to fix this class, and I'm like, that class doesn't seem broken, but okay. So
yeah,
maybe there's some stuff to look at for that. Anyway, thank you. Okay, that's all I got this time. Hope everyone had a good day. Bye bye, bros.
We did. All aside from fucking sleeping through all of it.
Yeah. Of course, my confidence in my own work always collapses when it's about to get reviewed. But well, that is what discussion and discourse is for. Yeah. Hell yeah. Anyway, speaking of, Lux commented, said, for some reason, I decided to pick up on a briefly mentioned subject in this episode and bloviate at length upon it. But it's way too late at this point to write a new one, so up it goes. Hell yeah. To follow up on what I said in chat about Sephiroth, where I said Shinra was the real villain and Sephiroth was just a fantasy character shoved in, and maybe to push back on myself a little bit, the name of the game is Final Fantasy, so it should involve some level of fantasy. Well, sure. It's just, yeah. So fantasy isn't what makes him a bad character. Oh, I never thought that. What I should have said is that he's a Mary Sue that gets shoved into the story where he immediately begins stomping around and trashing the place. Oh, yes. Okay. Fair enough. Before Sephiroth comes in, we had a pretty compelling narrative going on about corporate greed, controlling the world, and destroying people's lives in the name of profit, and a few small people putting up their resistance to that. But then Sephiroth comes in and completely demolishes that story as we suddenly have a good god walking among mortals. After that point, the most Shinra does is just get in the party's way as they chase Sephiroth around. At least you can still see the effects of Shinra's past depredations as you explore the world, but they're no longer the active threat that needs to be dealt with immediately because Sephiroth is the priority now. Yeah, I mean, he is gonna, like, destroy everything.
Yeah.
So that is kind of a priority, but I agree.
It does kind of, like, the Shinra being the evil corporation and, you know, that active resistance is a bit more interesting than just having a generic anime bad guy.
Absolutely, I agree. Granted, there are still some things I like about Shinra's participation in the storyline, even after that point. But if I were writing it, I would do more with them. Instead of having them fight the party every step of the way, I would have them actually do the smart thing and recruit the party to use them against Sephiroth. And after Sephiroth was beaten, I would have Shinra still standing. At that point, Shinra would stab the party in the back, and thus you would still have to take them down in the last act of the game. That would bring the story around full circle and allow it to properly conclude the theme that was originally set up in the beginning. That sounds cool. Yeah. I wish. Excuse me. But no One-Winged Angel.
I mean, you could still have that song.
Yeah, you can still have that.
The fight.
Yeah, it's true. You can still have that. I mean, I just meant in general, just having him. As for Final Fantasy VIII, I like the story. I don't know anything about this. I like the world, but I hate the game. And the level scaling is the linchpin of what ruins it for me.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
Level grinding should never be required to beat a game, but it should always be an option. That's fair. In most RPGs, if there's a boss that you just don't have the knowledge or skill to beat at an appropriate level, you can level grind until you're powerful enough to make up for that. That way, difficult bosses don't become a barrier to experiencing the rest of the story if someone doesn't have the mind to navigate all the minutiae of the game's combat system. With Final Fantasy VIII, which doesn't even warn you that level scaling is a thing, the The more you grind, the harder enemies become.
So they scale. Ugh.
That's weird.
They scale with you, and
yeah, you would actually
they
be
did
best...
that in Oblivion, and that does work sometimes, but not like that.
You would actually be best off never gaining any experience. But you still need ability points, which also come from defeating monsters, in order to learn skills that actually contribute to your character's relative power against enemies. There's actually a way to gain AP without gaining XP, but you'll need an initial investment of AP to learn the ability you need for that. And using it against every single monster is extremely repetitive.
Yeah, God.
You can also use the game's junctioning system to improve character stats. To try to explain that, when you beat one of the game's summonable monsters, it joins you as what's called a Guardian Force. You can attach each Guardian Force to one character, which lets them cast that summon once per battle. You can also use your AP to teach abilities to your Guardian Forces. By the way, they're GFs, and it's making me giggle a little bit inside. To teach abilities to your GFs that let you junction spells to your character's individual stats. You gain
impact. Okay.
You gain spell charges by drawing them from enemies. If I recall correctly, the more charges you have of a spell, the stronger the effect of junctioning will be. I'm starting to lose it, but I think I'm still there. My brain is starting to wander a little bit. By the same token, every time you cast that spell, you weaken the junction effect, and each spell can only be drawn from certain enemies. Okay. If you junction a strong spell with a lot of charges to a stat, you can increase that stat drastically. But
I remember that, yeah.
But you have to find the girlfriend that can learn the skill for junctioning a particular stat. I'm sorry, it's funny to me for some reason.
No, you're good.
My brain is mashed potato scrambled eggs at the moment.
That sounds good.
I need food.
I need food too.
And you have to figure out which spells are best to junction to each stat. Did you understand all that? If you did, good. If not, you're fucked.
Yeah.
You can't beat Final Fantasy VIII. Oh, you can't beat Final Fantasy VIII if you don't. Oh, no. I would also note that the game doesn't lay it all out as concisely as I just did. I wouldn't be surprised. I was trying to make it understandable. If you were playing the game without any prior knowledge, you would have to piece all that together yourself, partly by slogging through tutorials and partly by experimenting for yourself. Also, if you junction a powerful enough spell to strength, you can increase a character's physical attack power to the point of being able to one-shot bosses, which will trivialize the game from that point on, as demonstrated by H.C. Bailey's LP. Okay.
Yeah. See, I never played or watched Final Fantasy VIII. I saw Spoonie's review a long time ago.
Me too.
And I remember that from that.
The only other thing that I remember is Triple Triad.
Well, you don't remember the werewolf thing? Shadow of the Werewolf or Shadow of the Vampire? That?
No.
The riff? Oh my god. That full motion video game where you're hunting a vampire named Vetus Hemos.
Oh my god.
It's really bad.
Oh, that's
obviously.
Amazing.
Yeah, no.
So at that point, you're just deciding how hard you want the game to be. The other problem is, characters have to be in your party to gain levels, and Squall is always in your party, except for in a few specific places when he's not. Oh,
he's always in his party. He's always in the party, except for when he's not. I hate that shit, man.
If you don't use characters, not only do they fall behind to the point of not being usable. Oh no, I hate that shit. But it always becomes harder and harder to catch them up. And while you're catching them, I have a tangent now that I need to talk about to you because it's Berseria and I like Berseria. But we'll get there. Anyway, harder and harder to catch them up. And while you're catching them up, Squall is still up there gaining experience too, pushing the enemy's levels even further ahead.
Yep.
So your options are either pick just a few characters to keep in your party and just let everyone else be useless, or try to keep all of your other characters evenly leveled while Squall's level keeps on sailing ahead, reducing everyone else's survivability. And guess what?
That doesn't go too well, I imagine.
There are some parts of the game where he'll be forced to use characters that you might not have been keeping leveled. And you'll have no way of knowing when those points are coming, or which characters you'll need without having read a guide or having already gotten there before. So good luck with that.
Ugh.
That's awful.
That's foul.
I know how to beat the game now, but I've wasted a god-awful number of hours in the past before realizing that the level scaling existed and had screwed me over, because I had to run into certain hard bosses that I had thought I needed to grind for. Overall, I can forgive Final Fantasy VII for its flaws and still enjoy it, but I have no such forgiveness for Final Fantasy VIII.
Yeah,
it's fair, because it seems inherent.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people that hate 8.
Yeah, me too. I see that there is a lot to like about it, but it caused me too much frustration. I suppose there's enough salt in this comment to now play a Roman Legion. Pay a Roman Legion, sorry. But if it makes anyone feel any better, level scaling doesn't do Skyrim any favors for me either. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's absolutely fair. That turned into enough material for a comment, so I'll hit the actual subjects of the videos briefly.
Oh, great.
The best starting level...
I thought we were done.
No. The best starting... It's almost done. It's 2 more paragraphs.
I know.
The best starting level is whatever you need for the type of adventure you want the party to have. If you want the party to players to start out scraping just to get by, start at 1st or 2nd level. If you want the players to immediately take on the role of minor heroes, start at 3 or 5. If you want larger-than-life heroes who can decide the fate of nations, maybe start at 10th or higher. For improving travel, the main thing I would say is to try to imagine what kinds of sights travelers in your world would see, and show those things to the players. Don't just build a world, and then forget it exists as soon as the party steps out into it. The space between towns and dungeons is not just occupied by random groups of bandits and wolves. Whatever vision you want players to have in their minds, you have to describe it for them. And that's where I'll end it off. Nice.
Thank you, Lux.
Good stuff.
This probably would have been a more enjoyable comment if we weren't both tired and it wasn't both.
Hey, man, I enjoyed
3.
it. I enjoyed it. I still enjoy it. It's great.
I did too.
Yeah. I probably would have followed it a bit better had I not been so tired, though. Anyway. Believe me, the GF joke has existed in my mind for decades. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one.
Yeah.
We'll have to go back to watch the episode with Pointy Hat. Yeah. Great show, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've never played Final Fantasy VIII, but I heard people did not like it. Yeah. I haven't played it either, but I've also seen much of the same sentiment.
Yeah.
Which reminds me of Berseria. Tales of Berseria. Because I've been playing that recently. I played like 15 hours of it straight.
Yeah, it's good.
It's really good.
Yeah, it is a good one. I don't think it's the best, but it is definitely good.
That's fair. It's the third Tales of game that I've played. The first one being Fantasia.
Okay, yeah.
Which was the 2D one, I think.
Yeah. It really shows its age.
Yeah,
but it can be enjoyable.
I don't think I played through the entire thing. It was a long time ago at this point.
And it's a long one.
Yeah. And then I played Symphonia, which I did not like.
So why did you not like Symphonia, out of curiosity?
A lot of the decisions that they were making were very annoying. Because they could,
like which ones?
They could just talk, and a lot of things could be resolved.
Yeah.
Which
that
always fucking annoys me, because it's like, just say the words that you need to say that you are not saying right now.
Now, is that because of the whole anime style of talking that they do? Or is it like communicating with a villain or something?
I just mean, like, they would talk to each other and they wouldn't say anything for a while. And I was like, why are you doing that?
Why are you not talking? Yes.
Yeah, and I'm like, stop it, please. Just say, like, you could say exactly what you need to say right now, and, like, we could avoid, like, a problem. I don't and it's been a while.
Yeah.
I played, those are all...
No, don't worry. I follow.
And,
I follow.
The other thing, which was more of a function issue from the game itself, is, like, the combat system didn't let me go left or right. And it was really annoying, and I fucking hated that. It was so bad.
No free running in that one.
It's so bad. Like, it's just, you go at the thing, or you go away from it, or you jump. And I'm like, there's so much space and room, and it looks like you should be able to do it, but you can't.
But you can't.
Even if you were to sidestep once or twice, I'd be fine with it. But, man. Oh, it sucks. Oh, I hate it.
It's not the best.
I hate it so much. And
Yeah, that's completely fair.
I don't remember a lot more of it because it's been so long.
Yeah, no, that's fine. If those are the issues that you had, completely understandable.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that they weren't like issues that are like those are good issues to have.
Yeah. No, it's nothing superficial. It's nothing like
yeah.
It's just.
Did you finish it?
Yes. Yep.
How did you like the story? Other than them not communicating.
Yeah. So the fact that they didn't communicate let a lot of the story happen, which was really annoying to me. So that's just a fundamental issue that I kind of have with it, but I can't remember it a lot at the moment. So
that's fair.
You could like I have the whole thing, like it's all documented on my channel actually, because I streamed the entire game and I yelled a lot. I remember that. I don't remember exactly.
Honestly, that's fair.
Yeah, it's definitely, but like it's also probably just, I don't know, it just, they like in Berseria it was so refreshing to have people talk to each other.
Yes.
And like
they started to get a lot better with their dialogue and like actually talking to one another. It's good.
Yeah, and like even with like somewhat cringy bits of like oh god, what's her name? What's the main girl's name? Yeah, Velvet, sorry, yeah. Yep. Velvet will always say, you know, but I will kill Artorias.
Yeah, no,
like, dude, every now and then as she ends this conversation like that, and I'm like, all right.
Yeah, no,
like,
she's kind of cringy
like
at times.
And like I will give her that I'm glad she's committed and motivated and
will actually do the killing as opposed to like
there's so much about that I'm like, oh my god, yes, thank you. Like she acts in such a practical way.
She is. Like, she's very, like, honestly, from an anime perspective, she's kind of brutal in that way.
Which is great, because, like...
No, she's great.
Because, like, even though she's against his logic, his reason empire that he's built, right? She's doing that to get to him, right? Mm-hmm. Even though she's also very emotional, and she's trying to keep that in check and shit. Which, it's one of those things of, like, seeing, like, the dichotomy of too much emotion, too much reason, right? Where you have to have a healthy balance of both, and I like that as the concept and stuff. Yeah. And it's also a story where they do gray, like good.
Yeah, they do gray,
and I'm like, yes, I don't want this all to be black and white. I'm sure, yes, because like immediately when Artorias does his things, I'm like, oh. Yeah, okay, and it's been 3, and you've done this, and it's all been great. I understand why you did it, and I understand your mindset. I wouldn't have done that shit, but you did it. I can
understand,
and it's there, and like it makes sense to me. Good shit. Yes. That's what I need from this kind of story. Thank you. And then on Velvet's side, I'm like, I also get exactly why you're in the position, right? but like, man. I'm not entirely 100% on your side with some things, but I am so down to continue this, you know?
Yes. Well, that's good. I'm glad you like it.
That's the whole, like, it's just refreshing. Yes. You know?
No, it's good because like a lot of them, some of them definitely have the anime syndrome, and that one kind of doesn't.
Which is so refreshing to like anime style stuff, right? Like,
yes, it's well written,
and I prefer well written anime than I do shitty anime syndrome trope.
Yeah. Shit. I still think that one I think is okay. Mm-hmm. I would definitely rate it as, for me personally, I think I gave it like a 7. Mm-hmm. I think it's fine.
Sure.
It's not my favorite because I think at some point it just kind of started to wear thin.
Okay.
For me, so it may wind up doing the same for you. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Because wore thin for me, it might annoy you.
Maybe.
Like straight up.
Potentially. It depends on where they go, I guess.
Yeah. The ones that I would recommend are Abyss, Xillia, and potentially Xillia 2. I've heard really good things about Xillia 2, but I didn't play it. And then Arise.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Arise. sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say I've had Berseria on my wish list for like ages now. It's always been one of the ones that I was like, oh, this one I do want to play just because of how Velvet looks. Honestly,
Yeah, no, and
cool
I also
character design.
love the dichotomy of her being like this, like murder,
Yeah,
effectively like a murder hobo.
yeah,
Also, the team mom.
yeah, yeah, very
Where
much
she's
so.
doing like all the cooking, she's doing the laundry and shit.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
just
yeah.
that's a nice dichotomy
Yeah,
there.
it is. It is.
I think so. Now let me ask you this: how do you feel about reluctant heroes and asshole characters?
It depends on how well they're written.
Okay, because I think I will say if you get your hands on Abyss,
Yeah.
if you don't like Luke,
Yeah.
you need to give it some time.
Okay.
And don't just give up on it because he's an insufferable fucking twat in the beginning. Because that's his whole thing.
Okay.
Where his whole deal is that he's both a reluctant hero and an absolute shit pile.
Gotcha.
Because there is a reason for it.
Sure, yeah.
But a lot of people will there's actually a playthrough style of that game where they have Luke dead for the whole game.
Oh my god.
And they just never revive him. They kill him in like the first fight, and then after that they never revive him because they really don't like Luke.
Wow.
Because he is an absolute shit pile. But for me, it's more like he's like a cartoon character.
Gotcha.
It's
Okay.
like bad.
Okay.
Because he was raised, basically his whole deal is that he is nobility.
Yeah.
And he was raised and was never allowed to leave a castle for his entire life.
Okay.
So he is always, literally always been weighted on hand and foot.
Yeah. He doesn't know anything else.
Money.
Yeah.
And then he is immediately like thrust out into the world.
Gotcha.
And he's an absolute shit pile.
Yeah.
Because of that.
Yeah. I got
He does get better.
Yeah.
But,
that's the whole thing. Like that makes sense to me. That he would be that way. Like as long as it makes sense, right?
Yes, it does make sense.
That's the thing. When things are just the way they are because they are that way, you know, like that's when it's like kind of annoying because they don't have any like background to really build off of. Like there's no reasoning for it. It's just like, oh no, this character is just the way they are, and I'm like, well. Why?
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, honestly...
It isn't realistic at that point, you know?
One thing I think that could be kind of fun is once we get back to and finish our Halo 2 playthrough on Legendary.
Yeah.
And then we do...
If the game fucking lets us.
Once we get back to that and finish that, and then we do Shadows over Loathing, I would be totally down to, like, play through that. It's not multiplayer, but we could just chill and fucking play that.
Yeah,
and I could, like, if you want to play it, I could help you out because I have, like, an almost encyclopedic knowledge of that game.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
Because it's super good,
in
my opinion.
Sure,
because it's my favorite of that whole series.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can get a copy of it at some point.
We can you can either get a copy of it, or if you don't feel like it, we could, like, emulate it.
Oh, that's
because
also
I'm
true.
pretty sure PlayStation 2 emulators.
Yeah, I have
one.
It'll be fine.
If we can emulate a fucking Monster Hunter Freedom,
we
can emulate that.
That's right.
Because I really don't want you to watch that on my channel. God, it's so cringe.
Oh, don't worry, I wasn't planning on it.
Okay, good. Don't watch my shit.
Long as you don't watch mine either. We're good.
No.
Mutually shared destruction is the best way.
I don't even watch this show. Fuck you.
Well, there you go. Anyway,
yeah, I think that's it. Isn't it?
Well, there's some stuff here. Let's see. The Tales looks cool. What I saw from Boo's channel long ago. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. That's not the series that I recommend to people anymore. It's really good, and I would still say play them, but the one that I will be recommending to people now is Trails.
Oh, yeah.
So Trails in the Sky, Trails of Cold Steel, those are phenomenal. They're better.
Mm-hmm.
They're so good.
Anime characters never have a session 0. Yes. Unless they do, in which case I'm like, what's happening?
Yeah, right. Oh my god, this is new.
Yeah. But I will kill Artorias. That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
Gotta. It's so funny every time. I don't get tired of it at this point. I'm just like,
it's just funny.
Oh, it's Velvet.
Yeah, that's Velvet. It's like me and Bakugo from My Hero Academia.
Oh, sure.
Where he's such a gigantic piece of shit that I just don't even care about him anymore.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like they've ruined that character.
Oh, really?
Where the thing is, he is just this overly abusive, both verbally and physically, character. Yeah. And there's no amount of development that would make me give a shit about him.
Gotcha. Okay.
Not at all.
So he's just there, really?
He's just there. He is there for me to laugh at.
Gotcha. Yep. I get you.
Because...
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I got one more. In My Hero Academia, there is a character called Endeavor.
Okay.
And he's the number 2 hero, and he's a fire boy. He's a fire guy. And his power is that he can, like, generate flames and tons of heat and all that kinds of shit. He can fly by manipulating air and stuff like that. You know, hot air rises, and he can do that. And effectively, what he did was he entered into a arranged marriage, which is called a quirk marriage, where... and because quirks are the superpowers.
Yeah, I know. It's funny.
Yeah, it's just funny. And so he specifically, his weakness is that he can do lots of fire, but he overheats himself. Because, you know,
that makes sense.
Because every quirk is physiological.
Yeah.
And so he entered I don't remember if it was forced or just arranged marriage with a family that has quirks that are all around ice.
Yep.
And so he basically, not so subtly, he effectively raped this woman and made her have, like, 7 children just so he could get the mixed quirk of fire and ice so that he could take his place. And in this in the more recent seasons, they're trying to, like, humanize him. And I'm like... No,
you already... No, sorry, you already...
No, you established that this guy is a piece of... an absolute fucking monster.
Yeah,
I don't care what you do.
Yeah, there's no real way to get back there. Sorry.
Yeah, you're not gonna... like. And there are some people who are like, oh man, they're finally making Endeavor more human. And like, I don't care.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. You can't take that stain away.
This character is a piece of shit. There's no coming back from that.
Yeah.
So that's me and Bakugo, where I just don't care. No matter how much development he goes through, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. Across the moral event horizon, no coming back from that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it's you can't write that and think that you can get him back from there. Like it's
no, you can't.
That's not like you. It's just not possible unless somebody is an idiot. Like I'm sorry, but if you think that
there's no atoning for that.
Yeah, oh my god, because like he made the choice, and even if like. He doesn't regret it, I assume.
Not really. No.
Yeah,
he just wants them to be a real family now. He realizes that what he did was fucking monstrous, but he wants to be a family as if he has any right to want that.
I was gonna say that's not
or to get that.
No, exactly. He doesn't deserve that, especially when he did it. Like he's the one who did it. So
yeah, he did it.
Like if the only way that I could be like, okay, that's a good thing that you did is that he went and like put himself in jail, right, forever, right? Like that would be like, oh, okay, good, you did that. Go.
And even then, the damage is still done.
Oh, it's still it doesn't redeem him. It's just you did the bare minimum good thing that you can do now. Go.
Yeah.
You know.
Do you know what any of the characters look like in that show or no?
No, I haven't kept up at all.
Okay. So basically, one of the characters, the guy who actually got the mixed fire and ice power, his name is Todoroki. Shoto Todoroki. And he's got like this big fucking burn across one of his eyes. And the reason why he has that is Endeavor's wife and his mom was so abused by Endeavor that she was having effectively like a nervous breakdown, and Todoroki walked into the room, and he has Endeavor's eyes. And she threw a pot of boiling water on him.
Oh.
Purely because he has his eyes.
Yeah.
It doesn't get any fucking better.
Right, yeah. Okay.
It gets worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, ugh. Alright.
Yeah, it's disgusting. And they're trying to, like, humanize him. You fucked up. You can't write a character like that and expect me to like him at all, period.
You make them a villain, and you make them a villain forever so that you can hate them, and you can be happy when they die. Like, that's...
Exactly.
That's what you do.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a hero.
Ugh.
He's the number 2 hero.
Like, I get there's a little bit of like, yeah, that's a thing that could happen, and you know, all that kind of shit, right? But at the same time,
that's what makes it worse.
Right? Exactly. That's the thing. If you're gonna try to
portray it as it should be portrayed.
Yeah,
horrifically.
You can absolutely portray it. That's a thing you can do, but you have to understand that what you have done now has put you on a path that you can't just back down from, right?
Yeah.
Like, and if you're going to keep doing that back, like, it's not feasible. It's not something you do.
Yeah. No.
Like, sorry, but
oh, and
again,
by the way, I realized this kind of stemmed from Tales of the Abyss, and Luke is nowhere near this bad.
I never thought. Yeah, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
He's just a bit of a shitter.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't imagine that you would talk highly of him if he was like that. Don't worry.
Yeah, no.
No, no, it's one of those things where again, I go and like, this is another reason why I would absolutely get in a fucking cage match with the people, because it's like, oh yeah, all those people who think that that's like something that you can write out of and like make something that's good, like, it's just like, no, you're stupid. I'm sorry, you just are.
Yeah.
Like, it's I'm sorry, that's what you think, but that is like, and that's how you feel about it, but you're wrong. You're wrong. That's just it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
You're just objectively wrong.
Yeah.
That's not how that works.
That's not like
you can't create this character and have them be a monster on an emotional level.
Yep.
And then
physical
try to
and
fix
emotional, really.
Physical
Jesus.
and emotional.
It's like, ugh, what the fuck?
It doesn't work like
that.
that.
If we're gonna let that pass, like, what the fuck are we doing? You know?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Good
show though.
Oh yeah, I've heard good things.
Fantastic
I've heard really
show.
good things. Yeah. Oh, anime is best when it's not too much like anime. Yeah. The less tropey it is, the better it is, honestly. Yes.
Yeah. Unless the tropes are, enjoyable.
Well, that's later on, actually. Yeah. Crazy. Oh, sorry. So Timothy then says, more crazy anime for me then. And then Lux says, well, crazy is good, just not we're doing this because anime characters do this. And then unless that's the joke. Which, absolutely, it can be done that way, right? It's just,
hell, that's what Devils and Dice is.
Yeah, exactly. And like, the best like Gintama's that way from what you've given me. So like, that's fine.
Gintama basically, it is a more batshit version, in a good way, of Yakuza.
Yeah, exactly. So
that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, and so you can absolutely do that as long as it's like that's the point and it's funny, right? It makes sense.
Yeah.
You got you. Yeah.
Cool.
True. Wants to have no consequences. In other words, yeah, that's what it seems like for that kind of thing. Which is like, it's the weirdest thing that you would do. I don't understand why you would write it that way. It's so dumb. Fucking stupid. Fucking writers. Luke had a character arc. This is not that. Yes, exactly.
Well, okay. Endeavor has a character arc. It's just shittily written.
Right.
Whereas Luke's is actually very well written. Hilariously.
So, again, a lot of things just come down to execution, and like that is so like I wouldn't ever try to go the direction that they went for with that kind of story, because I don't know how to write that in a way that would be like satisfying or sorry, not satisfying. I guess just
convincing.
Yeah, convincing is a better word. Absolutely, just to like make it so that it doesn't. Like, you just don't go that far. You just don't.
Yeah, you just don't go that far.
If you want somebody to be heroic,
able to come back from it.
Yeah, if you want it to be heroic, if you want them to be somebody that somebody can look up to or something, or that somebody can have sympathy for, you don't go that far.
Yeah.
Like, it's fucked up, man.
It is fucked up.
Anyway.
And it happens in that world, but he is still a monster.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
No, exactly. Like, again, it happens in our world. It doesn't matter.
It does.
Right? Like, it doesn't matter if it happens in their world, happens in our world. It's a monstrous act.
Yes.
Like, morally, overall, like, cultures, it is a monstrous act.
Yeah,
so, like,
that's why it's punishable by either 25 years to life or death in some places.
Exactly. So, like, the precedent, like, for it, anyway.
Yeah, no.
The writing for Luke is quite aware of what it's doing. Yeah, there you go.
Yes. And honestly, I'd love to talk more about Luke, but I don't really want to spoil it.
That is absolutely fair, and I would prefer you not to.
It's just a good game. It's just a good game and a good story, and I want you to play it so I can talk to you about it.
It's fair.
Or see it, or something.
Yeah. So, anyway, we've been going...
Actually, also, sorry.
Yeah, you're good. You're absolutely good.
You remember how in Tales of Symphonia, you didn't like how you can't move in the freely in the fighting?
I fucking hate it so much, yeah.
You can do that in Abyss.
Oh, good.
That was the first game to let you do that.
Oh, they learned.
You want. It doesn't cost anything. All you got to do is just hold down right R2.
Okay. Yeah.
All around.
Right trigger. Yeah. Very cool. All right. Well, it's been over 6 hours now.
Hey, we did it.
So I'm gonna say thank you to our patrons one more time, and then we're gonna get the fuck out of here. So thank you for thank you for enduring this with us. And hope you enjoyed it. Hope you enjoyed all the tangents and shit.
Yes, that we are known for.
That's right. So thank you, of course, to the patrons. That is Draco Kraken, Mog Zero, Rick, aka Unit Rico, Slazer, Steely, Drake Cross, Chris, Frozen Spaghetti, Lux Serpent Eye, and our Tier 1. Appreciate you all, and of course, appreciate all of you that have been in the chat, in watching the video in general. If you're new, do whatever you want. I'm not your dad. I can't. My brain is mashed potatoes, scrambled eggs, and well, no, you know what? I'll wait to talk about that to on the air when it comes out and it's a thing. But there's a thing that's coming that I found that I wanted to get done, and it won't happen until months from now. Like, it won't come out to the public for months from now, but it'll be a thing. Hopefully, if it's good. So it looks really, or at least I won't talk too much about it, at least on air. I'm tired, and I'm gonna let things slip if I keep talking about it. So again, thank you everybody for hanging out, and we'll see you next week.
Now turn it off.
Yeah, go away.
There we go. Turn it off. Done.